히히히
히.
히
하나,
하나
둘, 셋.
셋
하나, 셋.
셋
하나,
하나
둘, 셋.
둘셋 I would like to thank everyone for participating in Try Everything 2023. This is a conference that has been hosted by KYOBO Business, and this brings together the distinguished startups and businessmen and leaders around the world to get the insights. And in particular, for this year, we are going to talk about Gen AI and how they're changing the world. And especially, we'll talk about how the startups can survive and grow. I hope that we can get a hint from today's Try Everything. We have three people here with us. First is from Connexus AI co-founder and CEO Eric Daimler and Reskill founder and CEO Yoris Put, and also the IQM co-founder and CEO Jan Quetz. We are going to listen to their presentation first, and then we're going to have a panel discussion with me and the three speakers about how these transformative technologies are changing the world and how the startups can change and grow. Now, with that, we would like to first welcome Eric Daimler, Connexus AI co-founder and CEO's presentation.
Good morning. So we're just going to talk about one startup's exploration in artificial intelligence, and hopefully this can provide some lessons for all the rest of you that are on your own journeys with your own startups. So what we want to cover, because we only have a few minutes with my esteemed panelists, is we're going to talk about LLMs. We're going to talk about potentially other types of artificial intelligence. I'll give a version of what a future of AI could be looking like, and then I'll quickly just give some recommendations that might apply to startups' customers and some larger organizations. So we might first take a look at what we all might agree are the baselines from what we want of any artificial intelligence systems. And we might all agree that these are some optimal objectives. You can think in your head, make a noise if you don't agree with any of these. But should we only be working with large language models to get to those objectives? And the answer is no, because the problem is large language models do not provide all those characteristics we just outlined. So how do we actually fulfill on the ideal AI system without large language models? Because customers are going to be disappointed if you just use large language models. So we'll take a look at another type of artificial intelligence that is outside of what you might think of as today's telegenic AI. So where do we look if LLMs are not going to solve all the problems? Well, first, let's back up and talk about what large language models are. So they are a type of probabilistic artificial intelligence, meaning that every time you give it a question, you're going to get a little different answer. We might think of a probabilistic existence being something like what we do when we drove here. If you took a bus or took a car, you could be looking to maneuver inside of a lane of traffic. That's based on experience about whether or not you stay in a lane of traffic or you move. That's a type of probabilism and stochasticity that represents just a type of LLM of AI, of which LLMs are just a subset. So among AI, we have machine learning, we have neural networks, and then we have an expression of neural networks, which is large language models. So that's just a branch of AI. And I'm just describing this as one startup's path inside of artificial intelligence to help describe some opportunities. There's a whole different branch of AI that was really the original AI, the good old-fashioned AI, which was AI based on rules. It's a deterministic AI, which means you feed this AI something, and every time you're going to get the exact same answer. If we think about our traffic analogy when we got here by our car or our bus, we are going to stay in our lanes based on experience, but we're going to stop at a traffic light based on rules, right? That is fundamentally different. So we're gonna maneuver around in traffic using both of these systems. One's based on probabilities, another is based on rules. So with that background, we can talk about what the future of AI would look like. We have a stochastic AI, we have a symbolic AI, and one we use to explore. We use to scout. The other we're going to use to operate. And those have feedbacks between them. So you're going to feed rules into the probabilistic AI. Don't do it the other way around, right? Because we all know that large language models can hallucinate. They can present wrong answers. We want to make sure that we have rules. We want to actually establish the rules. But how do we do that? How do we feed the rules back to the exploration? And the answer is we have a subject matter expert. So we have somebody that's expert in medicine, in energy, in foreign policy, what have you. The human expert needs to be the intermediary. So if you want to learn from an AI, you use a probabilistic model and you use an LLM. If you want to teach an AI, you use a symbolic AI. So this is the cycle of AI. And I'm going to suggest that this is the future of large implementations of AI that present opportunities for startups. Because why? Startups, we serve our customers, and our customers are going to be using these very large language models. So this is regardless of the compute, even though we'll talk about some fantastic developments in large compute into the future. This is regardless of storage, regardless of network infrastructure. This is the infrastructure that customers are going to be exploring. So why do you want to use deterministic AI? Is because it captures these logics, it captures these facts. So together, you get this ideal AI. So it's stochastic, symbolic, social AI with humans represents the totality of a future robust artificial intelligence infrastructure. Why are we going to be implementing this is not least because we have talent constraints. Many of you know about the concepts of data science and doing analytics, but before we do analytics, we have to do data engineering, which is a pretty low level, kind of vocational level task that many people want to get outside of. And it presents a garbage in, garbage out dynamic that all of us are familiar with. If we have problems with our data and problems with our customers' data that startups like ours are trying to solve, we want to spend a lot of time cleaning this data. This is a data engineering task, and the talent that does this work is doing nothing but decreasing. So if all of you are going to be training in LLMs, my suggestion would be to spend 4 of a hypothetical 6 months developing AAMs, just developing baselines, just cleaning the data around data engineering. Because, as we say, garbage in, garbage out. So lastly, if we cover what an infrastructure looks like for the customers that our startup serves, and we're just one spin out of MIT doing generative AI, what we have found is that the largest customers, the largest organizations, the largest governments around the world are looking for these robust infrastructures to support ever-growing organizations and ever-growing systems. I'll leave you some with recommendations about how those organizations support their AI infrastructure. So we want to audit the data, we want to audit our customers' data, we want to implement data standardization processes, and we want to have teams dedicated to often looking at the clarity of our data. And whether or not the weakness in our customers' data is best resolved with a stochastic or a symbolic AI kind of is determined by some of the problems that we might encounter or our customers might encounter. So regardless, where we look as one startup is we look to our customers to always have an implementation of a stochastic, a symbolic, and a social component to their AI infrastructure. That's a quick summary of one company's story, one startup story about how we're implementing AI for some of our largest customers around the world. And I can turn it now over to my fellow panelists.
All right. Okay, I'm up next here. Thanks everyone for the invitation to present here today. I'm Joris Poort, and I'm the founder and CEO of Rescale. So today I thought I'd kick it off by sharing a little bit of a story of how we started Rescale and why. And about 20 years ago, I was one of the engineers working on a team helping design the 787 Dreamliner. And this airplane is a very special airplane. It's a 20% more efficient airplane. And one of the ways that we accomplish that efficiency is through using carbon fiber materials. And so most airplanes are made out of aluminum, right? And shifting to a carbon fiber composite airplane provides many opportunities for weight savings and a more efficient, better design. In order to achieve that design, however, every single panel on the airplane needs to be tuned and optimized. So there's many different layers of carbon fiber, and each of these can have different angles, which produce a different twist and bend of the wing. And then in flight, it will produce a different amount of lift around the fluid dynamics for the airplane. So this requires many different computational tasks. So you need to run the finite element analysis, the material science, the fluid dynamics, and each of these impact each other. So 20 years ago, when we were solving this problem, we tried to do this thing called multidisciplinary optimization. So try to kind of combine each of these different engineering disciplines and turn it into a big math optimization problem, and then actually use machine learning. We called it self-tuning optimization algorithms to explore get to the best possible design. Once we started running this, we realized we didn't, even at Boeing, have enough compute power to solve this problem very easily. So we had to kind of bootstrap together many different data centers and supercomputing centers kind of across the organization and different partners that we had. And we could only run this problem over the weekend because that's when nobody else was running on these supercomputers. But once we were able to kind of bootstrap each of these different computers together, we were actually able to run this kind of large-scale optimization and get to that much lighter weight wing design. But it took us many years. In fact, it took us almost 5 or 6 years to be able to run that entire end-to-end process. But today, if you fly on this airplane, that's the final wing design that you fly on. And it's, again, a much more efficient plane. So great results for Boeing. Hundreds of millions of dollars in cost savings at the time. And now that's billions of dollars through the number of airplanes sold. So through this experience, we realized most companies, even companies as large as Boeing, are highly constrained in computing. And not just in aerospace, this actually occurs kind of everywhere, where you have engineers and scientists trying to solve new types of physics, new types of science. And this is only possible through scaling up computing to solve larger and larger and more complex types of problems. And so the counterintuitive kind of discovery that we had, or our sort of secret when we founded Rescale, was actually that even though through cloud computing, most people believe computing is ubiquitous and everybody has access, that's actually a highly constrained specialized resource And if we make that kind of more accessible and more possible to do things like high performance computing and supercomputing for domain experts in different disciplines, that would unlock a lot of value for other companies. And so with that, we founded Rescale over 10 years ago. And we've had a lot of success and trials and tribulations along the way. But today we're now the largest full stack cloud platform for HPC R&D applications and applied AI to these R&D applications. And we're very thankful for some of our partners and supporters along the way. So these include Sam Altman from OpenAI, Jeff Bezos from Amazon, of course, and Jensen from NVIDIA, Peter Thiel, many others as well. And these have helped us kick off kind of this revolution within R&D to make HPC, high performance computing, and generally the highly specialized computing much more accessible to many different industries. And today, I'm proud to say that tens of thousands of engineers and scientists use Rescale every day to accelerate innovation and come up with new discoveries in many different domains. So a little bit more about Rescale. One of the things that we found as we went on this journey supplying compute capabilities to customers is that there's a lot of fragmentation. There's many different specialized architectures, and here you can see a chart that's over time how much more specialized and fragmented computing has gotten over time. So traditionally, you had kind of CPUs and single-threaded processors were kind of tracking along Moore's law and updating. However, to get those same speed-ups and gains in computing, these could only come from more specialized processors. So here you see a sort of a simplified chart of the spectrum of computing from general purpose CPUs all the way to quantum computing. And I'm sure you'll hear more from Jan about quantum computing. But these are many different types of computing. And the reason our customers use this is to get that sort of exponential gain every couple of years in these software capabilities to solve these types of problems. Now, why is this happening? Here you can see kind of the sort of real data on why. If you look at single-threaded CPU performance, because of Moore's law, that chips can only be designed so much smaller, and there's sort of a limitation there. Even at a 3-nanometer chip, it's only sort of 16 atoms wide, the sort of grooves on the chip. And so you can go much further with that. So there's new types of innovations, but most importantly, you're going from homogeneous computing, so the same type of chip being used for many different applications, to more specialized chips, right? Another great example is the TPU, which is a tensor processing unit. So it's actually a chip, a custom ASIC that's designed just to run TensorFlow and tensor processing. So it's amazing for that specific use case. Not so great in other use cases, but obviously running TensorFlow and tensor processing is a really important capability. So for customers to take advantage of this, you have to move to this more heterogeneous computing and take advantage of the new technologies that are out there, from GPUs to FPGAs and all the way to quantum computing as well. And so at Rescale, I thought I'd share maybe a little bit of one of the stories about how we are actually applying AI internally. So in order to solve this problem of many different types of computing, throughout the stack, if you look at the full stack problem, all the way from the application and the model down to the hardware selection, on Rescale today, there's more than 50 million different combinations. So it is basically impossible to actually brute force kind of test every combination. What's the best performing capability? So what we did was originally build a rules-based system, which basically said, okay, if this algorithm needs, for example, low latency interconnect, we would run it on a cluster that has very low latency. So it has things like InfiniBand networking with 2 microsecond latency between servers, right? But that rules-based system only takes you so far. So then in order to kind of scale, because today we provide actually over 1,000 commercial applications, but tens of thousands of instantiations of unique applications on the platform, we have to be able to kind of make the best possible full stack recommendation instantly for customers. So instead of a rules-based system, what we do is every job that gets run on Rescale, we track the metadata. So we look at the CPU consumption, we look at the memory consumption, we look at how many messages are passing. And this profile allows us to build this computational profile for how that job is performing. So how the computing is performing in solving these algorithmic calculations. And by tracking that data, we can see which ones perform better and worse. And based on that, train what's called a recommender system. And so this recommender system takes billions of data points from all this metadata. And based on those, when you go and select an application or you go run this application, can a priori build that ideal stack behind the application and deploy that on demand for a customer. So if I'm an engineer that's running fluid dynamics, I don't need to become an expert in computer science and the hardware and selecting the different types of infrastructure and middleware choices. I can actually focus on my main expertise, which is running these algorithms, and automatically get the best possible recommendation of the stack real time delivered to me, right? And this is very dynamic. In fact, across all the cloud providers today, there's a new hardware architecture being released roughly every week. So not only is there so many different combinations, this is actually changing dynamically all the time. And so this recommender system automatically profiles each of these and makes these new recommendations for customers to be able to easily run those. And so this has allowed us to take a team that's tens of engineers doing all this profiling in this rules-based system and replaced with a single smart AI recommender-based system that makes those ideal performance and cost optimizations every day. And so this is implemented in our platform, and this allows us to deliver this sort of as a full stack across all the different cloud providers, your own on-premise data centers and on-premise systems, and for any application. So you can use open source applications, AI frameworks, commercial R&D applications from folks like Ansys, Cadence, Synopsys, Dassault, et cetera. And also your own custom applications. So you can bring your own container and automatically take advantage of these recommendations and delivery. And why is this exciting? I think for any startup, what's really important is to not only have a great business opportunity, but also have a mission and an impact that really matters, right? So if we look at kind of the world's biggest problems that we face today, whether it's in climate change, whether it's more sustainability, new forms of energy, different ways of solving the sort of healthcare challenges with medical devices or discovering new drugs. Each of these have the core component. What we really need is to empower the engineers and the scientists of the world to actually solve these problems. And so that's what we do at Rescale every day, is help empower these engineers and scientists running many of these different types of capabilities and run those in the best way possible. And what's really exciting is a new area we're exploring at Rescale with our customers, is to not only do this with these discrete physics-based simulations, which are basically the actual physics and science calculations, but you can actually use AI to more efficiently make these physics approximations. So you can actually train AI models and neural nets on the output of all the simulation data that engineers and scientists run every day. And so that gives you the promise and the opportunity to much more efficiently come up with the approximations of the airflow around a wing, right? Or how molecules in a drug discovery process, how these molecules bond to each other, right? And so that actually is one of the most exciting new promises of how AI is transforming computational science and engineering. And this isn't just vision. This is all happening today. And so not only startups are doing this, the largest companies all around the world are embracing these computational methods and using AI techniques to accelerate them and solve some of the most important problems that we face, right? Again, all the way from sustainable transportation, electric vehicles, autonomous driving, to new rockets to bring more capabilities into space, to life sciences, all the way down to the atoms of drug discovery and the molecules and how we solve some of our most critical healthcare problems, from COVID to new drugs that help us live longer, healthier lives, and all the way to actually even computing. And so in the semiconductor space, the advances in computing itself are driven by the EDA process, or our designers building these custom chips for different use cases. So at Rescale, we even help empower these designers and these engineers to build these chips faster. And so one of the customers we're really proud of is ARM Engineering, which is just gearing up for their IPO. And they're using these kind of capabilities to allow anybody to use that ARM IP to to easily build new custom chips for specific use cases. So which is a really exciting renaissance in computing, that every company, like a manufacturing company, is becoming a software company. And now every software company is even becoming a computing company, where they're designing their own chips to take advantage of that vertical integration. So I think it's a really exciting time in the computing industry. And I can't wait to see our customers who are jumping in on this, but there's many opportunities for startups, and how AI is accelerating the pace of innovation in all these areas. I think, there isn't a better time to be looking at this space and be excited about what computing can deliver and what kind of future it holds. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for giving me also the opportunity to speak here. After already 2 great presentations, it's actually very easy to continue on this, because now it's going to be a new type of computing, but in the framework of high performance computing. And this is mainly what we are doing with IQM. So what you see here actually in this picture, the white device in the front is a quantum computer that we actually bring into high performance computing centers. So this is a, let's say, a bit artistic view of a high performance computing center. You see all these racks full of CPU and GPU clusters. And then there is now an alternative way of doing computing, which is quantum computing. And this is what we are doing. We are building those systems. So we're transitioning now a little bit into the hardware sector, but of course also keeping in mind what are the use cases. When I talk about we, that's me, Jan Götz. I'm one of the founders and CEO of IQM, which has grown meanwhile to more than 200 people around the globe building quantum computers. We have our headquarters in Finland, where we actually also have the chip factory where we are producing all the hardware in the end. So we already heard a lot about why we need high performance computing and more compute power. So I will be brief on the examples, just to give you an idea where I think that quantum computing will be applied first. One of the topics clearly is the pharmaceutical sector, healthcare sector. And why is that? The reason is that actually quantum computing is still in its very early early stages, and we do a lot of R&D. And actually this matches quite nicely with the pharmaceutical industry. You see there, they spend billions, hundreds of billions every year in R&D. So they are used to do R&D and long time scales. And in addition to this, actually, a lot of their problems deal with molecules, rather small molecules, like what you see here in the picture is penicillin. We know this for actually quite a long time already, but still, even with the most powerful computers that we have, it's not possible to calculate the behavior of these molecules accurately. So this is clearly one of the areas. Another very important thing is then in chemistry, chemical processes. Another problem we have is actually to create the food for all the people on this planet. Also the CO2 emissions that are actually then attributed to the production of fertilizers that we use to produce all the food. And we still really haven't understood fully the process there. We still use a very old-fashioned process, Haber-Bosch process for fertilizer production, very high temperature, very high pressure. And the idea is actually that quantum computers can help understand and model better processes in fertilizer production, for example. So these are just 2 examples. In general, what we have heard already is that there is a need for more and more compute power. So since the Apollo mission, you see the compute power has actually increased quite tremendously. And this also means, of course, that we need a lot of energy to run all of those computers, which again is a problem in the end. So we need to have more clever solutions to attack all of those problems that we have. Because it is not only a question of, okay, how many computing centers can we build? It's actually really a question, can we do this in our current infrastructure? So these are just a few examples where actually governments stop the construction of data centers or computing centers because the energy grid is not anymore stable enough to do it. So there is a concern on how we are actually bringing all of this together. And this means actually we also need to think about more energy efficient ways of doing computing in the end. So this is a chart here which shows actually in green, the green line is the energy consumption of all the computers we have on this planet. And the yellow line is the total energy production we have. So you see actually quite soon, all of our compute needs will reach a significant fraction of the world's energy production. And this means at some point there really will be a competition between, do we use energy for air conditioning in this room, or do we use it for Netflix streaming or something else? So this is really something to keep in mind, that we have to think about this more carefully. How do we actually create in the end all the power and the energy and the infrastructure for the computing that we need on this planet? And of course, also who's building in the end the computers, who's providing the hardware. So we have heard a lot about the applications and the software, which is of course in the end where a lot of the value creation sits. But someone ultimately also needs to produce the computers. And this is the task that we have taken. So we produce the computers and we bring them into high performance computing centers. And I brought these examples also because here we're talking a little bit about startups and models. And for us, actually, the business model of selling computers and selling them to high performance computing centers, which are mostly financed by government organizations, it's a little bit to the model that you have seen for SpaceX in the early days. So most of the revenue in the first years of SpaceX actually came from government contracts, and this is what helped them grow. And this is a little bit the approach that we are also following here, is by selling these kind of still risky projects, because the quantum computers are not yet providing commercial value. By selling them, we can actually create revenue, and this allows us as a startup then to raise more and more capital, which is needed in this hardware business where we actually build factories and things like this. So this is kind of what we're doing. So you see here a second project. In the middle, the picture is actually where the computer is being delivered to the computing center. So the computing center is this big gray building in the background. So you get a feeling for the dimension that we are talking about. These are buildings like this one, completely filled with computers to do all these computational tasks that we heard about in the previous talks. So in summary, quantum computing still is in its early days, as mentioned, but there are many, many ideas on where to use it, and you see it here on the map. So basically, each industry at some point will make use of quantum computing in certain aspects. It's also important to know that quantum computing will not solve everything. So there's only a special class of problems, of mathematical problems, that actually will see speed up in the computing time. And for example, what quantum computing is not good at is big data, crunching big numbers. It's really hard to get a lot of data into the processors. You can see it more like an FPGA, like a real-time processing unit, and it is good in solving very complex problems rather than solving very big problems. So if you think about the strategy for startups, and I will now talk a little bit about opportunities also for other startups, is that at the moment we are still in the very early days, and we have heard already about the ideas of building these special purpose chips in high performance computing, and the same is actually happening in quantum computing. So people are designing special chips for special algorithms, and this is this middle phase. And the end goal for the whole industry actually is to have a so-called general purpose error-corrected quantum computer, and there are many steps in between, and there are many opportunities, I think, for startups and other companies to build this ecosystem together. So if you think about it, I often see it in a kind of two-phase kind of business opportunities. At the moment, it's really about the hardware and how to use the hardware. And everyone is still trying to unlock industry applications. And this is kind of the holy grail where everyone is waiting for, to have the hardware ready to unlock those industry applications. And then, of course, in those, we really find a lot of value. And the way to do it, and the way how actually startups and companies can work together here, is by bringing the hardware and the software and the algorithms together. So you see here a few steps. At the moment, we are mainly working with the research labs, research organizations, transitioning into the high performance computing. And of course, the future will also see a lot of use on the cloud business. And at the same time, what needs to happen is actually that we need to have a lot of efforts in education, bringing quantum to the decision makers, to the engineers out there. We need to work a lot on the algorithms. There's still so much potential, and someone needs to do this. And then, of course, also bring it all the way to the applications until we build a real industry up there. So this means there's opportunities on the hardware and on the software side. And we as a company, we work mainly on the hardware, on the chip development. Means we design the chips that we build. These are superconducting chips, so we work on silicon substrate, like in the usual semiconductor industry. But then we cool those chips down to very low temperatures, and there you observe the quantum effects. We do a lot of semiconductor fabrication, and of course there's a lot of things to learn and also to collaborate then. And in the end, we do the whole system integration and also the software integration, and we collaborate actually quite a lot then with other companies who actually work on the different parts of the software stack. So this is kind of what's going on. And of course, in the end, if you want to build a successful company, it's all about the people. And this is, of course, also very important. We heard this already also in the first talk, that in the end, we need people with great ideas, and innovation comes from us, at least until AI has completely taken over, maybe at some point. And this is just one something that's very important to me, is that when we build all of those companies, all of those startups and these ecosystems, is that we really keep a human-centric view on it, and that we don't let the machines take over completely. So thank you.
네, 지금까지 세 분의 말씀.
Thank you. We listened to the introduction of three entrepreneurs. So let us begin the panel discussion. But before diving in, as going through the presentation of these three people, if you have any questions, or I have some questions as well, we will ask them such questions and then go into the panel discussion.
I'd like to start our conversation with some of the questions I have while watching the presentation of each of you. So I'll start with Eric. So the concept of the stochastic dash symbolic AI is pretty interesting. I mean, these days we are all talking about large language models and foundation models. We are not talking about the needs of the combination of different approaches to truly to deliver the value for the enterprise anyway. We all talk about LLMs and foundation models now. So how does it actually work, or how do you implement those? Does it mean you actually, when you work with the client, you actually see the development and deployment of multiple different models? Some are LLM type, some are previous old-fashioned AI model type for one use case or one complex use case applications?
Yeah, it's a good question. It really depends on where you have your application. Is your application exploratory, such as in marketing? Is it exploratory, such as in discovering new drugs? That's exploratory. Or is it operating a wind farm, or operating a solar farm? Is it designing an airplane? Those sort of items you're not exploring. You need this to have to be provably secure. What's changed is really the consequence and scale of errors. 30 years ago, there was an error in an Intel chip called a Pentium chip. If anybody remembers this, 30 years ago, there was one error. It was like 10 decimal points out, I think, something like that. So it's pretty rare that anybody was ever going to experience that. But if that ever occurred, it could be catastrophic, depending on the application. That had to get resolved at the level of math, the level of formal methods where we reside. Had it not been resolved, because that chip had, I think it's something like 3 million transistors. If you guys probably know this better than me. 3 million transistors. This thing had the computer I hold in my hand. Has something like 16 billion transistors on it. The issue here, this is a long way answering your question, but it's important, is that these errors don't scale linearly. They actually scale quadratically. So had we not solved those errors, the compute we had today would just be infeasible. We would have too many errors existing in our world. So that's what's changed, as the systems become too complex to reason about. They become too complex to manage. And so how this expresses itself is one of our clients is an oil super major in the United States. they're designing an oil well. This oil well has the inputs of multiple different engineers, a geologist, a mechanical engineer, a civil engineer, and so forth. And these engineers have facts. They don't have opinions. They have facts, based on their own expertise that's in their heads, learned over time. Those facts have to reconcile themselves, and reconciling themselves manually in the same way that I'm talking about errors potentially occurring in a semiconductor and scaling exponentially. Those errors or those facts have to reason together, and it's better to use an AI. This is what we use. We use a deterministic AI to reconcile those opinions so that you have guaranteed integrity in the final result. You can therefore drill for oil, you can design an airplane, you can manage an electricity grid with guaranteed integrity. That's an example of where deterministic AI comes into play. That's the difference from a probabilistic AI where you're doing exploration.
Okay, great explanation. So I think it all comes down to the understanding of the complexity and risk of the use cases at hand anyway, starting from there, right? I think we will cover the risk in deploying this cutting edge technologies later on. So, okay. In your actual work with the client, do you use like external large language models or foundation models, or do you develop your own large language models from Connexus AI?
Yeah, so I sit on a board of a couple AI companies, and they will use different applications. For Connexus, we will leverage other large language models. We're not going to be developing our own large language models. So we will maybe someday we'll design our own chips, Ian. But today we're leveraging the expertise of others and doing what we do best. So we will use somebody else's large language model and we'll deploy that with our own deterministic AI.
Okay, thanks. Now, Yoris, thank you for the presentation again. Probably you covered this during the presentation shortly, but I'd like to understand a little bit more about some specific cases you work with the client so that you deliver the value for the client engineering capability or science capability as they are facing.
Sorry, can you say the question again?
Like, do you have a little bit more detailed case studies
Oh, sure.
you can share about the benefits in qualitative manner or quantitative manners as well?
Yeah, so maybe take an example of like an automotive manufacturer that we're working with. The use case on Rescale is really to, they've been running crash simulation analysis for quite some time, probably over 10 years. And they went from originally sort of building vehicles and physically testing them and crashing them in a lab to building a computational model that basically has, a vehicle has more than 1 million different components in it, and virtually simulating a crash, right? And that model by itself is, has a lot of finite element analysis and algorithms behind it. And what we at Rescale have traditionally done is just, accelerate the performance of that algorithm, right? And so a customer who might be running this, taking several weeks to get to an answer with an on-premise system, is now able to real-time route to the latest AMD processor that might have been released like a month ago that is today available with a cloud provider. They're able to get significant acceleration, so from weeks down to maybe days, right? Then because it's in the cloud, they can also scale it up, so they can actually run 1,000 of them in parallel at the same time. And that sort of flexibility and agility, that's what cloud brings to many different problems, right? So that's kind of the I would say the traditional value. More recently, I think this example I'm thinking of, what a customer has also been doing is like taking all the data that gets generated from these thousands of these simulations. So usually you're running, it could be tens of thousands of different scenarios, different type of vehicle configurations. You can actually train a neural net on that output data. So then what we're doing is basically training. You run all these simulations. You take that output data set, you train a neural net on that, and it builds an inference model that for that specific physics example which are very similar types of calculations, build a much more efficient kind of engine that's numerically approximate to be able to get to that same answer. And that answer, and sort of across our customers, we've seen in many cases sort of 95 to 99% accuracy of those. So instead of having to run tens of thousands of scenarios, now they can actually run a pretty good approximator that's maybe 1,000 times faster. So instead of weeks, now you're doing this in like a matter of minutes. And so you can explore this design very quickly and easily. And how we solve the sort of probabilistic kind of challenge of like, well, that's maybe not 100% accurate, right? You take that final design and run it back through the traditional method, which is just based on these physics calculations. But if you think of it as a like AI co-pilot for the R&D engineer, it makes them much more productive, because instead of having to wait, you know, hours or weeks for all these simulations to complete, they can now do that with sort of an AI agent that's trained on existing data that they already have. And it just makes them much more productive, and can still certify it using the more traditional methods that, you know, in the case of a crash simulation, is there to sort of get to a 5-star crash rating.
Okay, fantastic. When you're talking about the benefits, the one scene of the movie, the Avengers, the magician, I forgot the name. He's looking into the future. Reminded me the scene anyway. They're looking into the future and see what is the plausible scenario for us to win the battle. Yeah. Okay. Jan, thanks for the presentation. It was really interesting. I'm not of course, I'm not AI expertise as well, but I'm not very far from like a quantum expert as well. So it was pretty interesting to hear that the time we are going to use quantum computing infrastructure is pretty near. I've never thought it's like 2025 or 2026. In my mind, it was like at least after 2030 or something like that. But it was interesting and impressive that some of your customers, government or large enterprise, are using the quantum technology already. So what I see is that there are quite a few accelerator startups in Korea and globally as well, including companies like Greg4, or in Korea we have several NPU chip companies like Furious AI or Rebellions and Sapion and so on. They are struggling to develop better and better chips to compete with the technology giants like NVIDIA. So from my perspective, I mean, they're walking on the very thin line to win the competition. It's really fierce competition, very hard to win companies like NVIDIA. And looking into the presentation you just showed yourself to us, I was curious, I became curious, what's your idea about this kind of small startups developing the chips based on the current architecture compared to the quantum future you're seeing?
Yes, in quantum computing, at the moment, the problem is that we know quite a few of algorithms where people think there will be this so-called exponential speed up. But if you look at the hardware, it's not powerful enough actually to implement those algorithms, at least at scale. So you can do a proof of concept and you see that it works on a small processor, but this is then not faster than a supercomputer or so. So we are still very much limited by the hardware, and this means we need to be as hardware efficient as possible if we want to do something useful. And then if you look at the computing industry, if you want to become hardware efficient, usually you build an ASIC, an application specific chip. So this is the idea there. To give you an example, we took an algorithm that is used to improve NMR imaging, so from the healthcare side. And we have then estimated the resource needed on a general purpose quantum chip. And then the team has modified the chip architecture. And actually, it was possible to run the same algorithm with 10 times less gate operations. So you see there's actually tremendous, substantial potential to use chip design in order to gain performance. And at the moment, very few people actually are doing this because the whole field of quantum comes out of the physics labs. And if you do a physics PhD or something like this, you're not trained in chip design and all of this. So what we are seeing actually now is that all of these very clever people who have a physics background start talking to chip designers and computer scientists and the like, and we actually see a lot of synergies. So for me, this is just the beginning. We already have quite a few of ideas where with a more clever chip design, we can really accelerate the algorithm implementation. And I think this is really the opportunity for startups, because you need there to be very innovative. You need to have some special knowledge. And I think there's a lot of value to create actually in this field of chip design for special applications.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, that's it from the list of questions I had based on the presentation. So we are going to start the panel discussion as prepared. Basically, the goal of our panel discussion is to give some insight and advice from you guys to the startup teams or the CEOs of the startups in Korea and abroad as well. So my first question would be to Eric and Yoris. So as I mentioned multiple times, currently we are seeing the explosive growth, interest and experimentation on cutting-edge technologies like generative AI and cloud computing, not only in Korea but also abroad as well. So I know that there are a lot of startup CEOs and founders considering which area we have to enter to survive and grow in this opportunistic sector. So, for example, if we break down the sector, generative AI, for example, into different layers such as infrastructure, tools, applications, etc., where do you think lies the biggest opportunities, and what are the general guidance from you to startup friends in terms of starting the experimentations or entrance? Starting with Noel.
Sure. So like this is just my perspective. I'm not an expert in the generative AI space, but I think when I think about AI right now, I think there's a big like re-platforming going on, right? And so these kind of shifts, I think in our lives maybe happen 3 or 4 times, right? So you have like the internet, you have mobile, and I think this AI is a real platform shift. So in general, I think that creates many opportunities because it basically changes the kind of landscape and sort of constraints for what kind of companies can be started and what's possible. So I think what's very exciting is that for any company, a platform shift creates a sort of why now opportunity to start new companies in general. And then I think the 3 layers that you describe are a great way to look at it. I think on the interesting thing about AI, I think in many cases is that having large data sets to train on can be a structural advantage, right? And so if something requires very large data sets, I think there as a startup you want to make sure you have a data advantage, which might mean that you're creating your own data sets that just don't exist yet, right? But if it's like data sets that, for example, are just the content on the internet, large existing tech incumbents, whether it's Google, could be even like a new startup like OpenAI, but like somebody who has a structural advantage in sort of that data set is probably going to have a significant advantage. So I would try to go look for opportunities where data sets are kind of unique, right? And then on those layers, infrastructure is always challenging, right? Like I really admire Jan of building quantum computers. Hardware, they call it hard for a reason. It's hard. So I think there's a lot of capital costs required there and a lot of kind of structural advantages of being able to, produce at scale and things like that. And so while I agree that, designing customized chips, I think is a huge opportunity, you really have to kind of pick and choose because the large incumbents there again have a lot of kind of structural advantages, and I think that's why when you look at Nvidia stock, why it's so high is because there is this sort of inherent structural advantage that many investors believe will be there for many years to come, right? On the platform layer, platforms are always very difficult, right? I can speak for myself creating a platform. Platforms are sort of defined by usually that whatever you're on top of or below, those markets are much bigger than your company yourself, right? And to create those kind of ecosystems requires many years of investment, right? And that's always a sort of a challenging thing to create if you're a startup with limited resources, right? So being in that sort of platform layer the tooling layer, I think there's a lot of exciting companies there. But again, I think that's where big tech companies do have a bit of an advantage, right? To sort of like have an existing ecosystem and application developers, et cetera, to serve. So I think that leaves kind of the app layer, right? And I think the beautiful thing right now is like the monetization model, the business models for generative AI and large language models are all still being evolved, right? And I think Sam at OpenAI has done an amazing job in opening up their API to be able to build applications and integrate those. There's an enormous, it's the fastest growing consumer app in the history of all apps, right? So ChatGPT is, and I think that creates many new opportunities. But I think focusing on something very narrow for any startup is always a good strategy, right? And this is sort of one from one of our investors, Peter Thiel. His recommendation is always to kind of like find a very specific market, and then you can build a monopoly sort of like in that market. And then,
0 to 1.
yeah, exactly. So 0 to 1 is a great book. I highly recommend it. But building those like strategic advantages in that like very narrow market can then grow into bigger markets, right? So obviously when you're presenting to investors, you want to show lots of market opportunity, like in computing. I think like Jan just presented like $200 billion computing market. But at the same time, I think you want to be really focused as a startup because you have such limited resources. So those would be some of my thoughts about interesting areas and how to think about competing in the generative AI landscape.
My perspective on your question is that it's different for an investor than an entrepreneur. If you're generically looking for opportunities, an investor can take several bets. An entrepreneur can take one. So you want to be for me, I've done, this is my sixth startup. I've been an investor in hundreds of companies, but this is my sixth startup. They've all had a commonality of what is my competitive advantage, which is these technically sophisticated businesses, generally oriented towards other large companies. If I chose to orient towards a consumer audience, my risk profile would be different. Perhaps my payoff would be better, but the risk is just not something that I personally am comfortable with. That's how I orient myself to some of these opportunities. I think what you see common among our companies is that we both chose large companies as our customers, and there's an advantage to that for us, which is you get to dig into these kind of meaty problems, and you get a little patience with customers to work on their challenges and address what you can do for them, and that affords a different profile of risk, and it requires a different level of talent given the series of opportunities. The opportunities you described are all true. They all exist. They're all over the place, but they all represent different resources and different risk profiles based on the individual and what they're going to bring to that opportunity.
Yeah, makes sense. Fair enough. Next question is to Ian. So these days in the short term, of course, especially in the context of Korea, everybody's talking about AI, cloud computing, not so much about quantum computing because we don't have the deep understanding about quantum technology yet, like experts in Europe or Canada or countries like that. So what would you see the potential impact of quantum computing when it passes the threshold of the practical applications onto the AI cloud computing infrastructure?
Yeah, so when it comes to AI and quantum computing, I think there's a two-way interaction. So quantum computers themselves are, let's say, very unstable beasts. Since it's not zeros or ones we are working with, but any kind of superposition in between, it's more like an analog computer. And this means if you want to point to anywhere in between 0 and 1, probably you will be a little bit off and you'll do an error, a slight error. And we have heard about the impact of errors earlier. And this is, of course, an issue. And the question is, okay, how can we make the system stable? And there are lots of ideas and actually many startups working on using machine learning tools and other methods to actually stabilize the quantum computers. So quantum computing will actually benefit, I think, quite a lot from these methods. On the other hand, there are quite a few algorithms out there where I think quantum computing can accelerate than AI. I think one important point is that ultimately quantum computing is very similar actually to implementing linear algebra. So if at the kernel of your problem you have a linear algebra problem, there's a high likelihood actually that you could use a quantum computer. You can think about it that the processor itself actually it goes into a very multidimensional space, quantum space, and this you can think about as a very high dimensional matrix that you're kind of operating on. And these are problems that we often find, for example, in AI applications. And I think there is a chance that we see some speed ups. And what I think is that people often talk, when they talk about quantum computing, they talk about we will solve problems that otherwise would take millions of years or thousands of years on a regular supercomputer. We solve them maybe in minutes or seconds. But actually, if you, for example, think about LLMs or others and the investments that's needed to train those, and if you could only get a speed up of a few percent actually for a startup, this would actually be a quite substantial value creation. So I think there are lots of opportunities there. And in the end, I think it's going to be an ecosystem, and quantum computing will be there and it will benefit from AI, but also I think ultimately some AI applications will benefit from quantum computing.
So from your perspective, if a startup CEOs who are interested in building services based on AI models per se at the moment, if they would like to test out or try out quantum computing infrastructure, do they have to have separate set of skill sets or expertise, or can they use the existing skill sets already?
Well, it depends on how deep you want to go and how much performance you want to get out of the system. So there are in the software stacks, there are different layers where you can enter. And of course, if you stay on the application or algorithm layer very high up, you don't need many skill sets other than you would have anyways if you're already in the field. There are libraries that you can call and all of this. But of course, if you really want to kind of squeeze out everything from the performance, then this means you need to go to lower levels of the software. And this means then at some point you need to think about compilers and stuff like this. And there usually then the quantum part comes in. But I think this is also the interesting part, because we need to, in the end, we need to have also there the collaboration between people of different know-how and different expertise. And I think there are many opportunities there. So generally, I would say don't be shy. You can actually access quite a lot of quantum computers already online through cloud systems. And it's rather intuitive in the beginning if you play around with smaller systems. So just go and try and play with the computers that are out there.
Okay, thanks. Joris, you mentioned about the competitive advantage in your answers just now, right? And this is not only the question to Joris, but Eric as well, others as well. Especially in the context of generative AI, which is a very hot topic at the moment. To me, it seems like a traditional strategy to build a so-called moat around the competitors might not work, because in the previous stage, we develop our own model based on our own data, basically. But now, even for the many of the B2B enterprise applications based on LLM, we use the external models. We don't believe the models ourselves. It's from someone else. And in many cases, it's pre-trained model, which means it's already been trained with the huge data outside there. I mean, there's a potential for the fine-tuning or whatever, something to add the value based on our data, but it's looks pretty small. So I think many of the CEOs of startups or startup ecosystem is trying to figure out what would be the next generation way of building the moat. Because previously we talked a lot about data, technology, which is equal to model, and UX, UI, and so on. And it seems to be changing now. Do you have any idea on that?
Our view is that we don't look at what moats we have. It's a little premature for companies of our size, our view. What we do is we just think, what's our unfair advantage? And our unfair advantage generally is something that starts intellectually, which is, what do we believe that other people don't believe? What shaping of reality do we have that other people aren't going to go after? And then we have to execute quite quickly. Is kind of the advantage that we will have. So an example is that we spun out of MIT based on a discovery in this branch of abstract mathematics. That has its particular advantage. We then applied it to commercial enterprise grade hardened defense level software. That's another type of advantage. That was all informed by a view that deterministic AI is where it's going, that systems are becoming too complex to manage with existing protocols or just existing frameworks, and therefore we now have an advantage. I don't know what sort of moat we have, but we've been told, and kind of our current opinion is that gives us about a 2 to 3 year head start on even the most well-funded alternative projects. That's generally the way we have been looking at it.
Yeah, I would generally say I totally agree with that. I think any startup, small company, one huge advantage is the speed that you can move, right? And you have this big platform shift. It's kind of new for everybody, and if you can move more quickly, I think that is a huge advantage, right? Another one is just having a tight, if you really focus on a specific domain, I do think there can be specific learnings to specific domains, right? So we've seen a lot of companies funded, for example, the legal space for generative AI, and legal language is very specific type of language, very sensitive, of course. And I think a lot of investors believe that new companies that can build a specific advantage around legal language and legal contracting, right? But ultimately, I do agree around, like, it's probably a little bit too early in generative AI to really even know where the moats are, even for the biggest companies, right? And I think that comes, I wouldn't worry too much about that if I was a startup founder. I would worry more about making sure actually that the focus is really narrow and specific, and then you're moving as quickly as you can, right? And then a company that's really focused and delivers value, right? If you really understand your customers, and sort of, this is from Y Combinator, but make something people want, right? As long as you're continuing to deliver value and you're on that journey with customers, right? And especially in generative AI, the customers, this is the first time they're doing this as well. I think that can build a big company over time, right? And it may require you to, along that journey, find the right partners in the space. For example, large tech companies that maybe provide you foundational models that you fine tune. But I think it's important to have that sort of open mind, but then be very focused and specific about what opportunities that you go after.
It's a fantastic point, actually, that I can expand on a little bit to give a story. So one of my companies did statistical arbitrage. So we looked at equity prices in the public securities markets, how to apply mathematics to arbitrage between different prices. There's a particular strategy called pairs trading, where you buy Coke and sell Pepsi, for example, or buy Apple and sell Sony, for another example. Those are pairs of stocks, buy one, sell the other. That's a pairs trade. The relationships between those trades, however, is generally ephemeral. They don't last very long. And this is a type of moat that we're talking about. So there's no moat in pairs trading. The advantage doesn't last very long. And so we don't conceptualize that. How my company was able to address this problem is we thought about it intellectually differently, right? We did something completely different. What we did is we said, we're going to synthetically recreate the concept of a pairs trade. And this is just an example of not thinking about a moat, but just thinking of an advantage that is longer lasting. Not forever, but it's longer lasting. What we did is we said, we have Apple on one side, and instead of having Sony on the other side, what are a basket of stocks on the other side that can synthetically recreate the short position on a buy on Apple, right? That's not a forever trade. We don't hold it. We didn't hold it in this case for very long, but it was a longer lasting advantage. Not a moat, not a wall, just a longer lasting advantage in this particular highly liquid market than the ephemeral pure praise trade. So it's just a context here about how startups can intellectually be thinking about advantages they may have, which is just how to create just a little bit more of an advantage relative to how other people are thinking about a market.
Okay, great. I understand that you guys are all like successfully raised fund for your startups, of course, but while the interest in the cutting edge technology is really high everywhere now, the media talk about the new technologies, new companies every day. But actually, when I talk to the investor communities, including venture capital firms, they are pretty much cautious, I would say, cautious about making the actual investment decisions for certain startups working on the new technologies nowadays. So why you guys think the reason behind those delayed or late investment decisions, and how would you give the advice to the startup CEOs or management teams to deal with this kind of situation? Yeah.
I guess there are many reasons. I think one obvious one is that the number of IPOs goes down, and then no capital is flowing back, and people have to be more careful. Investors are concerned about their portfolio and want to protect this, and many other things. But I think the important point is to understand what actually startup founders can do to still raise money, right? Because there is still money out there. And I think what we have seen in the past before the decline was that there were many promises and a lot of hot air often. And I think it's very important to really be credible about your story, have the focus that was mentioned, and also show some traction if possible. For example, with customers, I showed this example that we are selling to the governments. Of course, people can ask, okay, why do you even do this? It's so cumbersome to go to this business to government. But actually, it gives us these customer journey, these customer stories, and it gives us traction and something to report on, right? When we have the next call with the investors. So I think in the end, it's about trust, and this means tell a story that people believe and people trust you that you can execute the story, and then show traction. And then this is not new, right? It was always like this. I think it's just now that people have become a bit more diligent and more careful in checking your background and your story. But if you have a good story and if you have good technology and you have the traction, I think it's still possible to raise money also these days.
Thanks.
Yeah, my perspective on this, I think we all have our own set of experiences that kind of inform our opinions on this. You know, my own view, just based on what I've been successful doing, which is that I'll really start with the customers. You don't always have to do this. You can often start with some really fantastic ideas and bright people, but we've started with the customers because if we have customers, the larger contract, the better. The investors are just going to come along for the ride, and it's where we felt comfortable because if we started with investment, then it's a little too speculative, just based on what I've done. But if we're starting with the customers, we're just using the capital to fulfill on growth that the customers are already demonstrating is available in a growing market.
Yeah, fantastic. Makes sense. My next question would be about the talent, right? So I think all three of you have different kind of vision about the talents each of your company will require in the future. But the reality for most of the startup CEOs is that the large or big tech companies are constantly sucking up the talent the startup CEOs need as well. So is there any like specific strategies or tactics or your secrets to attract and hire the talents you want in your own startup company?
Yeah, I can take that one. I think if you want to work at a startup, I do think it takes a special type of employee, right, to be excited about that. And so I think it starts with being really focused on and excited about the mission and the journey that that company is on, right? Um, I mean, even for founders, I think for myself, part of the reason I was excited to found a company was because of the potential and the impact that it could have, right? And I think if you join a small company, your ability to have a significant impact can be much greater than at a large company, right? And I've worked at some large companies. It is, it is more difficult to move quickly. It is more difficult to have as big of an impact. There's always exceptions to that, but I think, that's very special about a startup. I think there's no sort of easy path for any startup. So the other part is it's going to be a difficult journey, right? And so I think when there was an enormous amount of funding, right, in the 2020, 2021, there was just exuberance in the startup world. It was actually hard to figure out who's in it because they're really passionate about the long-term like mission of the company and who's maybe in it just because it's like the coolest thing to do right now, right? And so I think right now you see a lot of opportunities, I think, to join startups and to recruit talent that is really excited about the mission and that journey that you're on. I do think big tech has also been a lot more focused on productivity and efficiency. So I think that's actually been helping smaller companies to be able to sort of recruit more effectively. But I think it's mostly about competing in dimensions that are sort of orthogonal, right? Like if you get really excited about getting a free lunch every day, maybe Google has a nice cafeteria or Meta or one of those companies. But I think if you get really excited about making big contributions to really important problems and having a lot of freedom in how you do that and a lot of impact and be able to move quickly, startups can be an amazing place to work.
I what I feel strongly about from my experience is that every entrepreneur has to pick their own journey here. The failure mode towards finding talent is if I try to create a company that is somehow mimicking Jan's or Joris's company. I have to pick my own set of values. Me and my co-founders have to pick our own set of values. So our own set of values just has to remain consistent among our hiring, our promotion, and generally how we reward people. So in our particular case, we also don't emphasize free lunches that Google might offer. Startups have their own advantages. For us, we really encourage this exploration in mathematics, and so we have a community in abstract math that powers our software, and the people that come to work for us love that about the community that they become a part of. They feel like they're changing the world from that solid foundation. We also happen to have a full-time barista, but we don't go overboard on any other expressions of a startup. Those are the places that our culture expresses itself. I encourage a book in this regard. It's called Reculturing, that talks how to operationalize the culture that you and your founders declare.
I see. I have one quick question to you, Eric, as well. So because you're working with your clients regarding the generative AI space a lot, I'm pretty sure that large enterprises in Korea as well are considering what kind of talents they need to experiment and implement this new technology, right? What kind of talent they have to consider to either develop their own systems or working with external partners?
From my experience, the largest companies are going to be forced to work with some of the newer companies, kind of developing companies, and the reason is because the natural organization of large firms and governments has just lent itself to outsourcing technical talent. They just haven't over decades grown up acquiring technical talent of any particular specialty, let alone generative AI. And generative AI now exists in other places, and quantum computing exists in other places, and physics simulations now exist in other places. So trying to acquire the talent after we just describing the benefits of changing the world in these sort of structures is probably the wrong question for these large organizations. It's really how to partner with other sort of companies, how they can collaborate with other organizations. That's going to be the success path for these large companies. 70-80% of total information technology spend is in this generally this area of bringing data together and making it usable, and that's outsourced to consultants already. So that's a trend that I expect to just continue, but just be reoriented towards different sort of firms.
Yeah, it makes it. But as far as I know, most of the Asian conglomerates or companies actually have a very strong tendency to sort of internalize some sort of capabilities within themselves so that they can have more control of what they're doing anyway. So that was a background of question. But yeah, I hear you, and I think it's a great point for the companies to be more ready to work with the external partners for collaboration. Yeah, I see. 혹시 라이브 스트림 되고 있는
Are there any questions coming from the floor or from the live stream channels? If not,
maybe this be my last question. So this will be a quick one. So all three of you are successful entrepreneurs and businessmen in the respective field. So what any other advice would you give to a CEO of the startups in Korea working on the technologies, new technologies, including quantum as well, to survive and grow their companies quickly in this ever-changing environment? Probably starting with Yen.
Maybe especially if you're a first-time CEO, like in my case, it's very important to accept to learn, and it's a learning journey in the end. And I think we heard about the values, and I think there one has to be strong. But all the other topics, there are people out there who have done this already several times. And of course, it's important to find the right people who you can trust, but then accept their knowledge, accept their advice, and do what you're good at, and then bring the right team together who can fill the gaps.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think building a great team is absolutely critical. I will also add that now, there's no better time to start a company than today, right? So like, I think startups and entrepreneurship is sort of very foundational to, building a better future. And so I think it's a very important kind of that founders build these companies and that teams actually pursue these new ideas and accelerate the sort of innovation process. And so my words of advice would be read books like 0 to 1 and persevere, right? In the words of like Paul Graham, he said, like startups don't die, founders give up. I think that's very true. So if you're willing to have grit and resilience, you will persevere in the end.
Man, that is good advice. I got to really reemphasize my book recommendation: reculturing, reculturing. But our company starts and ends with its team. It's the quality of the team, and the characteristics of the team are an intellectual curiosity, consistent intellectual curiosity, and persistence, like just a dogged persistence. Those are the characteristics of that particular team. The advice I give to entrepreneurs, especially from what I've seen here, is to lead with what problem is being solved. You got to get that pitch down very clear, very concise, but lead with that issue, and everything else falls out of that.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. 네, 긴 시간 동안
thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us for a long time. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for everyone here. Please give them a big hand.
비행을 했지.
요거 테이핑 한 번만.
마이크 테스트합니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크 테스트합니다.
안녕하세요. Shalom audience. Shalom guests. I'm so happy to open this panel on the Odyssey of Israeli innovation. I'm extremely curious about what we're going to hear. I want to thank, first of all, the Israel Government Economic and Trade Office in Korea and Tamar Kosher, who is leading them. Tamar, please. Well, you'll meet her. She's going to be guiding the panel for organizing this incredible group. We have three exceptional speakers. We have one person who is going to be urban aeronautics, the idea of what Israel is doing on how the smart city will operate in the air. We have a unique model of crowdsourcing and how to bring, they did it the first time to bring everyone together for new areas for VC. And we have a VC which is focused on the deepest kinds of technology. I think it's going to be amazing. What I wanted to say, Israel innovation is key to the Israel-Korea relationship because there is a true symbiosis and energy between what Israel can provide and what Korea has in terms of scale up. My feeling is that if Korea will indeed succeed in its ambition to build and market the lead autonomous vehicle in the world, it will be because that vehicle has embedded in it disruptive Israeli code, and therefore our relationship is essential. In many ways, our relationship is excellent. I think that the economic relationship between Israel and Korea can be much more, and I think that we're also turning a corner. Right now, this weekend is actually the Jewish New Year. It's called Rosh Hashanah. The year is 5784 since creation of the earth. So this weekend in the Jewish tradition, it's the birthday of the world. Birthdays are very, very high energy days. And so I'm very, very happy that we're having this discussion on Israel innovation right on the eve of the birthday of the world. Thank you very much. Gamsahamnida.
Okay, great. Hi everyone, 안녕하세요. Thank you for joining us. And thank you to Ambassador Tor for coming over, greeting us in this special occasion. I am so happy to be here and talk about Israeli innovation. Israel is a special place, small economy that has more than 8,000 startups, 300 MNCs, hundreds of VCs, and it's just a nation of less than 9 million citizens. There is a lot of similarity between Korea and Israel and a lot of differences. And I am happy that we have a chance to share and explore the Israeli innovation with you, with our amazing guests here. So I would love to introduce them to you and their special backgrounds. So first, we have here Ran Brun. He's a businessman, an entrepreneur, ex-diplomat in the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, director and CEO of Urban Aeronautics and Tactical Robotics, two amazing tech companies coming to change the world. He's also an ex-pilot in the military and in commercial airplanes. Urban Aeronautics and Tactical Robotics are in the business of manned and unmanned aerial systems, and I am sure we are going to explore the ideas with him now. Dan Span is a managing partner in our crowd, Israel's most active investor, and has been active in Korea for over 10 years. He has been very successful in managing the investments of some of the most well-known Korean financial institutes here in Korea and corporate investments in Israel, such as KYOBO, Hana, and many others. Dan's also developed a globally acclaimed workshop called Fundraising Masterclass, where he has trained thousands of CEOs about fundraising, including in Harvard, Kellogg, and many other, including even some Korean universities this year. And finally, we have Tal Ben Moshe. He is the VP of Operations and Investor Relations at Grove Ventures, a technology enthusiast with over 15 years of experience in both legal and startup sectors. Tal is deeply committed to adding value to Grove Ventures' portfolio companies and investors. His role is pivotal in allowing multinationals and financial investors to tap into Israel's cutting-edge technology ecosystem. So I think now you understand why we chose these three superpowers here to come and explore with us a bit more about Israeli innovation and how we can collaborate together. I would like to start with a question for Dance. Hey there.
Hello.
So, as all of us just heard, you have been managing the investments of some of the most well-known Korean institutes and corporates. How do you see Korean and Israel tech relationship? From your point of view, what are the Koreans looking into the Israeli market, and what can we take from that?
So first of all, Annyeong Haseo. It's wonderful to be here. So I think actually the ambassadors, the key word that he used was that it's a very symbiotic relationship. You see, I'm always humbled when I'm asked to speak about the Israel miracle story here in Korea, because as much as Israel is a miracle, Korea is a miracle as well. So I think we are probably the two biggest miracle stories in the last 100 years. And I think it's when we look at Korea, you have been incredible, what I would call entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial skills within an organization. We, Israel, we lead the innovation when it comes to entrepreneurship, the most investments per capita, the most unicorns per capita, et cetera, I could continue. But actually, when I look at the World Innovation Index, Korea leads in the world, according to Bloomberg, I think for the last 5-6 years. So I think the symbiotic relationship actually is that Israel is extremely good at 0 to 1, probably the best in the world. But you guys are best in getting 1 to 10. And that's why I think many of the Korean institutions and corporations are looking very, very strongly at Israel, because they need to get access to the 0 to 1. Then Israel can benefit incredibly from bringing the technologies to Korea, and then you can scale it up from 1 to 10. And we see this in the last couple of years, thanks to Tamar's and the ambassadors' great help, how really these more and more, we see how more and more Korean corporations are coming to Israel, both looking to invest, but also for M&A, and I think we only see the beginning.
Thank you for that. Let's pop to Tal at the end here.
Hi.
Hey, Tal. So Tal has major experience in working in one of the top bases in Israel for long years now. I would like to ask and get your point of view on how do you think this current period of capital constraints is going to affect Israel and Korean startups? What do you think we can benefit from it, and where are we going to see some maybe lack of advantages?
Thank you, Tamar. So first of all, great to be here, and thank you for inviting us all. It's a pleasure to be here in Korea and to get to know this amazing country. So for me, I think I work at Grow Ventures. Grow Ventures is a venture capital fund that invests in deep tech. We call it deep tech because it's basically investing in startups that had a very intensive technology background behind them. We see it in semiconductor, quantum computing, AI, and these kind of things. And I think that the main thing that we see here in the coming period is the change in the funding ecosystem around the world. We're going from a stage of plenty, when there's enough money to go around, and whatever you need, you can solve with money, to a stage in which you have to be very careful on what you invest in and very careful in what you do with the money that you receive from investors. And I think this kind of situation a lot of time brings us very great opportunities. First, opportunities to be more precise in the opportunities that we are trying to tap into. So basically, we're going to see a lot of innovation that is focused on trying to solve very concrete problems that are affecting the world, and they have a need for it, instead of just chasing dreams which are very much in the future and are very not established. And we see that this kind of opportunities brings a lot of opportunity, a chance to collaborate between Israel and Korea. Why? Because Korea Korean companies, and we have a lot of experience with it, with working with Samsung and working with SK. They have a lot of knowledge on how to take technology and bring effective solutions. And startups now, even in Israel, are very good in connecting to that and trying to work around it and find it and bring those solutions to the market. So we see that as a very good advantage and things that we can move forward in this time.
Thank you. So talking about future and disruptive technologies, we are going to talk with Eran here, who is CEO of two amazing companies, startups that are disrupting the future and bringing us flying robots, basically. Eran, I would love to hear from you a bit about your views as someone that is inside of the startups of Israel. What do you think in a land of 8,000 startups and just 9 million people? It says we have loads of companies basically that are popping by and they're doing different amazing things. What can we take from your experience in this business and learn from what makes our Israeli startups so interesting? And what do you think are the lessons learned here?
Good morning. Thank you, Tamar. Thank you for the audience. With your permission, I will start beginning explaining a bit about our technology or startup. So we are a very young startup, 20 years old. We are in the field of aviation, of the hardcore of the aviation, which is not a very natural field for startup. The founder of the company, Dr. Rafi Yoeli, who is a very world-known engineer, found out that actually in the aviation today, even up to today, there is nothing that can solve problem of close aviation, which means there is no aerial vehicle, no helicopter who can fly close to buildings behind the power lines or in a very dense obstacle environment. So he actually developed a kind of a helicopter with no exposed rotors. The rotors are inside the body, ducted rotors, and we have developed a control system which is very different from all the systems based of aviation today. The control system allowed the aerial vehicle to fly vertically without using all the roll, yaw, and pitch things, which means it will be the first time that a kind of an airplane will fly, can touch a building, can take someone from a building from the window and take it to safety. But aviation is a long process, which means there is no 3, 4, 5 years of development. Basically, it takes about 15 years to develop an airplane, especially if it is a very innovative. So basically, this is what we are doing. We are already after 300 testing flights of our demonstrator, which means the technology is working. And now we are in the phase of actually dividing between the civil market based on electrical engine and the other markets based on a jet engine. So I'm the CEO of a startup, but remember, it is a startup of 20 years, and it's a very different thing. I would try, and in one sentence, we'll try to summarize your question. I would say that the spirit of the Israeli entrepreneur is the most important thing. And this probably you will hear from everyone. But what I see is that when this spirit meets a very deep knowledge, very going deep into the roots of the field that the entrepreneur are working with, then you have a startup. So I would say the most important thing in the Israeli innovation spirit is going deep into the roots, have the most basic and deep know-how of what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. It was really enlightening. Let's go back to Tal. So, thinking about global companies, investors, and the investment scene, how can global companies and investors tap into the Israeli startup ecosystem?
Thank you. So this is a great question because from our experience here, I think Dan's also see that there are a lot of bad things you can do when you tap into a new market, and there are a lot of good things you can do. And in order to create real value for yourself and also for your company, you need to do it in the right way in order to bring a lot of innovation and value to the company back, and also to create a good name for yourself within the ecosystem that you're trying to tap into. So first of all, I think from our experience and what we see is the best way is to do it in a gradual way. It's very important not to go all in and, just come into a new environment when you don't know anyone and just start pouring money into startups that you not really know the ecosystem and we say who is who in the zoo, but basically just to understand who are you talking to and what their reputation is. The best thing that we see is, first of all, there are the Ministry of Economics and everyone that really supports incoming investors and trade. They're very good in connecting them to the relevant partners within the ecosystem that are fitting to their needs. And of course, we as a VC are really open to being the first door into the country and helping technology companies, basically, if they want to see semiconductors, so we can be their spearhead into the country and identify the relevant opportunities in startups that are engaged in this kind of technology, connect them to them. Then after a while, after 1 or 2 years, when you get exposure, you invest in a couple of companies, couple of startups, you know the lay of the land. Then you can basically start to open a, 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 a company within Israel and then start operating by yourself. I think that's the best way. We saw that in Samsung that did the same thing. We saw that in SK. We saw that in European companies like Porsche that we work with. So I think this is a really good testament to this method, and I think that's the best way.
Thank you. Dance. So you have a lot of experience working with the Korean market and American market, Israeli market, and many more. And I know one of your focuses is really helping and supporting ecosystem and startups. You have been advising many entrepreneurs and accelerators, and I would love to hear from your point of view. How do you think we should build out an entrepreneurship ecosystem? What tips can we take from you? And what do you think are the lessons learned?
Sure. How much time do I have? So I've been coming to Korea for almost 10 years. This year, this is my third trip. And I've been really blessed to work with some of the most well-known corporations here and institutions. And I got very close to, obviously, the government and some of the accelerators. And one of the questions I've always been asked is, Dennis, tell me the secret sauce of Israel. How can we copy the startup nation and make it here? And first of all, my short answer is don't copy the startup nation. You have to adapt it to what your strengths are. But obviously, that's a bit of a cliche answer. But the good news is, for example, yesterday I was in a panel, a judge in a big startup competition at a conference here in Seoul, and the companies I saw were incredible. I must say, there were 9 companies. I think 6, 7 of them were amazing technologies and already with serious revenues. So it's been extremely impressive. But when I talk to the government officials, the municipalities, they always complain, we don't have unicorns. How can we have, Israel, is unicorn nation. We have 100 unicorns. Listen to this, 100. You know, anybody knows how many unicorns there are in the world? Any guess? 10,000, 100,000, 1,000? What's the guess? It's around 1,000, 1,200 unicorns. 100 of that is Israel. That's close to 10%. Now, Israel is 10% of the world's population, obviously, right? No, we are 0.01. So probably Israel is like 1,000 times more the proportional, the unicorns than what the world has. We have more unicorns than the whole European continent. For 450 million people, Tamar at the beginning said Israel is 9 million people, right? But and you guys had YouTube before there was YouTube. Pandora TV. Anybody knows what Pandora TV is here? It was 3 years before YouTube. What about SciWorld? You have SciWorld, right? SciWorld was, I think, 2 years before Facebook. So you guys had the companies, but you never been able to scale it to become the unicorns, right? And the reason for it is there is a lot of variables in the equation here. Perhaps the most important thing is that you need to get funding from Israeli or US investors. If you don't have international investors in your cap table, you will not be able to become a unicorn. You have Kakao, obviously, and there are a number of local unicorns, but the issue with the Korean market is interesting, because Korean market is big enough, but not really big enough, but not too small enough. Israel is so small, so the entrepreneurs from day one, they don't think about the Israeli market, but they go global. Probably first the US market. US market or China market is Indonesian market is so big that the local market is big enough. Now the Korean market is just between. You are big enough to make a good company, but not big enough to become a unicorn. And therefore, you kind of find yourself between the two chairs. I don't know how do you translate it. In a Hungarian, we say between two chairs, you find yourself under the table, right? So the issue is that you need to think about global markets from day one. It's a global market from day one, not a Korean market. And you have to raise money from international investors. That's key. And for that, you need to change your story. I've been working with a lot of the Korean entrepreneurs, many of them, yesterday and the last couple of days, and this is my main message to them. By the way, I was with 3 months ago. I was in a conference with Ban Ki-moon. Everyone knows Ban Ki-moon is, and everybody asked me if I'm his son. No, I'm not. I know that my name is the same, but we are not related. But we had a good conversation, and his message, we were in the same conference. His message was, the entrepreneurs need to learn to, and I'm quoting him, take risk, you have to take risk, you have to take risks. And that is the second kind of ingredient. That's the second variable. I was a serial entrepreneur before I joined the dark side and became an investor. And when I left my really amazing high paid job and became an entrepreneur, and I told my mother, my mother told me, Dennis, an entrepreneur is just a synonym for unemployed, right? And I have a Jewish mother. I don't know if you guys have Korean mothers, very similar. Okay, you can't tell your Jewish mother that you're leaving your good job. So, but you have to take risks, and the risk-taking attitude is something that it will take years and years of education, and it's a responsibility both the government, the education institutions, but also the parents and the schools, etc. And I think when you bring these number of variables together, you have everything that you can build. You can become also a unicorn nation.
Thank you. So thinking globally and understanding your market is something very pivotal in all of our startups in Israel. And one great example is here with us. So urban aeronautics are aiming to change aviation, and they're basically making flying robots. And if you know where is Israel and our nation, we're tiny. We don't really need flying robots, but the globe does need it. So looking into a startup that is aiming for the global market from the start. I would love to hear from you around a bit more about what is really making flying robots different than other robots, and a bit more about your up and edgy technology.
Thank you, Tamar. I find myself an ambassador of aviation now, but I would say that robots are doing things for mankind or assisting mankind in a very various ways. But flying robots is a bit different. When you are dealing with aviation, there is a heavy regulation. There are safety issues that are not in a regular field of robots. And a flying robot is actually something that can be an airplane, a passenger airplane, taking off in Seoul on his way to New York and has no aircrew, no pilots. That's one of the kinds of a flying robot. The other kind is all kind of small and big machines that are flying in the air and can do jobs that other machines cannot do. It can be taking photos. It can be working on power lines. It can do EMS, search and rescue, spraying for agriculture. And what makes them different from actually a regular airplane that doing the job, that it is first autonomous, and maybe more than autonomous, they can handle various situation while flying. It sounds very simple when I say so, but it is very complicated to achieve technically, aerodynamically, and also finding what is the killer application, what is the most needed application to have a flying machine doing a specific job which has no pilot. So this is the questions that we were dealing with in the beginning. It seems that we are working on going for the EMS market. For now, we are going for a pilot aerial vehicle, but we have already an unmanned vehicle that got permission from the Israeli Defense Forces to actually take wounded people inside for the hospital treatment, which means actually, I would say it will be the first time human beings are going to be flying with an aerial machine with no pilot, actually a flying robot. So think about the change in the concept of doing so. And if I'm going back to what I said in the beginning, I think the time or in the future where passenger airplanes will have no pilots inside is very far away. Psychology-wise, commercially wise, regulation-wise, there is no logic in really not putting a human being as a supervisor for the flying machine. Today, most of the flights, the commercial flights, are being done by automatic pilots, automatic navigation system. Even emergencies the airplane is actually recommending the pilot what to do. Actually, it's a kind of a flying robot, but the pilots are in control. And I think that in commercial aviation, it will take a long time before really we are not going to see a human being in the cockpit. So if you can come to conclusion from what I said, that some of what we are dealing in tactical robotics is not in pure development of technology and aerodynamics, but we are dealing with necessity, regulation, safety, and all other issues that are connected to aviation and not really for robots. So a flying robot is more connected to aviation than to the robot field. I would say this is the main issue about it.
It is always amazing to me to hear about the new cutting edge technologies that are being developed and researched in Israel. And I think this is one of a great example. Talking about innovation, Tal, if I can have you help here.
Yeah.
So why do you think Israeli innovation can be and is, we can say, I think it is already a key in the, and also a key in the global factor? And what are we going to see in the future from the Israeli innovation?
So thanks for the question. So I think in Israel we have some stuff that we know how to do. This is like since the early on, I think there are some prominent fields that came out of Israel and are the strength of our country and the strength of our technology backbone. It's easier to see that in cybersecurity, which is about, I think, as Dov, our managing partner from Grow Ventures mentioned yesterday, Checkpoint was securing the internet before there was internet. So it was, it's in our blood in that sense. So this is something that is, I think, always would be a leading factor here in Israel, and something that we are global leaders in the future. Another thing that is very relevant to the global stage and is very dominant in Israel ecosystem is semiconductor. So as we all know, semiconductor are a very key factor now in global debates, and we have some very interesting hubs. So there is, of course, Taiwan, there is Korea, there is Israel, and there is, of course, the US and Europe a little bit in that. But there are basically some islands that are dominating these fields, and Israel is a key of one of them. You can see Intel, that is basically the biggest employer in Israel in the technology ecosystem. Amazon is basically all of the chips that Amazon is using are being developed in Yokneam. I was actually the lawyer for when Amazon bought one of the startups that I was representing. It was called Annapurna Labs, and now they are basically manufacturing all of the chips for AWS, which is amazing. And I think a lot of I'm not sure that everyone knows, but the new chips that Apple is using in the iPhones were also developed in Israel, which is kind of amazing. So I think this is a very key factor of the Israeli ecosystem, and we are very proud to be investing in that field. I think we are a prominent investor in the semiconductor industry. We have several startups that go from AI semiconductor AI chips to networking chips and also quantum computing that we are focused on. And I think this would be always be an area that Israel is leading in a global stage. And of course, I'm, I'm not sure that there is a panel that they didn't spoke about AI, but AI is a main factor, and we are, of course, leading that for a couple of decades now. And this would always be something that Israel is prominent in. We can see actually applications of Israel leading also in the application layer, but also on the model layer. So we have a company called A121, which is one of the most prominent model companies in the world that are really up there with OpenAI, and we see a lot of innovation there. Of course, that additional fields are like water tech, agriculture, which are traditionally very important and would be very important in the future when we see global warming. So I think there's a lot, but these are the fields that we see.
Thank you. Dance, let me go back to you. So there is a lot of talk about tech winter that is coming, and I think as a country that is fairly based, our GDP, workforce, and a lot of us are concerned because of that. Um, so what are your suggestions as an entrepreneur and as an investor for startups and for entrepreneurs here in Korea and in Israel?
So I'm sure everybody knows that I think you said, quoting you, that there's a tech winter coming, or already we are in it. So if you look at the numbers globally, let's just talk about global numbers. The dollars flowing into the venture ecosystem went down close to 50 to 60%. This is also true for Israel. So obviously the times are very different. They say that maybe the best way to describe it, that 2 years ago or like 18 months ago, everybody had FOMO. FOMO stands for, most of you know probably, but fear of missing out. Today it became JOMO with a J, the joy of missing out. So people are just, investors, we don't invest, right? We have joy not to just to miss out. It's okay to miss the deals. And that's very, very difficult for entrepreneurs. That makes it very, very difficult for entrepreneurs to raise money. And we know this is, for entrepreneurs, if they don't raise money, they die. Most of them will die. I'm not the entrepreneurs, but the companies. So I think you need what I teach to my portfolio companies, and what I teach globally to entrepreneurs, is you really have to change your story. You really have to change the story. We don't have patience. Investors lose patience. If you are in minute one in your storytelling, you have to show path to profitability, path to scalability. Again, I'm talking generally. If we are a super deep tech companies, like my friend Tal is looking at, it's a bit different. But most companies, you need to show a way that you can actually make money much faster than it was, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, basically the message was grow at any cost. Just grow, and we just give you money, just grow. I want to see revenue growth. But today, revenue growth is not enough. We want to see what we call the LTV, CAC, lifetime value, the client acquisition cost. I want to see the path that you can actually, if I suck out the money, no money, you can still become profitable. If there is no path to that, no way I'm going to invest. And again, yesterday in that when I was the judge in the panel, and I saw these amazing, great Korean innovations. None of those companies showed me financial models. None of them showed monetization models. None of them showed go-to-market models. Without this, no way I would look at a company. So you have to go back to your boardroom, to your meeting rooms, and work on how you actually your business model actually makes sense. And one more thing is that try to be creative. In Israel, we have a saying. I'm surprised that we have been speaking for 30 minutes. Nobody mentioned, but we have the word called chutzpah. Maybe somebody can translate it to Korean. Probably there's no word in Korean for chutzpah, I would assume. But chutzpah is, maybe my friends will know how do you explain it in Korean, at the Israeli embassy. But chutzpah is like kind of, it's between arrogance and boldness. So it can be both negative and positive, because you have to be bold. If you're an entrepreneur, again, we talk about the risk taking. If you don't have boldness, you will never succeed. But also chutzpah can be seen arrogance. But entrepreneurs, by nature, if you don't have this boldness, you will not. It's very hard to succeed. And one of the key things that you have in Korea, more than any other country, is the corporations. You have some of the most amazing corporations locally, and you need to get POCs. You need to get beta testing. Someone, you have a cousin, you have an uncle, you have a friend from your school, ask to get into these corporations, and as an entrepreneur, get a beta testing, get a POC, to show that your product or your technology can work. And that's the way, I think, that's the way to get a much faster credibility, validation that actually you're working on something that makes sense. So the key message is, you have to change your story and adapt it to the current environment. And you have to show me how you have a path for scalability and you have a path to profitability.
Thank you. So thinking about the tech winter, hoping that the future is going to be brighter. As a startup in the autonomous machines field, what do you think the future is holding for us in the autonomous machines and flying robots, startups, or automotive as a whole?
It's a very broad question. And by the way, I think the audience can see the difference between the methodology of my perspective and the two others who are coming from the heart of the startup, the innovation startup. And while I'm concentrating on a bit different field, I would say that autonomous is going to very quickly, but it's in some field it's going to be different than what we anticipated. I heard Professor Amnon Shashua, the one who founded Mobileye, that was bought by Intel. I think that in every car today there is kind of the software and the hardware of Mobileye. He was predicted 3 years ago that 2 years from then, autonomous car will drive in the US, in Israel, and so on. And we see that full autonomous is a bit slower than we predict. Maybe the technology is there, but there are many issues that hold back the whole system. So I see any autonomous robots, machine, tractors, airplanes that is connected to autonomous system, I see them develop very fast. But those who are connected to regulations, safety, and other issues, one of the issues is psychology one. As a passenger, I'm not sure you are going to go into a cab with no driver, and also to be a passenger on an airplane with no pilot. So I think that those fields where safety and regulation are involved, we are going to see a very slow motion before before it will be really into the market, which means the technology is going to be before the market use of things.
Thank you. So we are really at the end of our session, and I want to wrap our session with one question for all of our panel. If you can give us one advice for any entrepreneur, any startup builder here, anyone that is wanting to get inside the tech scene or that is just in his first steps. Whatever you feel is the best one, please share with us. So I will start from the end, as always. Tal, go ahead.
Sure. So I think one of the things Dan's mentioned is about being bold and take risk. We say that as VCs, we tend to say it a lot about entrepreneurs. And I wanted to also mention that I think tech winter is also the time to take risk for VCs, which is important to say. I think in retrospective, if we look at the past, tech winters were the best time to invest. It was 2001, 2008, 9. If you look at the past, this was the birth of the biggest and greatest companies and greatest venture investment. So we need to be also bold and take risks. And this is what we do also in Grow Ventures, and we continue to invest even in the tech winter. For entrepreneurs, I think one of the things that we are, one of our motto in Grow Ventures is people first. And I think it's one of the most important things when you start a new venture is looking at people first and see who are you building the venture with. It's about able to build a team. And from my experience, it's better to have a team than starting in your own. And a team that you can count on, a team that you can rely on each other, and that you have very good trust among yourselves. Usually this comes from years of working together or close, I don't know, close relationships, but can also come from different areas. But I think that's one of the key things for the future. Entrepreneurship has a lot of up and downs, and I think my two gentlemen here can attest to that. And you need someone who would be able to be with you during the up times and mostly during the down times. And this is, I think, the main key when you're starting a new venture.
First of all, I totally agree with Tal. So it's hard to add after what you said, but and I in early stage investing, you know, as they say in real estate, it's location, location, location. I think in our business, it's again, I'm talking about super early stage investing, because that's what your question was that when you start the business, it's about team, and find your co-founders and get the best team on board. You know, I think I spoke a lot about this, so maybe just emphasizing again two points. When I was an entrepreneur, you know, until we figured it out, we failed and failed and failed and failed and failed again before we got it right. And that is the definition of being an entrepreneur. So if after the first failure you give up, or after the first failure the society judges you or your family, etc., you're never going to make it, right? So you need to have that vision that failure is okay, and failure is the definition of an entrepreneur. You have to fail. That's number one. And this number two, again, I'm just repeating myself. Don't think of the Korean market. Think of the global market from day one. That's the key. Think, build everything in it, try to do it in English from day one, you know, even codes and markets and materials. Otherwise, you're going to just waste a lot of time and again, try to get into international accelerators, international VC ecosystems, and try to get funding from an international VC.
I'll be very short and clear. Being an entrepreneur, make sure you are the best in the world in what you are doing. Cooperate with academic institution in your country globally, but make sure you and your team are really the best in the world in the specific thing that you are doing. This is one of the key things, I think, to success.
So I think we are going to wrap it up very soon. I want to start by thanking my guests here, Tal, Dan, and Eran. They came all across the globe from Israel, especially to share their knowledge and experience. So thank you guys very much, and Shana Tova. I want to thank Ambassador Tor for coming over and supporting everything we do in the Israeli Economic and Trade Office. And to my amazing team sitting here, Lily, Mini, James, and Jion for making everything happen. Thank you to our hosts also that have provided this amazing opportunity. And thank you guys, all of you that were here with us, listening in. Thank you and have a great day.
달리카 팬이세요? 네.
Okay. Hello. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for joining us this afternoon, especially during lunchtime. So appreciate your participation and taking interest in what we're about to talk about. And thank you to the organizers for hosting this wonderful opportunity. And we're going to be talking, I think our topic today is how K-startups can go global. And we have, it's my pleasure to have our distinguished members of the panel today. Do we have Daryl online? So before I introduce each members of our panel, just a little bit about myself. My name is Michael Jian, and I am one of the managing partners for Solasta Ventures. I'm based in San Francisco. We invest in deep tech, early stage companies out of our San Francisco office. But more broadly, Solasta Ventures is the US arm of Aju IB Investment, which, as you hopefully know, is one of the most sort of premier venture capital firms here in South Korea. And so with that, it's my honor to be able to introduce our distinguished panelists. So let me start with my left most panelists. Celia, would you be so kind to provide a few words about your role today, maybe your firm, and how your current activity might be related to our topic today?
Thank you, Michael. So my name is Celia Indal. I'm the CEO of EQT Foundation, the philanthropic arm of the global investment firm EQT, which has around 20 offices globally and a total of 200 billion euro in asset under management, with 8 offices in Asia. A newly office opened in Korea, and we're excited to be here this week. We're hosting an impact entrepreneurship challenge, and we'll invest in the winner that will take place later today between 4 and 6. Across the platform, we're invested all the way from very early stages. Through the foundation, we support entrepreneurs that are trying to build impact ventures and need extra funding to kind of get into that commercialization phase and attract more capital from later stage investors. We also have a venture fund and later stage funds in infrastructure, real estate, and private equity.
Amazing. That's wonderful. Thanks for coming all the way over, and
Thank you.
good luck to for the rest of the events that you have planned. Kian, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It is really my honor to be with you today. So my name is Kian. I am based in the beautiful city of Paris, in France. I'm working for a French accelerator called Schoolab. And in my role, I'm assisting Korean startups with their global expansion journey, especially in the market of France and Europe as a whole. So in the past 4 years, I had really a wonderful opportunity to meet more than 100 startups for their international expansion in Europe. Yeah.
Wow, great. Thank you so much. And I think on the screen we have Darrow. Could I get you to speak a little bit about yourself as well? Yep.
Sorry, noise. Yeah. Good day, everyone. I'm Daryl Watt, CEO of the Local Venture Builders in Singapore. We are helping the Korean SME and the startups expand to Singapore and Southeast Asia. And it is an honor to be part of this panel today. I have been living and working in Singapore since 2006 until I became Singapore citizen this year. As I was interested in the global expansion of Korean tech SMEs, we call it venture before, I started my career in Samsung Corporation to develop and export of tech appliances. However, after realizing the importance of the venture capital, I moved to one of the top Korean venture capitals and invest in overseas projects with the Korean startups, especially in China and the Southeast Asia. This led me to be seconded to Singapore, where I worked as a chapter equity and even expert before. A few years ago, I returned the startup scene. And now I help the Korean startups sell their products and the services in Singapore. I'm excited to be here today to share my insight on how Korean startups can succeed in overseas, especially Southeast Asia. I believe that overseas sales are more important than capital itself for Korean startups. And I'd like to discuss today how startups can achieve this.
Great. Thank you. So I think we have a wonderful set of backgrounds and experiences representing different parts of the world, which is great. And not only have our panelists been assisting startups go global, but I think it's also great because a lot of us ourselves have that firsthand experience going global. So looking forward to having a very interesting discussion today. So let me set the context here a little bit so that we can get started on our topic. So the most fundamental question that I have is about the motivation and rationale for a Korean startup, let's say, or any regional startup to go outside of their own market and go global. And so just to set the scenes a little bit, recently there have been a number of successful startups in the US that were started by natively Korean founders that have managed to raise hundreds of millions of dollars from top-tier Silicon Valley VCs. Just to name a few, companies like Noom or Sandbird or Moloko come to mind. And these are great success stories that provide a lot of inspiration for other startups. But in reality, this is just a very small subset. And so my first question is, how important should global expansion be for Korean or any regional startups? Why shouldn't a startup simply focus on being very, very successful in their own domestic market, where they would have much easier time, perhaps, of being successful? May I start with Celia?
Yeah, sure. I think there's two ways or dimension or entry points of looking at it. Looking from the personal level, like if you're an entrepreneur, and you want to build something. I would say that if you really want to put yourself to the maximum test, you want to go global, you want to see that you can succeed in building a truly global venture that means something for the lives of a lot of people. So on the personal level, I would say that what I see from entrepreneurs are the ones that really succeed are the ones that have that global mindset of wanting to create something really big and really meaningful. The other side of it is that we're kind of ahead of us have slower economic growth in most countries. So having a business model, a product or a service that can serve a global market will create that, or that has a positive impact for society or the planet, has that kind of drive and momentum to actually be more successful than a startup that's serving a national market. So you will have that more of loyalty from customers. You will have kind of a more urgency in the team. If you're fighting climate change, we see that most startups and founders are coming to work and really putting their work in, right? So that's kind of both the personal and the market perspective.
Problems we're solving are becoming more global.
More global, yeah. You know, it's the nature of business of solving problems, right?
Yeah.
But before the digital connectivity we have today, you were solving the problems of the customers you knew in your own market. Now you know a lot of customers globally, and you can solve many of those problems at the same time in one business model, which is super exciting.
Super exciting. Great point. May I get Kian to either pick up on that, comment on that, or maybe answer the original question?
Okay, so yes, I will give my own answers. So as Celia gave two reasons, I will give two as well. So I think there are two good reasons why startups should look at the foreign market for their future growth. So the first reason is quite defensive. Because as you know, the world market, world economy is interconnected, and it is open to other market. So if you do not develop in a foreign market, anyway, your foreign competitors will come to a Korean market. So yeah, instead of waiting for your competitors' arrival on your domestic market, it will be better to go abroad in taking an initiative. And the second reason, Celia explained already very, very well. It's a more aggressive way. So the startups, we are obsessed by the growth and business development. So when the opportunities are limited in the domestic market, I think it's quite natural to look around other markets and seek other opportunities for growth. So yeah, I think it's quite natural, and I completely agree on Celia's point. Many issues the startups are addressing, they are on a global level. So yeah, if you really want to have an impact on such issues, I think yeah, it's we should work together, and we should look at other foreign markets. Yeah.
I see. Darrow, you're based in Singapore, where it's physically or geographically, it's relatively small region, kind of like Korea. So what do you see from your perspective? Do Singaporean companies want to go global, or do you see Korean companies wanting to go there? Could you provide your perspective?
Yeah, good question. I was working in a trading company in Samsung before, so as my job was to export a Korean product overseas. So you know that the Koreans we have a kind of myth for the export. You mean when you talk about the globalization, something the most important aspect is to determine the why. So why do you want to expand overseas? And more importantly, why are you targeting that specific country or regions? You have to find the answer to these questions first. So, you mentioned that Singapore is smaller than Korea definitely. So, and then Singapore definitely is want to expand overseas. But, it may sound paradoxical, but objectively speaking, there are only few countries in the world that are good as Korea to startups. Given the size of economy, business environment, government support, etc. Therefore, it is not mandatory for the Korean startups to expand overseas. So you you may be looking at the size of the overseas market or having the cost in the export myth. If you have a product or service that has already been proven in Korea, it is better to maximize your performance in the Korean market first. As however, if you are thinking about the product or service that has a major international market, I would recommend starting overseas from the beginning.
I see. Okay, great. Well, so let me go back in reverse order. So still with you, Darrow. So with that strong rationale and justification, let's suppose we go abroad. Now, how important is sort of having the right cultural understanding, because cultures are different, languages are different. How important is that cultural understanding or cultural compatibility, maybe language fluency? How important are things like that when a startup is thinking about going global? And do you think that matters in different ways, whether it's when it comes to either product design or selling abroad or raising capital from a foreign investor?
Sorry, it's a little bit noisy, so I didn't get your point. Your point is
the cultural nuances or the different cultural aspects, understanding all of that how important is that? And is that different for different settings like selling or fundraising or product designing? Does that make sense?
Basically you are talking about the cultural difference. Is when we sell our product or service in Singapore, for example.
For example, yes.
Yeah. Basically, I think many Koreans generally is a kind of a tendency is to make a communication with Singaporeans or the overseas. I mean the foreigners as they did in Korea. It means, for example, to ask this kind of introduction, looking for the introduction to find some right person in the inner circle, for example, is they very easily ask someone to, oh, you know someone, and then blah blah, and then can I get an introduction through you or not? Actually, so this kind of the network, the human networking is a very important asset, a trust asset. But as Koreans sometimes very easily think that such an introduction is easy. So what's problem to you? Is some many times actually I had a bad experience to introduce some Koreans, a newcomer, to this my existing network too easily. So and then later on I was scolded by this my friend here. This is one example. And then when we as localize the product and the services the changing the language is not important. Actually is they have to know the context of these the background of these the peoples here. So that's why I don't think we just export these product or services just with changing the language only. So it means when they develop the services or the product, they have to be here and not in Korea. That means that's why I recommend to founding the startups and the beginning in that country. For example, if you want to sell something in Singapore and South Asia, I recommend you to come here and set up team here at the beginning. The most is I don't recommend for these the pivoting stages. Some Korean startups are the lost the way in Korea they're looking for the pivot and then they are looking for the overseas market to make through. But I don't recommend such kind of a stage. So is at the very beginning or very late.
I see. Interesting. So it's not, if I may summarize, it's not so much the language itself, it's the subtle differences in the culture that you need to understand. And then also the importance of physical presence, perhaps. What about you, Celia? What do you think about sort of the importance of cultural understanding and what matters when you go abroad and perhaps in a culturally very different region?
I think I can draw on the lesson from how EQT has been building up its local presence. So from starting in 1994, meaning that we're 30 years next year, we have around 2,000 employees globally. Every time we've started an office in a new region, and now we have 8 offices in Asia, we always start with local people. So we have a principle of being local with locals. So we wouldn't come into a new region without having that local understanding because we're investing in local companies, right? So that was super important for us. So that would be my key kind of recommendation, that if you're serving a market, understand the people you're serving, either by employing somebody in that market or sitting in a co-working in that market together with local people, getting to know their mindsets around it. In the very beginning, we also had, if you're starting an office in a local community, you would come to our headquarters and also spend time there so that we understood that we could also keep our values coming into that new region. So entrepreneurial spirit, respect, high performance, like informality and inclusion has been very important for us, as well as transparency and openness. And I think drawing on cultural barriers, that's also very important in a team, that you communicate clearly and are open about what is happening. Because I think every culture has their differences in how open they are in stating things. And when I think that's just any company, have that from the beginning of like, we're going to communicate clearly with each other so that we don't misunderstand each other.
Right. So stay local with locals. And then, if I may paraphrase, act locally, but think and communicate globally. Does that work? Okay. What about you, Kian?
Yeah,
You're based
so
in France, so you may
yeah,
have some unique perspective as
yeah.
well.
So many things were already said, so it will be very difficult for me. So yeah, I fully agree. The localization is really very important when you introduce your product or service in a new market, and we should recognize the cultural gap between the French and the Korean market. It's huge. So yeah, if you are even though you are very successful in a Korean market, you cannot just replicate your success formula automatically in France. We need to get the feedback from French customers and redesign your offerings. So I believe really a cultural aspect or cultural understanding is key when you re-engineer your value proposition from a local customer's point of view. So yeah,
I see.
yeah.
Great. So let's now move a little bit away from this cultural, somewhat of an abstract concept, but into something more specific, more practically useful for our startup audience. So let's talk about some of the how-tos. So first of all, and let me turn to you, Celia, once again. If you're operating a startup, what might be a good way to assess when is the right time for my product to be sold globally, or for me to branch out internationally? How would you determine that?
I think we have a great point from Dara earlier about understanding where do I have the greatest product market fit. So you want to start your growth where you have kind of the customer that's ready and mature. So for example, for an impact startup, they can often sell their product in an emerging market or in a developed market, but by starting in a developed market, they might bring the volumes up much earlier and then be able to decrease the price to kind of reach a volume. So it's really about figuring out in an international play, where is it right to start to get my volumes up quickly so that I'm more with better unit economics can serve a bigger volume.
That's a great point. So where there's demand is somewhat predictable
and
there's volumes
mature.
and mature.
That you know that
Yeah.
these people, I think for a lot of new startups, you want to disrupt an industry. So you want a consumer that is different than what consumers were asking for yesterday, right? So you have to kind of figure out who's actually leading the way on this development that I was first of understanding that's here.
I see. So a market that wouldn't require as much education, if you will, but they're mature enough to understand your value proposition. That's a good first market abroad to perhaps penetrate. Kian, do you have maybe a thought on this topic as well, or framework?
Yeah, so yes, yeah, as we said, for many different regions, we can look at the foreign market, even though the startup is very in the early stage. But in my opinion, we should be prudent when we tackle on the very difficult journey for international expansion. Because yeah, when you want to develop your business in a completely new market, it requires really a lot of time and dedication. So yeah, in my opinion, you should do your homework before tackling on international development journey. So please make sure that you have enough traction already in the domestic market and your business model is properly in operation in Korea. So otherwise, it will be very difficult to concentrate on a very challenging task, which is international development, and you can even jeopardize your whole business. So yeah, it's yeah, I recommend a more cautious approach.
Cautious.
Yeah, so yeah, please, yeah, it's better to do a homework before going abroad. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And Daryl, you probably see a lot of Singaporean startups trying to go abroad. When do you say to your startup, portfolio company, hey, you're ready to go, or no, maybe you should think more. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point. Actually, so when you consider the global expansion in terms of the time and the market, it is advisable to do so when your product or service is already commercially available in Korea, the your market, or in the very early stage of the development. The most challenging scenario is, as I mentioned, when you are considering the pivoting at the stage of the, let's say, the Series A or something, and are looking at the global expansion as a way of breakthrough these overseas situations. So when selecting the suitable overseas market, it is important to consider the demand of each market first over the differentiations or technology of your product. Depending on the economic development stage of the market, consumer purchasing power level, the changing trends, and the changing government policies, there are products that are needed at that time. Yeah.
Right. Recognizing that not every market is similar to yours, or not all the markets are uniform. Okay, great. So the next question is somewhat similar, but with a bit of a twist, and any one of you can answer if you have a good answer to this. So as a follow-up to the previous question, when is the right time for a startup to hire their first local salesperson, whether it's a directly working for you or whether it's a partner, channel partner in the region? When is a good time? What kind of milestones should you have achieved before that? Who would like to answer that?
Okay, you look at me, so
Okay,
yeah. So I started. So yeah, yeah. I believe the earlier will be the better, because okay, you are remote from your foreign market and you need to understand what is going on, and you need to really clearly understand the expectation from local customers. So yeah, even before the first sales take place, I recommend to recruit the first salesperson on place, so he can get the feedback from the potential customers, and it will be really crucial to redesign your offering and adapt your commercial strategy. So yeah, if you really believe that the target market is strategically important for your future development, I think you can move quickly to recruit the first sales person.
I see.
Yeah.
So any reaction? You agree?
No, supporting.
Um,
Definitely supporting. I think that's a hugely important step. But I think also the point made that if you're going into a market, don't do it too late because that market has to be part of informing your product strategy. And that kind of leads me on to the marketing side as well. Marketing is hugely based on culture. Culture, right? What we want, how we talk about things, the humor we have. I think marketing also is something that we should be aware of cultural differences when we create.
Right.
Um,
Messaging and all. So it sounds like both of you are a proponent of early versus late, because not necessarily for the sake of sales itself, but because it's a effective feedback mechanism to you. Is that
yeah.
a right
It's like
characterization?
refining your market fit.
Okay. Daryl, do you have a comment?
Agree.
Yeah.
Agree. When it comes to the Singapore market, I would like to share my experiences. Actually, it is not comparable in size of the U.S., but therefore it is essential to tailor your strategy to this market. For example, the Singapore. Before you start hiring the salesperson, it is advisable to quickly test your MVP, a minimum viable product, locally with your own team. Once you have at least 5 customers with a B2B solution, for example, it's a time to think about bringing external talents. So if you can afford it, I would recommend hiring a senior level veterans rather than a middle level managers or juniors. However, given the high cost of the living and labor in Singapore, it's very challenging for ordinary startups to afford the senior level hires. Therefore, I would recommend reselling through a local sales partner until you can afford it.
I see. I love that. It's formulaic, so it's easy for startups to actually follow. It's kind of like a rule of thumb, and I think these things are very helpful.
Actually, they're one of the reasons why is I'm doing such kind of business.
All right. So let's so this is great. So let's extend this practical advice to the next topic, which is securing funding, fundraising from global sources, which I think is another big reason or big ambition for say Korean startups to go global and when they have global expansion in mind. And so so maybe we'll go this way again. So what are some key points that a Korean startup or any regional startup should absolutely have in mind when they're thinking about seeking funding from a foreign investor, let's say from a Silicon Valley VC or a top tier premier European investor like EQT? What should they understand about how these investors think about? So
Yeah, I think this is becoming, or it relates back to cultural differences. So as we know, or the differences I see in founders across the world that I hope the panel also kind of recognizes is American founders and the American culture is very direct. It's very ambitious. It has a really strong belief in its own product and service. It shows, the graphs going straight up, all of that. Which is, of course, what we know as kind of the stereotypical entrepreneur. So for a lot of big investors, that's what they're looking for. That's their kind of their prototype. And I think for founders from this region or Europe, they might be a bit more holding back, humble. They want to give a realistic view. They don't want to oversell. So that is important to adjust in terms of the investor you're asking for. A lot of investors are also more interested in how big is the problem, what does this value bring for society? And I see more and more entrepreneurs also having extra slides in their deck in the very back to be able to answer to different investor needs. So if they get the question, they can kind of bring it back or into the deck.
Yeah.
So that's kind of too.
I agree. I've actually lived in London for 4 years, investing in European companies, and I've seen a lot of Asian companies come pitch to us in San Francisco, and you'd be surprised how how modest from an American's perspective startup companies can be, and it's modesty is good. It's good value, but I think it doesn't always work. Let's say in the context of Silicon Valley.
I think another thing that I want to point out that we see after we've invested is the level of transparency. And this is also a value we have in EQT, and we say that problems need to travel as fast as good news. And when we've invested in a US founder, the minute they give us investor updates, they're like, this is good. This is shit. Like, this is a challenge. Here we need your help. And they just ask for what they need.
Yeah.
And then the investor has to kind of come to the table and help them. And in some other regions, you're getting the more distance, good story, because the founder is afraid of telling the investor that something might not be as great as they want it to be. So being really honest with yourself, because you're going to succeed based on that honesty and based on being very frank in the demands that you set out to your investors, because they have huge networks to help you across.
That's fantastic feedback. I think it's universal among what investors look for. It may not be as widely spread among different regions, entrepreneurs. And do you have a comment on any tricks to fundraise from?
Okay. Yeah, frankly, it is really very difficult for Korean startups to attract investment from French or European investors. So it is a factor because yeah, Korea is very far away from France. So there is a huge cultural gap, and for French investors, it is extremely difficult to make a comprehensive assessment of your business. So it's not really easy to attract the investment from French investors. So one of the tips I can give is it's use your local investor. So when French investors look at the opportunities in Korea, they check which Korean investors put already money in the company. So if you have the sponsorship from a very strong, well-established investor in Korea with a track record, it will help a lot. It will inspire confidence or trust in French investors or Nordic investors. So yeah, it's one tip I can share with you.
Oh, that's great advice. Thank
Yeah.
you. Darrow, there are lots of top tier large AUM investors in Singapore. Any advice for Korean or other startups from different regions trying to fundraise from Singapore?
Yeah. So you know the next week is we have a super returns in Singapore next week. Actually, that was happened in the Hong Kong. I mean until 2 years ago. But as you know, after this Hong Kong was actually dominated by China directly. So now Singapore is only a global city, is a kind of financial hub in Asia. Is where the I mean, the English is a very standard language, and everything is kind of a global system under the global standard. That's why is a lot of the investors and then high net worth family offices come to the Singapore. Since is I mean the 5 or 10 years ago. So now is Singapore is a hub of all of the investors. So even the Korean startups come to Singapore to raise a fund, or I found some demo days for Korean startups. But however, it is unclear why they need a Singapore investor. It could be because they just need a name of the overseas investors for IR purpose, or because they believe that a Singaporean investor will help them expand into Singapore or South Asia. If they are looking for a Singapore investor, it is essential to be clear about their objectives first, so that they can find the right investor. The first thing they need to know is that most of the Singapore and Southeast Asian venture capitals invest in startups in this region only, and very few investors invest out of South Asia. Therefore, if they are Korean startups in Korea, it is recommended to set up a local business entity in Singapore or Southeast Asia and find the local investors to invest it there. So, I mean, a few Korean startups definitely got some investment from Singapore sovereign wealth fund as well, like the Temasek or its subsidiaries or GIC. But most of them are late stage, proven business that are either leaders in the industry or have plans to enter Singapore. In a few cases, Temasek subsidiary venture capitals have invested in early stage Korean startups that operate in the specific sectors where supported by the Singapore government. So I like the Korean startups know that such kind of the background in the Singapore market.
So I guess one takeaway from that is making sure that you have a clear founder investor fit and know why you're approaching the types of investors you're approaching.
And kind of adding to that, understanding the legal constraints of the investors you're targeting. US investor wants to invest in US entities, Singaporean investors want to invest in Singaporean entities, other investors from smaller jurisdictions might not have the same expectations. So just understanding, like, don't go ahead adding entities in all countries.
Right, and that's tricky because different investors prefer different things, and you know, when you flip, let's say, a Korean startup into a US entity, there are tax implications, and so it affects the timing of that conversion and all that. So it's complicated, but I guess, you know, on a case by case, we should factor that in.
Exactly, and also that's a timing thing.
Yeah.
I think like the two kind of biggest things for a startup, it's timing, and it's really about understanding like what to focus on, right? Timing and focus.
Yeah.
And I think when it comes to that, it's like it's better to have some investor dialogues going in the US where you're seeing that is an interest here than going ahead instead of saying, I want to the US, I'm going to start an entity there and then start the dialogues. Same thing with when we talk about focus. And I think we also talked about the cultural differences of Koreans, like doing a lot of things at multiple times, not necessarily synergistically. Understanding what are my key success criteria for bringing in the capital and how can I focus my strategy on delivering on those before broadening so much.
Yeah, that's a good observation. I tend to agree. I think, you know, sort of Western startups versus Eastern startups on the West, even if the market may be limited for now, I think having a laser focus on one product, one market, one opportunity is a virtue. Here, it seems that it's a little bit different. I see a lot of entrepreneurs in Korea, for example, trying to do many things, perhaps sometimes even with many different technologies that underlie those products. And I think that's what you were kind of referring to. Let me just do a quick check in our audience here. How many of you are interested in seeking venture capital funding from outside of Korea? Can you raise your hand? Quite a few. Okay, so I'm glad we're talking about this. So let's do another question related to this. So it's commonly said that one of the best ways to secure a meeting with a foreign investor, let's say somebody from Silicon Valley, I think it's true in Silicon Valley, is to get a warm introduction. I think Daryl was talking about that earlier, from somebody that can vouch for you. So it's not just anybody, it's really somebody that knows you really well and can speak strongly for you. But that's almost by design extremely difficult for a Korean startup, let's say, operating in the US to be able to do. And so there's this natural barrier. Any useful advice? How do we get, if I'm a fantastic company, I should be able to talk to a VC, right?
I think that's an interesting challenge and dilemma for startups. I would say network with other entrepreneurs because they're in the same kind of transfer of knowledge as you are. Might be an interesting connection both ways, but get to that scope, either by virtual gatherings, so that you have startups in the US that, for example, can introduce you to a US investor. Because it might be easier, even though they don't know the investor very well, just having somebody know the startup from Korea that is US, so that is from the Nordics, might help. The other point is, if you're doing something really interesting, it will catch my eyes, even if it didn't come through a warm introduction.
That's great to know. Yeah.
Like, but don't give me like this super long email and all the materials, but be very snappy and explain me like what you're doing and why we as an investor would matter for you.
I see. So obviously EQT will get a lot of deal information through your existing network, but also you'd be open to maybe cold outreaches if there's a
Yeah, so there's an
fantastic
email on our
opportunity.
website, and we're definitely open for that. And I could route you to other investors or networks, if that made sense, for what you're doing. I think the other point is we also have an AI, and more investment firms have kind of machine learning to kind of get the overview of what's out there, and they have models rating and recommending the list of companies they should look at.
That'll help them get on your radar. Okay.
Yeah, so
All
I
right,
think
so
to a bigger extent, we're also now reaching out to entrepreneurs that are still in stealth mode, but we've managed to figure out that they're onto something, and we're like,
Okay.
hey, tell me more about what you're doing.
I see.
So I think a good tip if you're in stealth mode is putting it on LinkedIn, like anywhere where the internet can showcase that you're a serial entrepreneur that are now starting something new.
So until 5 years ago, it was SEO that I needed to do. Now we have to do a little bit of Gen AI hacking. Okay. Hien, any comments or any tips for startups trying to reach out to, I don't know, top tier French investors or Western European investors?
Yes. So yeah, in fact, yeah, there is no secret. So it's the same in France or in Europe. If you send out a cold mail, it will be extremely difficult to make an appointment with top tier investors in France. So yeah, the ideal situation is yeah, when someone can make a warm introduction to the potential investors. It's the best scenario, but yeah, yeah, we know that it is very difficult for Korean startups. So yeah, which tip can I give? Yeah, again, there is no secret. I think participating in demo days or pitching contests, yeah, it can give you a very good opportunity to promote your company, your business, and making valuable connections. And I think we should look at also all the startup related events all around the world. So there are many events like Try Everything throughout the year. So yeah, participating in such an event, it can give you yeah, the opportunity to showcase your business and meet the people. Yeah.
So no shortcuts in other
No,
words.
no.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. But at the same time, no one knows really because when you go to an event, you can encounter really anyone in the corridor, and no one knows really to where it can lead. So yeah,
So be creative, do what you need to do to maximize those chances of encounters.
Yeah.
Okay. Daryl, I have a slightly different question for you, which is
Is a very important
Okay.
is a question to the older startups actually, so who are looking for these overseas investors, especially the overseas market. But from in my long overseas experiences, actually, I found that Koreans in general tend to be a little more relaxed about asking others to introduce them to others. Actually, as I mentioned initially, especially in the new industries or countries, it's not uncommon to see the people, Korean people, ask someone to connect them to their connections as if it's a free lunch. It's all the give, everything is a give and take. So, and you are going to get a fair introductions after you made a fair deal. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a monetary transactions. Means you have to find the right person first in your circle who can give you a warm introduction to the top venture capitals, and then figure out what tangible or intangible asset they need, and then giving them first and then getting what you need. That is my kind of straightforward advice.
I think that's very important. I see that a lot as well in the US. But I think what you're talking about, put it differently, means that me as an entrepreneur with an idea or a product, I have enough value to be able to convince somebody to be excited about what I'm doing, so that that person has confidence to go to their network and provide the introductions. And so from a VC's point of view, you have passed the first initial a bar or a test to be able to know that your product is exciting to somebody, it has value to somebody.
Absolutely. And I think it's actually more universal than that as well. It's like you can only get what you give. So if you want an introduction, go introduce somebody else to someone.
Right.
Right? I think it's like if you're a startup and you know somebody that might be useful for somebody else, make that introduction. And then kind of more in a like pay it forward culture, then ask with humility others to
Right.
introduce you.
Right.
Because you're also doing the work. You're not only asking and extracting from the
Right.
system. You're kind of balancing out
Balancing.
with what you're giving back.
Right. Okay. So hopefully this has been useful to our audience. Let me move on to maybe the last topic, which is, let's say, we've had some success creating initial traction with sales in a foreign market. Now we have a little bit of funding from European or Singaporean or USVC. Now it's time to really build up my team internationally or globally or in a different region. How can a Korean startup or any regional startup effectively build and manage a team in a different market, in a foreign market, whether, let's say, it's an engineering team in Silicon Valley or a sales team in Paris, or even a globally distributed team where all the members come from different backgrounds in different places in the world? How any good practice, best practice, or any good points to keep in mind as you
Yeah.
go on that journey?
Okay. From my experience, I will recommend a step-by-step approach, more progressive approach. So it's better to start with the people who can fill the gap of culture between France and Korea. So yeah, for example, you can recruit the people, for example, the Koreans living in France, or the French people with the Korean background. So yeah, nowadays there are many young French people who are learning Korean, and some of them are even coming to Korea to improve their language skills. So you can start with those people. They will be really very helpful they can facilitate the communication and cultural understanding between the two cultures. So yeah, to build a global team, it's a big challenge, and you cannot do everything in one day out of zero. So yeah, I recommend more progressive approach with similar background people.
Anything to add on to that?
Yeah, I think it's important to think about that you want your organization to scale. So you really want a set of leaders below you that are doers, but that can be future coaches. And I think, in the beginning, it's very easy to just put in people to do, and then you start growing, and your leadership team isn't strong enough to scale themselves. I think that's kind of the key thing. The other part is communicating your strategy very clearly to the organization so that priorities are very set.
I think that's right. From a founder's point of view, as you start to grow, your biggest asset will be your team members that can be leveraged by you, for lack of a better word. And to do that, you need to find people that not only are good at getting the things done, but have the potentials to grow into the leadership position. I think that is actually the one thing that helps a company scale more than manufacturing scalability or product scalability. I think team scaling is key. Daryl, what advice might you have for international team building?
Yeah. So you mean that when it comes to the building a multinational team, right? Something like this, right? It's a kind of building a kind of multinational team.
Yes.
Yeah. It is possible to start with a practice run in Korea, I think. So owing to the recent change in the technologies and the employment environment. There are increasing numbers of the foreign students and the professionals in Korea, and it is now possible to work remotely with the overseas developers. For example, one of our Korean clients, runs a platform that connects overseas developers with the Korean local companies. I heard that they had recently seen an increase in the demand from Korean companies. So my point is, Korean startups, as before, is building up the multinational team at first place. They can kind of practice in Korea, as with the foreign developers or the marketers remotely. Yeah, and then they can learn is a kind of more the cultural differences, the communication skills. So some differences, right? And then they can build better teams, I think.
That's a great.
Yeah, just two add-ons to that. I think we're seeing a shift now in venture capital, right? From, solely being focused on software and like hockey sticks and things that grow really, really fast into more hardware. Like if you want to change the world, you have to change something physical. And that is harder to scale. But we're seeing a huge trend of actually most of the founders that succeed with scaling climate technology comes from having scaled software businesses. Right? So if you're doing something that's going to be hard to scale, make sure to recruit talent that's been part of a startup, growth startup in a software, for example. The other thing, to Dara's point, is you really need good translators for a group of developers. So that person that can really bring the strategy and have experience of working with developers to ensure that it actually translates down into the product and the scales.
Within the context of the cultural nuances.
Yes. And that is cultural nuances from educational background, right? Not cultural.
Right. Got it. Okay. And I think Dara's point was actually quite interesting because that's something that let's say in the US or Europe, but you think less about because those places tend to be heterogeneous almost by default, whereas countries like Korea are more homogeneous. But I think it's a great practical advice to get that diversity be part of your early DNA earlier in the stage, even before you necessarily have physical presence outside of Korea. Okay, great. So now we have just 5 minutes left on the clock. Well,
No, I think it was the point you were making earlier about how Europe, sitting in France, sitting in the Nordics, how Europe, and also having visited EQT's offices in Hong Kong, now in Seoul, in Tokyo, in Singapore, of seeing that Asia also has a lot of diversity across the countries, same as in Europe, while the US is kind of one big chunk of market. Understanding that that is very different when it comes to understanding cultures and growing.
Yeah, and different implications for your strategy and all. So in the few minutes we have left, let me go around and ask you one final question, maybe take a minute to answer, and then we'll open up the floor for questions. I think there are many people that are for whom this topic is relevant. And so the final question for you all is given your diverse experiences that you have assisting companies as well as you yourself going abroad and being successful, what's one piece of advice? So I'll give you an option, one of two. A piece of advice you'd give a Korean startup looking to go global, or maybe a common mistake that you've seen that one should think about trying to avoid. Who would like to go first?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I start. So yeah, I want to give a primary piece of advice. So my main advice is to be patient when you develop your business in a foreign market. So Yeah, because the global expansion, it requires a lot of time and a lot of effort, and you will need some time to see really the first outcome or the first success. So even though you do not see the immediate result, don't be discouraged and don't give up the project too quickly, and just remain focused and resilient. So it will give you the result in long term. So yeah, as a practical advice, I think when you are very clear about your objectives regarding global expansion, and when you have a long-term roadmap, I think they will help you to remain focused on what you need to do yeah, for yeah, success in long term. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
May I have? Okay, thank you. Sorry. So when it comes to expanding overseas, many Korean startups often don't do enough research nor develop strategies beforehand. Means especially if they think they can go abroad for free through various government programs, especially in Korea. Actually, I recommend conducting the thorough the research and the simulation in Korea first. Yeah, there's a lot of information available in Korea if you put your mind to it. It's not a matter of a budget or technology, but a matter of a will, I think. If you don't have a sense of desperations to go overseas, don't even think about it. Even local startups that are already doing business with the desperation in each countries also have a hard time for surviving, right?
You sound like a conservative father, but that's okay. It's still good advice.
I'll kind of balance it out and I'll start in the other end. I would say default to going global and reverse engineer. See how big can this get globally and what are the key milestones for me getting there. I think what you don't want to see when a founder comes to you, because as a VC investor, you need to believe that a single startup can return the entire fund. So they have to show you the potential of having that scale, even though they might not get there. They have to show that potential.
Could you clarify that for those of our audience who may not understand the concept of returning the funds?
Exactly. So when you're investing in, let's say, 40 startups, each individual startup of them, because there's so many, there's the failure rate in startup and the risks of investing very early is that a lot of the startups you invest in might not make it. So a single startup needs to make up for a lot of failures in your portfolio, meaning that you really want to see that potential in every startup you go into, but not delivering might still mean that they are a successful startup, but you want to see that potential in them. And I think the other thing is that you don't want a founder who's just going around with a hammer, like you said, having a technology and trying to solve a lot of problems with that type of technology, but somebody that's really aligned and connected to what they're trying, the problem they're trying to solve, and finding the right way to solve that problem.
Great. We're technically out of time, but I'd like to take the liberty of using my power as the moderator to make sure that we have an opportunity for our audience to throw any questions if they have any. Anybody, please raise your hand and we'll pass the mic around. Yes, thank you.
First, thankful to you guys, impressive in presentation and advice. And I just wonder, I just want a question to you. First, I'm preparing my own business, and as you said, I wanna have very international background about my company. And I'm I'm impressive. You said that when I hire a company and I have to think about cultural diversity. And can I get some tips when I hire international background hiring? Yeah, please, thanks.
I think be aware of all the jokes about all the different culture So, there's going to be stereotypical. Like in the Scandinavian countries, you don't say yes or no, you say maybe. Like knowing that about somebody and that they're seeking to build consensus before they speak up. Like know all the kind of the very stereotypical, know what's true about the French. Even though it might not be true of the people you're working with, you should know kind of the far end of the spectrum of that somebody in the US might say something super strongly, but they might be not that confident about it. Like just understanding those kind of variation of where the far end is so that you can adjust the way you're taking in the message coming from that person. And then, disclaim it, confront it into meetings. I'm from the north of Norway. I'm very direct and blunt. So I often say it in the start of meetings. So it's like, I'm from that place. That means that I'm very direct. So that you're like disclaiming your own personality in a way, just to be super clear about how you act in meetings. It takes out a lot of the misunderstanding.
Right. Thank you. Sorry. Unfortunately, we're being advised to conclude here. I think the next
That's
session
what
is
says in
winding.
Korean over there.
You speak Korean. Okay. So I'd like to thank our distinguished panelists, including Daryl on the screen, and thank you for joining today. Could we conclude with a round of applause, Korean style, cultural?
Yeah. Go.
Thank you.
셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
I'd like to
2시부터
make
Try
a
Everything
housekeeping
2023
announcement.
혁신을 위한
We are going to start the next session by KYOBO Life Insurance from 2 o'clock. I would like to ask all the participants to take your seats. Also, make sure to turn your microphone to vibration mode or please turn off your phones. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Try Everything 2023. Welcome to the session by Life Insurance, KYOBO Life Insurance Open Innovations. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cho Jin-kyung, the MC for today. Thank you. The KYOBO Life Insurance has been starting the Open Innovation Platform InnoStage from 2019 so that they can provide various opportunities for startups to grow. It also enabled cooperation, innovation, and growth among startup players. And we will focus on the fostering and networking and ex- innovation and investment. We'll talk about the startup entire ecosystem and the cycles and focus on the promising startups that will take part in the entire life cycle with the KYOBO Life Insurance. I look forward to your active participation until the very end. With that, we would like to welcome Mr. Jung Kyu-sik, the team leader of Open Innovation Team, who will go over the open innovation of KYOBO Life Insurance. Please welcome him to the stage.
네.
Hello, everyone. I am Jang Kyu-sik, as introduced. So we are a life insurance company, and we have been doing this open innovation, and there was a reason for that. We wanted to use the external innovation to enable the innovation within our team or within our company. Also, we're doing this thing called stakeholder management, and that involves lots of external startups. We want to create a win-win situation for both them and us, and that's why we have started the open innovation. We have been starting the open innovation or open stage from 2019. And we have made such attempts from 2018. And until then, there was no such concept as open innovation. And we are a part of the financial company. So if you are to do something, we need to report it to the higher ups. And in many cases, a lot of our projects were stopped amidst the corporate hierarchy. However, for the first time, we applied for the government's blockchain projects. And we work with Dolup, a blockchain company, and we also work with One and D Lemon, which were external companies. And we wanted to have the insurance claims using the blockchains. That is basically instead of simply having all the documents photographed, we wanted to have all the documents come up to us using blockchain, and all the certifications can be done by blockchain as well. And the second idea was about having all the insurance related histories or insurance related records to all the insurance companies. And also, we did an insurance hackathon, and we did it with Kisa. And we created an open API. The idea was to open the API and give the data and explain what insurance companies do. So this 1 day and 2 night hackathon was what we did as well. But afterwards, we came up with this idea of open InnoStage. And we have been doing this for several years. And in 2019 and 2020 and 2021, we have been working on that. But then from last year, we introduced a new program where we run this program over the year. And we are working with external companies and institutions. And for this year, we are working with SBA and FinTech support centers and Seoul FinTech labs. So we have been expanding the scope of partners and pursuing this program. Of course, another important pillar is investment. From 2019, we understood the need for venture capital investment. And we went to the US on a business trip in 2018. And it turned out that the U.S. insurance companies invested in a startup, and they were able to cooperate better with them. And based on that, we came up with this idea that we have to follow their path as well. And that's how we decided to invest in France's Eurasia. We invested 14 billion won. Back then, we invested purely in a financial manner, but we realized that that was not enough for collaboration. And that is why we decided to introduce a strategic investment scheme. And that's why we invested in Kakao Banks and K Ventures. And we also introduced a direct investment for 짤깍짤깍. And then afterwards, we realized that this was still not enough. That's why we decided to come up with a new fund. And that's why we created a CVC fund within the KYOBO Securities Company, and we started the CVC investment from last year. And from this year, we are going to expand investment in early stage companies, and we were chosen as a TIPS operator. So as you can see, open innovation is about establishing the networks and fostering the startups through InnoStage. But the second pillar of our effort is providing tips and CVC investments for those startups. And let me explain what kind of support program that we provide for the startups. About 1,300 companies applied for InnoStage. And also, there are other DBs that are selected by KYOBO Securities and other companies. And once they're selected, they go through mentoring, networking, and fostering program, and they go through POC collaborations. As for mentoring, as you can see in the left part, well, we have the actuarians and product design people within our company, so we provide that kind of support. And we also have the experienced startups give advice to them, and also we provide some patent or legal advice and support to them as well. We have expert system, which provides support in terms of marketing or UI and UX. So basically, we team them up with expert companies in these areas. And as in the forms of digital investments, we have a digital strategic fund of 47 billion, and our TIPS fund is 2 billion won in cap, and we invested in one company, and we have a CVC fund of 200 billion won in size. And let me explain how we are providing support for different stage companies. For SID or pre-A companies, we focus on technologies and we foster the companies and we verify their ideas. And we spend about 100 millions to 1 billion. And this is the area for CVC or TIPS. For Series A to Series B, we apply the BM and we also focus on DB to acquire new customers, and we also help them integrate data. And this involves about 2 billion to about 10 billion won. And in the SID stage, we provide innovation or working spaces. And in the early stage, we provide acceleration. And in the growth stage, we provide partnership support. And we have been working on InnoStage program for about 3 years. And from last year, we started InnoStage On. And in 2019, when we first started InnoStage, we selected 12 companies. And we did a demo day and we promoted it to the company as a whole. And the entire event was successful. But it turned out that we didn't have any concrete outcomes. We selected good startups and we provided support for about 3 months, but that was it. And startups did not grow a lot. So we thought that we had to do more. So in the second round, we decided to focus on the companies where we can actually collaborate, and we decided to select 5 companies. So Ago or Robin or Sosuchalkak was some of the companies that we work with. For the first time, we directly invested in Ago. And in the third round, as part of our digital tasks, we decided to expand the scope to platform companies, and we utilized CVC to provide follow-on investments. And we thought that our own programs were not enough. And that's why we decided to expand our ecosystem related partnerships. So with SBA, we had a joint program with Family Tech. And as you can see, the Tekagago or Ekiagaja, these companies are more focused on children or baby products. But the SBA also wanted to provide support for these companies in terms of ESG. And so because we had similar needs, we decided to focus on family tech, and we chose 5 different companies. And with Teikyo, we focused on senior care. Most of our consumers are in their 50s and 60s. And for Teikyo, they involve the tutors, and because they are getting older, in some cases they have difficulties communicating with children. So we both company decided to focus on senior care. So we fostered 5 companies each, and in total we provided support for 10 companies. And as with Hanyang University, we cooperated with AI and big data because this university is specialized in this area. And to also identify early stage companies, we decided to invest TIPS Fund to Krypton, an accelerator. And again, we introduced InnoStage On. And what about this year? Well, this year, we are going to identify the needs from our employees. And based on that, we are going to do 2 rounds of InnoStage On. And for the sake of ecosystem, we are going to work with STP in terms of startup lead package. And also with the FinTech Center Korea and AI Hub, we have trilateral joint programs. And we're going to also do a reverse pitching. And also with Seoul FinTech Lab, we were able to get the introduction of a lot of new startups. And thanks to their introduction, we were able to do the reverse pitching to them. And we have done a lot of collaboration in the first half. And in the second half, we are going to do a CVC investments and TIPS investments for these companies. So this is how we identify the startups. We do something called collaborative session. So we go to different divisions within our company and ask what kind of things they need. And we also explain them to different startups, and we ask whether they want to collaborate with these startups. So that's how we identify potential collaborative tasks. And that's how we recruit some collaborative tasks, and we commercialize it based on those needs. There could be BM-based startups, and there could also be technology-based startups. And we, of course, do the due diligence, and we tell the startups about what kind of tasks we need. And this is followed by ideation and collaborative modeling. And that's how we add substance to collaboration. And this is the outcomes or achievements. We have selected 70 different startups, and we were able to collaborate on 120 projects. Also, I told you that we have a 200 billion won in CVC, and we executed about 70 billion won. And we invested in 20 different companies. And for TIPS, we are going to invest about 100 million won in one company, and we're also going to do digital strategic investment. So these are the companies that we have invested in and we're collaborating on. I told you about the digital ecosystems, and let me go into details about it. For a company, we have Tegyo, and for healthcare, we have Innopolis. And we invested in Kakao Ventures, KTB, Securities, Eurazeo. And in terms of AI technologies, there is AI Hub and Gwangju Economic Innovation Center. And also, we are collaborating with Korea University Hospital. And we are expanding the scope of this collaboration. And what we learned is this. Well, in the past, we only recruited the companies under the name of our company. But with this partnership, we were able to gain access to more and better companies. So until now, we studied by ourselves, but we weren't able to get good scores. And because we were able to join a good study session, we were able to gain more advantage. So that was the explanation about the ecosystem. And now about collaborative status. We started with 6 cases in 2019, but it went up to 74 in 2022. And as we made investments, we were able to expand and grow collaboration with the startups. And in terms of scope, we have the most in marketing, followed by business model, process, and products. And as for the channels, acceleration program like InnoStage or the startup lead package were most active, and we also used CVC or other networks to identify and select the companies.
드릴 텐데요. 그 웰스 가이드, 휴먼스케이프 두 개의 사례를 좀 설명드리겠습니다. 웰스 가이드는 올해 저희가 저희 그 앱에 붙이면서 투자를 진행했던 회사인데요. 회사가 좀 사실 파산할 정도로 갔었다가 저희가 투자를 하면서 많이 일어서게 됐고, 지금은 이제 구글로부터도 투자를 받게 된 그런 사례가 있습니다. 이 회사는 개인 맞춤형 자산 관리, 그러니까 퍼스널 파이낸스 매니지먼트라는 업을 하는 회사입니다. 그래서 저희가 디지털 통합 채널이라는 앱에다가 나의 은퇴 설계 이런 것들을 모델을 이걸 통해서 붙였습니다. 그렇게 하고 지금 현재는 챗GPT를 여기 적용해 가지고 보험회사 최초로 챗GPT를 활용한 은퇴 설계, PFMS 이런 것들을 진행을 하고 있습니다. 그다음에 휴먼스케이프라는 회사는 저희가 이번에 투자를 하게 됐는데 우리나라에서 산부인과 대상으로 85%의 산모들이 이 회사를 통해서 그 태아 초음파를 실시간 스트리밍
And most of the OB/GYN doctors use this service to do the sonogram during their pregnancy so that they can manage their insurance plans from the pregnancy as well. Adding to that, we have been also utilizing as a test bed. And then mentoring. I've already touched on this briefly. But when it comes to insurance planning, we do product designing, contracting. So there's this whole process of insurance management. And I told you about how we integrate technologies into it. And there are also a number of companies who already went public, and we introduced our portfolio companies to those companies that are already listed in the market. And also there are subject matter experts, not only in the legal field, but also in the field of UI, UX, and marketing. And we provide support to startups in such areas at our own cost as well. So this is how we carry out our mentoring programs so that we can provide support throughout all the steps for startups. And then the proof of concept of the startups. So when we have tasks that we give to startups and when the official program is finished, our support does not end there, but we work on proof of concept together. And they do not necessarily have to yield a tangible result for that. And if they fail in providing a feasible proof of concept, we do not hold that accountable. And by doing so, we are providing more flexibility for startups, and they can also accumulate more experience in the process of creating their proof of concept. So our internal department also discuss on what tasks we should put together and what and what kind of analysis task we should give to the candidate startups so that they can use it as the materials when they put together proof of concept. And if their proof of concept is good, they are eligible for further investments as well. So that was quite some details about how we provide investment. And this is part of the area. This is the 17th floor of our headquarters office. We have this stage dedicated to startups who work with us. And we are planning to further expand it so that we can provide working space for more early stage startups starting from next year as well. And as to the network, we work with other KYOBO affiliates to provide support, and we can connect our portfolio companies to other KYOBO affiliates as well. And also, we have partnership with Money Today. So if startups want to promote their business, they can go on to Money Today to send out their brochures and promote their businesses. And if they want to meet global investors, we have ID Invest or SBI in our network. So we can also provide opportunities to pitch their IR ideas to these global investors as well. And also we sometimes hold IR days and demo days internally, and also annually we bring together all the companies in our portfolio at a hotel conference room so that they can have a chance to network. And this is some examples of our demo day and networking events. So I would like to wrap up here. Thank you very much for your time.
네, 팀장님 좋은 발표 대단.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Designing, discovering, task assigning, and support, that was much detail about the Open Innovation program provided to support to start us by KYOBO Life Insurance. Thank you for so much details. And now we will go on to introduce some case studies of actual companies. And first of all, we would like to invite CEO Im Soo-yeon of Friend Trip. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Im Soo-yeon. Nice to meet you. First of all, I would like to introduce what my company does and want to walk you through how we collaborated with KYOBO Life Insurance. We run this service called Friend. And as many startups started their business to solve some kind of problems, the problem that we wanted to address is the lack of diversity in leisure activities and overall low life satisfaction of people. We arrange activities, meetings, one-day class travels. So we are ranked top in the field of activities and hobbies. And until now, we have the accumulated subscribers of about 1.4 million people and has 300,000 monthly active users. And so, and like hosts put up their rooms on Airbnb, we have hosts who put up their activities that they want to share and their activity and hobby activities that they want to lead as hosts on our platform. When we first started off, we started with an outdoor activity. There are various kinds of outdoor activities, and culture and art we thought that has a little bit more entry barrier, but for traveling and outdoor activities, it has rather low entry barrier. So first, I myself gathered people to form a group meeting and take them out to outdoor activities. We launched our business in 2013, so it's already our 10th anniversary. And as we launched the app in the 16th, we are growing, continually growing. And one thing that's noteworthy is that we launched our app together with people who are in our network of users, which is not a very usual case. The target market for us, of course, is leisure and hobby activity. We believe that is a very big activity of 150 trillion won altogether in value. And in particular, specific hobby activities market has the size of about 40 trillion won. And from the macro perspective, we believe that the hobby market will keep expanding with a trend of less and less working hours. So we believe the markets keep expanding for us, which is a good business opportunity for us. And we believe we are a trend creator or trendsetter in this hobby and activities market. Since our app launched in 2016, the number of subscribers have been growing exponentially, and now we have about 1.4 million accumulated subscribers. And about 93% of our users are from Generation MZ in their 20s to 30s. And we started off as outdoor activities, but our female users take up 78% of the total users. So it is more than just pressing a like or adding comment. It is more of actively participating in the hobby activity that you are interested in. That is why we have high retention rate. And as I already mentioned, we have this host system. This is what differentiates us from companies that only sell traveling packages. We actually have host users who take initiative in creating their groups, and now we have about 20,000 hosts on our platform. And to bring together many people to platform, it is not an easy thing for startups to bring together people to use their platform, but because we have hosts who are actively putting up their activities on our platform, this is a virtual circulation cycle for us. And because host system is very important for us, a lot of our services are based on that host platform. And we also provide branding and marketing support if hosts need. And we also provide customer management support so that those hosts can gain support in managing their users, if you will. And this year we have been working on advancing our platform and wanted to go premium as our strategic decision because experiencing leisurely activity is more than purchasing good value for money product. It is so much more than that, which is why we thought that launching a premium line is in line with our business model. So this is called our brand sequence. And this brand sequence is gaining much popularity and helping us expanding our platform and advancing our platform services. Also, we are working on enhancing our community features because, as I said, our platform is more than just selling and buying products because we have a group of users who want to communicate on the topic that they're interested in and group together based on the activities that they like together. And our spending per transaction and number of purchases are both increasing exponentially. And thanks to our active platform, we have diverse and well-working business model, and we also work in partnership with other companies. So our partner companies want to access our user base, and in the case of Volkswagen, it even sends its test cars to our users' home, and if the users drive it to their headquarters, they provide reward. And this was one of very popular events that we provided with our partner company. And we are focused a little bit on the domestic market, but we are supported very much by local governments. So since last year, we have been working together with Seoul Business Agency and Jeju Tourism Agency as well, and we plan the workation programs in Jeju so we can introduce the workation program to our users on our platform. And we also run a working venue on Jeju ourselves as well. So we provide opportunities for small startups based in Seoul to experience workation in Jeju. And not only in Jeju, but in Busan and many other local areas. We are seeking to form partnership with local governments to provide a similar service. And of course, we cannot go on without mentioning KYOBO Life Insurance support. We were part of the InnoStage program, and since then, we are collaborating in many aspects together with KYOBO Life Insurance. And as a startup, I received so much support from KYOBO Life Insurance, and one of the biggest merits is that they have so many affiliates, so we can collaborate in so many different ways. So for example, with KYOBO Securities, we can provide service promotion, and for KYOBO Bookstore, so we also had a similar book club meeting and book introduction meeting. And with KYOBO Life Insurance, we did matching service for startups. So someone from KYOBO Life Insurance actually came to our company to co-run the program with us. And also, we help with the marketing of insurance products of KYOBO Life Insurance as well. Insurance products and platform services are not exactly the easiest thing to promote to the users, but it actually yielded a very healthy and strong result. And through the CNC fund that I already mentioned, I received investment and the collaboration is ongoing since. And to go into some details of the examples of this collaboration, KYOBO Bookstore has this program that's called World Books Days. And on this World Books Day, we not only just participated in, but also helped designing and operating the event. So we participated in all steps of this World Books Day event, and we had enough resources to offer, and we're very happy to be able to do so. And also, we promoted KYOBO Life Insurance Savings Insurance on our platform. So this product was designed in a way that doesn't feel like a life insurance, but rather feel like a deposit savings for our customers and was well received by our customers. And we were happy to collaborate in so many ways. And as a result, in 2018 and 2019, we kept growing. And second quarter this year, we made a turnaround, and we believe we will continue to grow as we have been. And in this field of hobby and activities, we will further expand to the overall area of traveling and tourism as well. And we believe that traveling is more than just sightseeing. We believe in interest-based themed travel for each individual. For example, if you are a surfer, might want to go to a popular surfing spot and even find a popular surfing spot overseas as well. So this kind of program as well, I believe there are much room for collaboration with KYOBO Life Insurance if you were to launch this in earnest. Especially, for example, if surfers like to go to Yangyang, we can maybe create a product to take them to Bali. So I believe that our hobby and activity programs has huge potential to be expanded and make great presence in the field of tourism as well. And as I said, it goes beyond sightseeing. We believe in an interest-based themed travel, and we can collect the data of that so we can grow into a lifestyle company, if you will. As I said, we had 1.4 million subscribers, which is a huge resource of us. And if it is put together with resources of KYOBO Life Insurance, we are very confident that we can keep collaborating to create more innovation in the field of lifestyle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From Yangyang to Bali, from daily life to life as a whole, this lifestyle will be managed by this collaborative system. Thank you so much for your presentation. Now let us welcome Kim Gyuri from Green Ribbon, who will be making presentation. Please welcome her with a big hand. Hello everyone. I am from Green Ribbon. I am Kim Gyuri. In the insurance industry, there is a huge asymmetrical data, and we are going to address it with InsurTech. We were first launched in 2020 March, and as of 2023, we are providing two main services. First is B2C. We are providing the claims related data to the consumer, and we also we also do the claims on their behalf. So it's fee-based system. And second is B2B. We also help improve the efficiencies of the insurers. And we impose a traffic fee per traffic system. So based on the 2022 B2C achievements, we were able to finish the pre-A round. And in the second and the third quarter of 2023, with the collaboration with the review team, we were able to do a market study quickly. And so we were able to find the potential for the market. And that's why the pre-A2 round of 23 billion won has been our target. We are continuing to try to get the funding in this round, and we have 25 people. And a lot of the people have been working in reviews in the insurance field, and technicians and engineers in Kupang and Baemin have been validating our system. So we are indeed creating a new ecosystem for insurance industry. So I believe that here we have a lot of people from the insurance industry, but also we have a lot of insurance customers. And for you, which part is the bigger part in terms of this value chain? From the provider's perspective, of course, signing the contract would be more important, but from the consumer's perspective, getting the insurance money would be the most important part. There are these large insurance tech companies as seen here, and they focus more on the supplier side. However, this tends to be more biased. So, for insurance holders' perspective, they may find the insurance industry more difficult, and they think that insurance payment is so small in number, and that reduces reliability, and they can lead to churn from the consumers. And that's why we set up a hypothesis. We thought that if if the consumers play the biggest role in this value chain. Basically, if we can handle this insurance claims part, if we can introduce digital transformation to make claims more easy and convenient and accurate, and if we can help them get the insurance money more easier, then they will be able to trust insurance companies more and they will not churn from the industry as a whole. What is more, all the claims data can be provided to the claims review team because this can help with the insurers themselves. So overall, we will be able to provide a positive impact to the insurance industry. That was what we had in mind. So our positioning is focused on after contract signing. And after signing the contract, the area of utilizing the insurance has been not tapped into well. Many people do not know how they can get the insurance and how they can get reimbursement. But based on about 3-year data, we provide the curations. And for those who don't even want to focus on that area, we do everything on their behalf. We can do the claims service on the customer's behalf so that the customers can get reimbursement more easily and in a more accurate manner. Also, based on the data that we got from B2C, we process it so that they can be used for claims review. This improves the work efficiency of the insurance companies. So we can say that we are creating value for both sides of the value chain. And that's because we had these two main benefits. First, we turn financial data to medical data, and that's because we have the proprietary technology. And second, we have this actual financial and medical data. And we don't have to rely on external parties to make this possible. And we weren't afraid of failures in the process, and that was how we were able to be where we are right now. So in B2C, in 2021 November, we launched our service, and now it's been about 1 year and 10 months. And we have about 670K customers, and we were able to gain revenue of about 1.3 billion. We didn't gain the customers to get the revenues, rather we did it to validate our hypothesis, and we tracked the customers' data. For example, the withdrawal of services because of delay in insurance money, all of these have been tracked. And it turned out that the customers who utilized our service and found this to be easy did not uh, withdraw from their insurance policies. And this is really helpful for the insurance companies' ESG as well. So we are going to track this data for the next 3 to 5 years. In B2B, and this is actually why we opened our round this time. We are doing a collaborative project with the reviews team of KYOBO Life Insurance, and that's why we were able to review things more easily. And let me tell you how this was possible. First of all, we helped them detect the insurance fraud better by providing the EMR documents. So in the past, there was some issues related to delay in issuing and delay in EMR services, but we were able to save costs by introducing this system. And second of all, of course, thanks to the open innovation support, we were able to contact a lot with the employees within the company. The Open Innovation and KYOBO Life Insurance Review team worked together with us on indemnity insurance. There were some cases where the insurance fees payments were given out in duplicates depending on income group. And in the past, the review group had to contact the customers, and that sometimes led to inaccuracies in data. But thanks to our non-face-to-face system, we were able to do a review much easily and in a more accurate manner. And thirdly, this is about damage assessment. KCA, a subsidiary of damage assessment, and KYOBO Life Insurance did a project with us. And for the case where on-site due diligence is necessary, we meet with the consumers and we get the signature from the customers according to the current procedure, but that was inefficient. But now we created these delegation documents. We were able to provide the delegation documents non-face-to-face, and that increased work efficiencies by this much. And at this point, at least about 240 million won is used for damage assessments. But in 3 years' time, we are going to reduce about 10% of that with our system in 3 years' time. In the past, the review team or review subsidiaries had to do this in parallel, and this was again inefficient. But as we have validated through the integrated project, we will be able to improve efficiency by 250%, and that's why we decided to open this round of investment. And Yanorja acquired Motel and Coupang created PB. And just like that, we are going to acquire our damage assessment company so that by 2025, we will not just focus on scaling up, we are going to score a profit. We have been focusing much on B2B. And we decided to focus on this part and make investment in this part because of the strong support or strong foundation by the B2C part. And we are going to continue to grow with the insurance consumers and create a strong ecosystem. And we are going to continue to grasp on the B2B opportunities that come from it. We are going to create a positive impact on the insurance ecosystem as a whole, and I look forward to your support. Thank you.
네, 대표님 좋은 발표
Thank you for your nice presentation. So we talked about insurance and insurance premium, insurance products. Those are some words that always feel unfamiliar, but through the integration service provided by Green Ribbon, it now feels much easier. And next up is CEO Kim Young-il from Puzzle Data. Please welcome him with a big applause on the stage. Thank you. Hi all, I'm Kim Young-il from Puzzle Data. The technology that we have is what is called process mining. We create products using process mining and lead it into process intelligence to improve products and improve customer journey as well. So what exactly is process mining? We believe that within the next 5 years, all public and private companies will seek increase in sales through customer behavior analysis, and we'll have to adopt our digital process mining technologies to optimize and automate their workflows. And as a matter of fact, many IT companies recognize this technology as something to improve their workflow. So a lot of entrepreneurs here have their app and provide their service on the app. And all the IT companies use data and input data in their system, and it leaves event log. So if we can connect the event log to our system based on the timeline, we can have this kind of table that you see on the screen. We call it case ID activity timestamp data in the table here. And with this information, you can draw a process map and also draw out more relevant data from it. So basically speaking, process mining technology is, so what we say process innovation, and we use BPM and BPR technology for that. And it is a combination plus of that plus data mining. So this part is a little complicated, so we will move through this. All the apps have user clicks, and all the insurance companies and many service providers use this app to attract customers. So most of the things these days are done on the system using web or app. And there's the system to support the backend system as well, whether it be insurance review or whether it be reimbursement of payment. And all that is data, and we can call them digital footprints. So in other words, they leave digital footprints. So if we can connect them all together internally, it interprets into workflow for customers, and for customers, it translates into customer journey. So we have to bring this together for a macro level view on how our customers behave. And that is basically the core of our service. So it's a process intelligence platform. And all the companies have their PI or VPM, and they have been doing this for a very long time. And through that analysis, they create systems, and with the system, they automate the system to boost efficiency. And up until now, it was based on surveys and interviews, so it was more of a manual work. So if you work on such systems, you will get data, and with the data, you carry out the analysis. But then it cannot capture the real world changes. That's what the process mining is addressing, to provide innovative improvement on analysis internally and customer journey for customers. So I will give you some examples. So when you do searches and compare the different products, let's assume that a user is searching up different products and pick one product and subscribe to one of them. So that's the usual flow for a customer on a domain. But let's think of it in a different way. In between, there will be many small different steps that particular user will check their bank balance and check other products as well, and will surf to other places and will check loan options and check their savings again to see if they need a loans or whether they do not need a loan. So those are like small hidden steps that's not captured by the standard process. However, we can make good use of these small steps as well through our service. So let's look at the journey of people who sign up to financial products, and there are certain characteristics that they show. So there are certain behaviors that people who sign up for financial products show and people who do not sign up show. So you can analyze how non-customers' behavior differ from customer behavior through the analysis. And this is where you can extract the idea of what next steps you should take for your non-customers who do not sign up. And to do this, you used to need SQL query to draw up this in a manual manner, and it would take a week or even up to 2 to 3 weeks of experts' time to put this together using SQL. But now, just using the data, we can draw this map automatically like this, as you can see on the right side of the page. We can see how long a customer spends on each page and how long it takes until the conversion and what repetitive behavior a customer carries out, etc. So for example, you can draw a certain conclusion there. You can, for example, say if a potential customer read the same page over 3 times, that is very likely that the customer turns into your subscriber. And for example, if that's the information that you can get, and if someone stayed for 3 minutes on a page and did not subscribe, maybe you can send a notification and give them a little nudge to bring them to the next step. So doing this analysis can be a very fast process if you have right data, and it can be very cost and time effective just with the right data. And that is what puzzle data is doing. So process mining based process intelligence platform service can be provided on premise through an on premise license by Puzzle Data. And you don't need any coding for this. You just need to manage the data and use the right filter to see the data. And you can do real time monitoring as well without coding yourself. And by doing so, you can also more easily identify if this potential customer is likely to sign up for a financial product, and if with double of the task load, how many more human sources you need, and make decisions on such things. And now more about the market and our competitive edge. The process mining technology actually started off in Europe and has spread it throughout the world. And I think through an IT company, according to an IT company survey, it seems that we are the only Asian country whose such technology is recognized worldwide. And because our competitive edge is recognized, we are very proud of it. And this market is actually growing exponentially. It is growing almost by 90% every year. So by 2029, I wrote 15 trillion here, but I believe that it will grow to be bigger than 20 trillion in size. So putting together the domestic market and the global market, this is a huge potential that we can tap on. And the data analysis, doing BigQuery with the big data, that is now kind of common in the IT world, but this technology that we have can also be widespread as well, and has started to be adopted by big companies, for example, Microsoft. And S&P ARP as well, for their process analysis. They have taken interest in our technology, and IBM as well also carries out a similar project using similar technologies. And an RPA global company also uses the same technology for the pre-processing of their data. So what does the processing company do? As we do the monitoring simulation of the data, and then we can move on to automation. So we want to be that kind of platform company. In conclusion, customers who use our product at the beginning, they were project-based. They needed our consultancy for one-off projects, but now it is moving more toward buying the license of our products at a bigger scale. So what we call citizen user is now our customer base is expanding and it is becoming more common thing to adopt this technology. And especially big companies in finance and manufacturing are especially taking high interest in our product, and in particular because in terms of financial services, most customers make their actions or decisions online. So financial companies have very high interest in how customers behave online. So this technology is being widely adopted in the financial market, including commercial banks and insurance. So we did pilot project to POC. Let's say we are doing POC project in POC project with KYOBO Life Insurance, and KYOBO Life Insurance also uses the similar technologies to manage their data. So does this app actually work well, and how does the internal management and maintenance work? Is it efficient enough? You might ask this question. So doing workflow analysis or designing this plan, and if you're a planner of this workflow, if you're a designer of this workflow, you might want to know the actual impact of it. So we did A/B test, as you can see on the screen, and we identified areas that can provide significant help to those analysis and areas that require more improvement. And for example, let's say workload for each individual increased significantly due to a new project. Then through data analysis, we can decide how much more workforce we have to add to the team. In my data marketing, that fields can also make good use of this technology, and it will increasingly be so going into the future. And same for the manufacturing companies. It will become more easy and comfortable to do lead time analysis, for example. So because the technology is being recognized more and more, the market itself is growing. And compared to other very big companies, we believe we still have a very competitive edge because even those big companies are increasingly adopting this technology. And we believe we are leading this technology sector in the domestic market, and I feel pretty confident in saying so. We keep upgrading our products and keep upgrading our services as well. So for example, if users are using an app for their insurance product, you can see their footprint online and you can gather the data and you can analyze the data and see the probability of that person actually signing up for a certain financial product. So that kind of prediction would be pretty helpful and also helpful for cost estimation as well. So if you can run simulation on these different scenarios, you can also improve the process for your customer journey on the app or web as well. So these are some of many examples on how data simulation can help making improvements in your business. So based on the process mining technology, we create process intelligence and we provide that intelligence in the form of solution. Through Series A investment, we received through Series A investment, but we're looking forward to receiving Series B investment. The domestic market is not big enough, we think, but we take up a very big share of the domestic market, and we won't stop here, and we want to be at least ranked third in the global market, going beyond the Korean market. And that is all I wanted to share about our product and service. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your educational presentation. Now let us welcome Song Jae-yoon from Dr. Diary to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone, I am Song Jae-yoon from Dr. Diary. We hope to create the world a much healthier place, and we are a chronic illness management platform. Let me give you a brief introduction of my company. We were launched in 2017, and I, the CEO, am a diabetes patient. And based on my experience as a patient, I launched this company And we were able to get about 20 billion won in investments, and we are continuing to grow. We are a diabetes specific healthcare platform and we are continuing our solid growth. And for this year, we hope to get 12 billion won in revenue, and we believe that this target is achievable. We are we started off as a B2C service focused on diabetes patients, but now we are providing a hyper personalized platform service for overall health. We hope to become a number one healthcare platform in this country. And recently, we were certified as a chronic disease management solution by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, and we are providing a customized health management services in collaboration with many partners, in particular in IT and hardware and in community. And in these different solutions, we have been providing areas where customers can continue to manage their health themselves. Now, next is the service figures for the past 3 years. The MAU is 150,000 and the download is accumulated as 1.2 million. And we are also expanding our scope to hypertension and other disease as well. Next is a brief explanation about our service. When you download our app, different life log data like blood glucose level and other lifestyle data can be entered easily. And also recently, you can also include various healthcare data such as what kind of drugs you're taking and what kind of hospitals are you going to. And you can also record diets. We also added AI features so you can write down your diets very easily. And it also supports multi-device, such as the blood pressure device and blood glucose level measurement device. And you can link this app with about 90% of such measurement devices with Bluetooth or NFC. And in the past, diabetes had to take off their own blood to measure the blood glucose level. But these days, as you can see in the left photo, you can simply use this patch that can monitor your blood glucose level 24/7. And we are partnering with Samsung Health to do an integrated health monitoring. And we will be launching this service this November. And these different life log data are provided in a weekly or a monthly report. Also, what is good about our service is that we have a community of the patients. About 3,000 blogs or logs are written down, and the customers or users share their know-hows, and they also share information to help others. Also, thirdly, it's about content. So we provide a hyper personalized management service. This is paid service. The customers can look at the information and they can get the one-on-one coaching with our dietitians or physicians. And it's composed of VOD lectures and textbooks and one-on-one coaching sessions. If you have diabetes or hypertension, and if you want to lose weight, for example, and if you want to get professional care, we provide this paid service. In particular, the weight loss management service is rebranded as Gluot, and this was launched in the first half of this year. And we are going to have a PPCF next month, so I look forward to your active interest. Let me walk you through Gluot even more. So you can say that it's about losing weight based on blood glucose level. Of course, you gain weight based on different reasons, but if your blood sugar level is high, and insulin turns this blood sugar into a different material. and it is broken down into a blood sugar. But in many cases, in our body wants to maintain a balance, and insulin reduces blood sugar, but in doing so, it turns the excess blood sugar into fats, and that's how we gain fat. And based on this program, I was able to lose about 10 kilograms in the past 6 months myself. About 1,000 people utilized GluWods, and on average, they were able to lose about 5 kilograms, which is quite high. Of course, there are lots of weight management services, but our service is very scientific. And you can prevent the blood sugar spike with the system, and you can see for yourself and track this blood sugar level. So it's very uh, educational and joyful. And our coaches help the patients lower their blood sugar level below 140. And when they do so, they will be able to lose weight for about 5 to 6 kilograms. And this is the graph that I mentioned about, so I'm going to skip this slide. So GlueWood is composed of these different parts. I told you about the blood sugar level management device, and we have 1 month worth of it. And we also have a smart weight measurement device and other systems involved in a bundle package. And for this, I'm going to skip because I already mentioned this. And this is basically a 1 month journey. And some even extended this membership to 7 months, and this person was able to lose about 17 kilograms, which is significant. In the first week, it's about discovering what diet is good for you, and your blood sugar level actually goes up more than that you realized. For example, in the case of kimbap, if you after you eat it, your blood sugar level can go to about 300 to 400. On the other hand, if you eat pasta, it's remained at quite low. So by discovering this kind of dietary patterns, you will be able to see how your blood sugar level grows and how your weight loses in return. And this is the pilot's related figures. And you can see that on average, people lost about 4.5 kilograms, and some even were able to lose 7 kilograms maximum in 1 month. And Wadis is also promoting our program as well. So if you're interested, please check it out via Wadis. Also, as I mentioned before, Dr. Diary has a strong community. As the previous speaker said, most of the community platforms are targeting 2030s, those in their 20s and 30s, but for us, those in their 40s and 50s are the main target. Also, we have an offline campaign. We hold this gathering or campaigns for diabetes patients and hypertension patients 2 times every year in COEX, and we have another event prepared for the second half of this year. And as for the offline campaign, about 100 to 200 patients come to COEX, and they will be able to get a lot of diagnosis. They can get checkups for tooth, and they can get in-body checkups or blood checkups. And also they get some professional trainings by the doctors, and with recreations, they can get motivations from each other. And also the patients are divided up into groups so that they can continue this journey just like a marathon. So we have the CSR program to motivate these people to continue on. And usually these offline programs are 3 months long. And as for diabetes program, one person's HbA1c level was 8.6, but after graduating from this program, the level went down by about 3%. So this shows how motivating this program can be for people. Also, we are going to move into B2B program sectors. We are currently working with healthcare centers in different cities and districts within Seoul. And we are also working with Samcheonli or other large-scale companies because we can provide this employee health management services to them. Also, we have a Dakdamur as a main business model. And this is about providing different foods and also medical devices for the patients. And in particular, among the medical device, we also have a blood level measurement device, which is a PB brand. And this is continuing to contribute to our revenues due to subscription service. Also, it is digitized and linked to our applications, maximizing the use. Also, we have a Muhadang brand. I believe that you have already heard of it if you're a female customer. And this is a sugar-free brand. And it's currently sold in different parts of the world, like Japan or LATAM area. And we're exporting a lot of foods. And we expect the export volume to be about 2 billion in revenues. Also in Japan, Amazon and Rakuten, we recorded first in dietary categories. And next, I want to talk about where we're going to go from here. We have been focused on B2C and we were focused more on diabetes patients. But now we're going to move on to measurement, recording, and data. And we are going to move into this chronic illness management area. We're going to become an overwhelming platform. And we are also going to help prevent and manage chronic diseases like hypertension and move on to even a weight loss area, which is a larger market. We're going to provide a hyper personalized service. And we're going to accelerate the healthcare solution service that we launched this year. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip this part. And these are our major affiliates and partner companies. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 좋은 발
Thank you for your presentation. It was interesting to hear about many healthcare programs and not only that, but also weight loss programs. I believe it is a area of interest for not only me, but for many of you here. And last but not least, we have our final speaker. We have CEO Park Jae-jun from Endlock. Please welcome him with a big applause. Hi, my name is Park Jae-jun. I'm the CEO of Endtalk. First of all, I will briefly walk you through what my company does and what tech stack we have and how we're collaborating with KYOBO Life Insurance. First of all, Endtalk is a company that harness on IT capabilities to solve the asymmetric information issue in the finance area. We collect the data and based on the AI, we analyze the data collected so that it is easy for anyone to find out high performing and low performing companies. We were launched in 2015 and we received government support when it was first launched. And at our early stage, we received support from many of government bodies. And after that, we formed partnership with different financial institutes. And as our technologies became more stable, we are diversifying our sales channel recently. So we work with IBK and KB Bank and Global Life and many similar large financial institutes. And these companies use our data to find out to discover high-performing companies and low-performing companies and carry out risk management if required. And we also received many awards and acquired certification, as you can see here on the screen. And by receiving such certification, we were able to further gain credibility. We are a B2B company rather than B2C. So we partner up with many renowned public companies and financial companies. We have about 20 people in our company for now in system development, data analysis, and service operation. So this is sort of our organizational chart. And the technology that we have are three-pronged. One is automatically securing source data online. And second is using a value evaluation algorithm. And third is the technology to present that analysis result visually. And we do this with SME companies, listed companies, public companies, private companies, and also startup companies so they can make good use of these technologies. And another differentiating factor of our company is that many companies use financial data to do data analysis, but we use not only financial data, but also non-financial alternative data that includes organizational data, certification data, recognition data. So basically, literally alternative data that is not only focused on the financial aspect, but that kind of data that can help you see things in a holistic way. And first of all, one of our product is what we call Hubble database. Hubble database, we got the name from the telescope, Hubble telescope. And as the telescope can find stars, well, our idea was that through our Hubble database, we will discover strong performing companies. And we have about 1.3 million companies in Korea. And we automatically categorize these companies. And by company, we also collect alternative data for each company so that we can harness the data in assessing the company performance. So we use this term company ecosystem a lot. So you can see this as an effort to digitize that company ecosystem in a data. So this is kind of complicated to explain, but to simplify it as much as possible, as I said, we have more than 1 million company data and also three times of also alternative data that's more than three times of that, and also developed algorithms so we can use it to provide support to financial companies who need to analyze their data to rather simplify it. So at the early stage, whether to secure the data was the question that we were asked a lot. So a lot of you must be investing in stocks here, I guess. But if you're a listed company, the stock market is the set place to secure data. So we know where to secure the data. So it was rather easy. But for 99% of companies that are not listed, collecting data of those companies, it was more difficult because the data was not gathered in one market, but rather sporadically spread out here and there. So first we had to glean the data from here and there through API integration and many other ways. So we built those connections to fetch the data. So now we have more than 1 million company unit data, and none of this is done manually. We have our robotic system to fetch this data. And creating a database is not that difficult, no matter how big your data set is. But what's important is to update the DB so that it is timely, because if it's been more than a year since you updated DB, you can say that your DB is corrupted. So we update our DB monthly so that it reflects real-time accurate information and does not go old. And after the data is secured, we do AI analysis, and we will go into detail about AI analysis the later part of my presentation. And once the analysis is done, then we have to discover, we share the data with the companies like financial companies or public companies that need the data for their business. And we also have this Talk MRI, which is the name for our AI solution. We got this name from medical MRI device. If you go into the MRI, you can get the medical diagnosis for a patient, right? So similarly, our NTalk MRI requires just one click to get more than 2,000 data unit for company assessment. Productivity, safety, security, that's kind of traditional data information. Of course, they are provided as well, but we have more specified detailed data adding to that as well. We also put into consideration something that's difficult to measure usually, such as sustainability, value proposition, and things like that. Those can be rather objective, but we use all this kind of data for performance analysis. And the way it works is it's more than mere statistics. Our customer tell us the goal and their objective for the analysis, and we map the data that's appropriate for their goal and find the most appropriate learning model that fits their objective and provide the optimized AI map to run the analysis. And I don't know how many of you have actually run AI analysis, but if you have, you should know that AI analysis and running statistic itself does not require that much time. Rather, preparing data takes up about 70 to 80% of your time. But as we said, we automate the data collection and collection through our Hubble data. So collecting, searching, and processing our data is automated mostly. So while other AI companies can develop 2 to 3 models, we can create about 10 to 20 models, which is way higher productivity. And for the data collection, we use Hubble DB and it's automatically processed, so we can make this into a clean data set like this. And then we go on to data learning, data training. We have our 10 proprietary algorithm to assess value appropriateness, likelihood of IPO, impact assessment, and market impact level, and likelihood of success, innovation level, ESG assessment, and alternative credit measurement. So these are different criteria for that our analysis algorithms use, and we find the most match one for each of our clients. And so if our client can decide on the objective of their analysis, we can automatically map the appropriate AI model, and the training is done accordingly, and after the training, optimization in that order as well. As we said, we can churn out many different models at the same time at a very fast manner. So validation can be done from a very early stage as well, which means we have higher accuracy for our customers. So we were launched in 2015, so it's been a while now. It's our 8th year, I believe, and by 2025, our goal is to record over 10 billion of sales and have about 150 members in our team. So that's our goals by 2025. And we did collaboration on 2 rounds with KYOBO Life Insurance. So let me walk you through it. So first of all, it was with InnoStage. It was rather data driven. In KYOBO Life, we did POC of how KYOBO Life Insurance can find potential partners. Before that, KYOBO Life Insurance received submission forms from potential partners, but with our help, they could use AI technology to just grab the data online automatically and see where in the value chain each candidate sits. And adding to that, they could check out what companies there are in the fintech ecosystem using our technology. So we led this to success in discovering companies that are potentially good candidates, tech candidates that could work in partnership with KYOBO Life Insurance and put them into our database. And recently, we've been doing similar thing with healthcare companies as well in discovering medical device and healthcare companies where they sit in the medical value chain, such as surgery or diagnosis, etc. And so we spot those companies and automatically categorize them into either service or product. So we can rather curate potential partners for our customer, if you will. And we use data of about 30,000 companies and had 50 sub-themes under that. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, we heard from 7 different presentations. We were able to see how KYOBO Life Insurance is working with the startups to continue with their journey. You can see how KYOBO Life Insurance is working with them in various lifestyles. We would like to now end the KYOBO Life Insurance session on the open innovation. I would like to once again thank everyone for participating until the very end. Next, we are going to begin the Impact Quest Grand Final. I would like to ask for your attention until the very end. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Warmest welcome. We are now officially starting the Impact Quest. A warm applause. Woo! Thank you for the hype. Okay, my name is Peggy Poon, and I am head of operations at EQT Foundation, and also responsible for our APAC activities. And I am your host today. And today with me, we are going to listen to 5 impact startups who have the chance to get a direct investment from EQT Foundation. And these startups have practiced, traveled, and prepared to stand on this stage today to pitch for you. So everyone, let's make sure that we encourage them and give a lot of applauses when they are on this stage. And I gotta tell you that I get hyped when the audience is hyped. So, can we do a test round? Welcome to Impact Quest! Thank you, thank you. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, the agenda of today. We will start with listening to the 5 startups. And then make sure that you listen carefully because everyone in the audience will have the chance to win coffee gift icons. And we will draw a random drawing of the people who guessed for the right winner. The startups that will be pitching today are Rapla, CNS Int, Greenish, Puremedy, and Code of Nature. These startups were selected to pitch here tonight to get the chance to win 100,000 euro investment from EQT Foundation. So today is going to be a great day. And in the jury, we have invited some of the most prominent impact and deep tech investors here in Korea. These investors are going to evaluate who the winner of the Impact Quest will be. We have Han Sang-yeok, CEO and Managing Director of Sopyeong. Woo! We have Chae Hyun-ju, founder and managing partner of Envisioning Partners. And we have So Sang-jun, head of EQT Partners Infrastructure Korea. And we have Lee Tak-chun, who is the CEO and founder of D3 Jubilee. And we have Celia Holmes Indal, CEO of EQT Foundation. And we have Johnny Choi, CIO and Executive Director of Future Play. I'm super excited to have this set of experts evaluating the winner of today. And we have done some due diligence, so don't worry. So if any of these judges have invested in one of these startups, they will not comment and they have no voting rights for that startups. And the most important is that all of you will be part of listening to the pitches because you will be able to win the coffee gift cards if you guess for the right winner. So can we get up the QR code here? This is the QR code. So everyone, please scan this and have the page open while you listen to the pitches. And guess who will win today? And then you might get a coffee card. So 50 people, both the people here and the people online, can get the coffee cards. So, are you ready to listen to the pitches? Are you ready? Good! Okay, the first startup pitching is Repla. A warm applause to Repla.
Hi, I'm Alice. Nice to meet you. I am CEO and founder of Repla. You might be curious, what is that thing doing with the plastic? Let me explain. So I had a chance to interview more than 200 recycling plant owners and workers. And I found out that plastic has various types. And they said all the exact same thing, that price of recycled plastic is low because they have impurities in it. So the other plastic types are interrupting when recycling them. So basically, it means for the perfect quality, we need 100% purity of one plastic kind. It was very shocking for me because there were no 100% purity of recycled plastic from the household waste. So they got only 50 to 60% price compared to new plastics. The existing process in the industry only led this household waste to be B grade or C grade quality of recycled plastic. Repla wanted to change this by purifying recycled plastic. So I was curious about how I can eliminate only the impurity plastic kinds. Then we could find this bacteria which degrades polyethylene and other plastic kinds but does not degrade polypropylene. But there were a lot of barriers to break through to commercialize this bacteria and deliver it to the customers. We definitely worked on fundamental things, but also we made it easy for customers to use the bioreactor. First, we ensured that these bacteria are safe for humans and reproducible only from the plastic, so it does not consume much energy. We have isolated plastic degrading bacteria from 2016, and through RNA sequencing, proteomics, metabolomics analysis, the potential plastic degradation pathway have been elucidated. Also, candidate plastic degrading genes, which generate oxygenase, have been selected. Lastly, cultivation using plastic as sole carbon source have been optimized in a 5-liter scale, and soon it will be proved in 50-liter scale. Second, the main needs from our customers were to make it continuous process, just like their existing process. So we combined existing industrial machines. We combined circular mesh with horizontal bioreactor. This made it possible to pick up purified polypropylene continuously, regardless of the time that the bioreactor consumes for the purification process. So we have 4 domestic patents and 2 international patents, including Europe patent. And also we have 5 bacteria internationally stocked so we can protect them. In November, we are installing 100-liter scale of bioreactor so we can observe the physical property enhanced from the bioreactor. Our business model is to install bioreactor to the customers, and also we provide the consumables to the customers. And we are also finding a company to collaborate with because we are going to make this in our own site, especially in Europe. The companies who have specialties in biochemistry, we are finding for those kind of companies. And lastly, we are open to licensing to trustful partners who are going to conduct this business in far countries. Our estimated sale is to be 100 million USD starting from the first year of sales, installing 2 bioreactors to the 25 companies that we know. We have 16 members, and there are 6 members who have more than 10 years of experience and 3 PhDs. We have specialties in gene cloning, protein purification, and collaborating with 3 universities in other fields to make this happen. We have 4 board members and 3 excellent leaders. We have 3 letter of intent for the bioreactor. And also we have 6 paid customers for Plascan. It is different from bioreactor, but we made this little solution to also detect plastic kind. For example, you get to know what plastic type it is, and also it will be used for quality checking after treating with the bioreactor. Yep, so if you want to invest in different future, please invest in Repla. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Super nice. Okay, now it's time for questions to the judges. Do we have any questions? Starting with, Sangjun.
Very impressive technology and could be very scalable. Just two questions from my end. You mentioned PP, but currently Korean plastic recycling industries really focus on PET. Do you see opportunity to, extend your technology to cover other types of plastic? And as you may know, there are billions of dollars being invested into the whole process of chemical recycling, i.e., pyrolysis. Do you see this as a complementary technology, or could, the big corporate billions of dollars, make this a bit irrelevant in your view? So,
It's the second one is kind of hard question, but for the first one, like 10 years ago, like PT and PP and P were like the kind of like 25%, 25% and 40%. And actually polyethylene, it's the 40% is used for like packaging or like thin layer thingy. So it's actually going into just waste, not into plastic recycling. So when we investigated the plant in our own views, and it's kind of a sad issue, but after COVID, the use of polypropylene, it's the only plastic kind that you can microwave. So the use of that got like 2.6-fold higher. So the total, it's now PP is estimated to be at least over 40%. And also there are largest number of PP recycling company in Korea. It's not in other countries, but in Korea it is. So we're now focusing on PP, and we also heard that from Sweden that they have a higher recycling rate, but it's mostly PET, and it's because they collected well. But we are seeing opportunities of PP because it's not being recycled. So if we can make it happen, then we can take care of that polypropylene. And also for PET, they have like byproducts. Some PET cannot be recycled even in the recycling plants, so we can degrade them, and it's cheaper than just burning them. So we're also targeting that market too. And for the second question, chemical recycling, I think it's essential if like in current state, if there's only like physical method to recycle, then there's a lot of actually 87% of plastic, recycled plastic, even after going through like collecting, they're discarded because they have a lot of attached kinds. So for that, in current state, chemical recycling is needed, but I heard that it's very expensive than what they gain from it. So hopefully I just want to make this solution to be happen and then introduce to the industry.
Thank you for your answer. Yeonju?
Thank you for the great presentation. I'm very impressed by the unique technology approach you're developing. My question is about business development, and I mean, your solution should be integrated into the whole value chain for plastic recycling and the plastic manufacturing, I believe. And how are you tackling that in terms of how you want to partner with, and what would be your target clients, and what will be the final kind of formal product you will supply, things like that. Yeah.
We have different strategies for Korea and Europe. For Korea, we actually are targeting small companies, but having more than 10 million USD for annual sales. They have collecting groups and separating groups, and their extruding groups. we're targeting the separation companies, and there are 2,000 companies, and we actually called all of them, and then we actually found out only 500 companies are matching our condition, and 390 companies were actually interested in this solution. So we are going to slowly meet all of them more and more, and just like traditionally sell this bioreactor. And for Europe, we have some potential collaborators who are in like oil industry or packaging industry. And I heard that they have like a very huge companies already doing very well. So our strategy is to make like a strong collaboration with those like small amount but very big companies.
Thank you for the answer.
Is it okay?
Johnny Choi?
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I wonder your business model is B2B. Is it right?
Right.
So I guess you might have the potential the customers. So who needs our solution?
The company, recycling company who have recycling plants, and actually in Korea and also abroad, they have like a cluster of plants, and especially we are targeting who have over 1 million USD as annual sales, and it was 500 companies in Korea, and doing separation, and we can sort out that company by whether they have the washing machine or not, or like they have a shredding machine or not, we can sort out. So they can adopt our bioreactor based on their sales, and they averagely spend like 6 million USD annually for their machine maintenance. So when we asked them, is it okay for your like spend, then they said the cost is very okay. So I think it will be very probable to sell on them.
Thank you. Do we have a last question? Celia, do you have any additional questions?
Yes, I think this is more of so we know that plasticity and plastics and polyesters and clothes is something that we as a society would like to move away from. So by also cleaning and filtering out and making plastics circular and kind of removing it from nature to one extent, you're still upholding, I would say, a market fit that's hard to compete with. We know that, paper straws competing with plastic straws, it's not as great, but it's way better for the climate that we are converting to natural materials and regenerative materials. What are you as a startup and company's kind of perspective on that problematic side of how cheap and how well performing plastic is when it's something we as society would like to reduce because you can't control that it won't happen in or it won't end up in our oceans?
That's a great question, and you can answer with one sentence.
One sentence? I heard that we have like 7, I don't know the figure, but like 7 billion ton. It's not accurate, but it's already in existing in the earth, but it's not processed. So even if we stop using plastic from now on, like there's zero plastic in here, but we have still like 7 billion tons out there. And I calculated if I purify these, I will get like 23% of polypropylene. And will it make money? And that was like totally yes. It will make like $400 billion for that. So I think we need to stop using plastic, but also we have to treat like already generated plastics too. So we're working on that.
Thank you so much. That was a great answer in such stress. So a warm applause to Repla. Now we have the next startup that is pitching. CNS Int. A warm applause to CNS Int.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here and introduce CNS. This is JD Son, CEO of Carbon Negative Solution. Global warming is everyone's problem in the world. CNS wants to contribute to solving it. Every year, 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent greenhouse gas enter the atmosphere. In order to slow global warming, we have to remove yearly 10 gigatons of that. However, the level that can be removed through current efforts and technologies are less than 100 megatons only, which is less than 1% what is required. What to do with the other 99%? CNS found the solution in nature and biological way. We can provide three solutions. One, directly captures and removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Second, reduce greenhouse gas emission from agricultural soil with microbial product. Third, replace fossil fuel to reduce greenhouse gas emission with microalgae biomass. First of all, CNS continues to capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and uses it to continuously cultivate microalgae in large volume, enabling the tradable C0 CDR service. This is the power of photosynthesis. And more, CNS captures carbon dioxide even 5,000 times more than forestry for the same area. Secondly, through continuous cultivation of microalgae, we earn the microbial product. This can complement the use of synthetic fertilizer, in turn, reduce greenhouse gas emission from agricultural soil. Third, inorganic carbon sources in atmosphere are converted to the organic carbon in microalgae, which can be utilized to produce carbon neutral green energy, thus partially replace fossil fuel use. What makes all this possible is CNS engineered microalgae cultivation technology called Megacell Factory. CNS developed a biological carbon capture transformation and removal platform to build a Megacell Factory. It enables continuous cultivation and control over microalgae 24/7, making it the most efficient and economical in the world. The beginning of this technology lies in microalgae, which is the best natural carbon dioxide sorbent, and its versatility and sustainability. Most importantly, microalgae is nature thing. There are big differences between traditional technologies and how CNS removes and utilizes carbon dioxide. It's green, controllable, and measurable, make it sustainable and scalable. What makes these things happen is CNS hybrid DAC technology. The most important part is that microalgae is the best natural biosorbent for utilizing carbon dioxide. Compared to the other leading DAC technologies, CNS uses very little electrical and thermal energies, and as a result, we can provide CDR service at an affordable price. Since 2019, there have been various efforts and attempts and our experiments. Near future, CNS targets entering the US market by participating in the DH Hub project and participating in the huge Korean governmental project for green green biofuel mass production. We are ready to build 100-ton culture scale of mega cell factory in Korea, and also plan to build the same scale of mega cell factory in Sacramento, California, to participate project. Fundraising of 10 million to 15 million is required, and we need a mentor leading us to local partners and investors in the United States. This is an impact of 200-ton megacell factory. Yearly 31,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent greenhouse gas will be removed and utilized. And projection will $8 million US. CNS will be a tipping point of positive change in a time of climate crisis. I appreciate your time to listen to CNS story, and I look forward to the leading of EQT Foundation, making us move forward globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Big applause. All right. Do we have any questions from the judges? Hakchun?
Yes. Thank you. And I learned a lot the potential of microalgae to contribute our climate issues there. You didn't talk much about your team. Your team.
Yeah.
So technology, also business building side. So how many on your team, and why do you think you do this best?
There are a lot of prior to mass production of microalgae, but everything was failed. But actually, we were brave, but we don't know much things. But our technology is based bio and combination of bio and information technology. So we just found the algorithm of how to mass production continuously controlled microalgae. So we just tested this cultivation system since 2019 in US, and then we just found out how to manage the microalgae with so many details and these conditions, and then we found it, and then we just succeeded for about 2.5 years to test in the field, and then we found out the solution. So actually, the Team CNS have been collaborating and working on many projects and driving technology development under one vision for about 16 years before I started up this company.
Thank you for the answer, and thank you for the question. Do we have an additional question from Celia?
Yes. So one of the topics of the panel earlier today was Korean startups and cultural barriers in international expansion. One of them being doing multiple things at the same time. And we can see from your slide that you have 3 kind of use cases and 3 kind of entities of startups that needs to build 3 value proposition, 3 go-to-market strategies. So in terms of kind of focusing your go-to-market, where would you put in your focus and how would you sequence it?
Sure. So we are counteracting for we are just focusing on we solve the problem of the global warming, and then I just showed the 3 products and like a 3 solution, but actually there's only one thing. Mega cell factory is when we learn mega cell factory, so in a single one process, there are 3 earnings what we got, and then it can be utilized for actually we target in the Korean market. From this April, we just started the governmental project for the mass production of biofuel. So we the CNS is a member of consortium for this project to supplying the bio oil, the material bio oil with our microalgae. So they just purchased our microalgae for 4 years, about 2 billion Korean won. And then so we just focus on the jet fuel project in Korea with microalgae. And then the other one, globally, we are going to US market because there is a market and there is a money. So we just targeting the US market to entering the participating in the USDA's hub project. So when they just confirm and just improve our technology and our feasibility study, then we just spread our.
So just understanding you that the business model would stand on its own with that one revenue stream that's already secured, and this is about getting
Korean is
in
secured
additional revenue streams.
biofuels.
Thank you.
Great question and great answer. Do we have a question, Sangyo?
Thanks for your presentation and with your explanation. I could see the possibilities of the microorganism and the bacteria, something like that. So in terms of your technical competitiveness, I would like to know more about what kind of the microalgae did you find, and what is the difference the current microorganism compared to any other your competitor. And I would like to ask more about how do you utilize the different types of microalgae for the different market? Because for the agriculture soil related market, you should utilize different organism, and for the biofuel, you should also different. But as I feel, to utilize that, you should keep the specific condition with very stably. So in terms of that, so please explain more about your technical the competitiveness and in terms of the microalgae.
The megacell factory, when we learn megacell factory, just the operating megacell factory means the microalgae is growing our factory. And then it means that they just doing the photosynthesis. We capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and use it for the energy of the microalgae. And then why there is a subsidiary two product. One for the microbial product. It is the organic, can be utilized organic fertilizer. And the other one is a microalgae itself, biomass. They have a 30% more lipid inside. So it can be utilized to the bio oil to produce jet fuel or biodiesel. So we're just doing the only one process, running megacell factory only. And then the process is CDR and microbial product and biomass. Everything is it just came from only one process.
Thank you so much for the answer. A warm applause to CNS Int.
Thank you.
And next, we have Fertimax. A warm applause to Fertimax. Wait. A warm applause to Fertimax. Can we support? Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Hi, I'm In-sung, CEO of Greenish. We conduct many of experiments on sperm activation. Today, I will talk about new fertility treatment by sperm activation. Infertility means the condition of the unable to conceive within 1 year, and globally 1 billion people suffering the infertility. Infertility treatment is performed by assisted reproductive technology called as ART and used for woman treatment. But this ART procedure is extremely hard, so many patients feel the very big pain. And even someone said to me, it ruined my body, or I thought the suicide. But the majority of treatments focus on the woman treatments. This is very big problem. The male infertility rate is 40%, but the male infertility is ignored by market. So it has to change another way. Most of male infertility cause of sperm weakness, so we have to change the strong sperm. Fertimax is specialized lubricant for strong sperm and used for trying to conceive. It activates the sperm by two ways. First one is protect the sperm from vaginal acidic condition, and second is enhancing motility by supplying energy to sperm. This is our result. This is our result. As shown in this figure, the Potimax treated sperm move more fast and go strong. In our lab data, the survival rate Potimax treated sperm survival rate increased and velocity and fertilization also increased. The infertility market is also growing, enlarging, and as first marriage age increase, so infertility rate also increase continuously. To enter this market, we focus on the group who avoiding the fertility treatment. Half of the patient didn't receive the fertility treatment, and almost 25% of patients want to have a baby at home, not a clinic. So we aim this target and positioning as the help to conceive and increase the fertilization rate. Actually, in this field, we have the competitor. The fertility-friendly lubricant is the specialized lubricant and approved by FDA. This product, this precise gel and baby dance gel are commonly used in the market, and this product to pH neutralization and give the sperm protection. But Potimax not only protection but the annual supply to increase the sperm activation directly. So this is our advantage and increase the sperm activation and increase the fertilization rate. More detail, we go to the US market and approved by FDA by 510K notification, which is the best track of the approval system, and go to the B2B market and check the response, like a hospital or clinic. And finally, we go to the B2C market and online marketing, like Amazon and CVS has. We are highly experienced team, and we are good at experiments. But we have we will hiring more people, marketing and sales. We go to the market and go strengths. This is my last page. We Greenish become a global leader in infertility field within 50 years. Thank you for your listening. Have a good day.
Wow. Thank you so much, Max. And now time for the Q&A, which can be in either English or in Korean. There is a translator. So any questions from the judges?
So I would just say that this is such a good example of a strong business model for impact. It's about solving the problem better and flipping it on its head and looking at what is the real problem and how can we be more creative on solving it. So I think this is a really good example. And my question would be, in terms of the other ones and understanding your competitive advantage compared to the two brands that we were showing on your slides.
But this product have to approval, and after approval, I will give some gift for you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Sangyeop?
Thank you for your presentation. In terms of the patent or your barriers for your technology and business, so as I just fear for the first site, your competitors or potential competitors can do some reverse engineering of your product and then they copy it very easily. So what do you think about it? And are there any kind of barriers, do you think?
Okay.
You can you can choose to answer in either Korean or in English.
한글로 하는 게 좀 더 자세히 설명드리겠습니다.
Yes, I like to speak in Korean. Yes, for us, yes, there is a chance of copycats, and that's why we have to be more competitive. For us, we already completed patent for composition, and we are also going to have patent for the sperm protection or sperm mobility and others. And we are going to have a PCT patent going forward so that we can have more competitiveness. And we want to also be approved as medical device because even in that case, even if the latecomer comes in, they will take a lot of time to get the approval. So it will serve as protection for us.
Thank you for the answer. Do we have another question?
Thank
Johnny
you for
Cho.
your presentation. So is there any human tested results?
또 한글로 설명을
Again, I'd like to speak in Korean. Yes, we need to, if we are to test it against the people, we need to do a clinical test. But right now, we have conducted the test on cows and mouse. And as for the human sperms, we need to go through the clinical test, so we cannot disclose official data. But internally, we have been using the human sperm. So I believe that going forward, even if we go on for a clinical test, we will be able to get the approval.
Finish the clinical test.
sorry.
How long does it take?
Johnny Cho, you can also say it in Korean if that's more comfortable.
만약에
네.
한국인
So if you are to do a clinical test for the general public, how long will it take? For the Korean market, I've been focusing on US market. I said that I'm going to focus on 501k, but for Korea, we're going to do a POC so that we can target the pharmacies and we're going to see the customer response and optimize our compositions and then move on to the medical device approval. So we are going to have MOU with Gyeonggi Medical Center, and we're also contacting Cha Hospital and Maria Hospital. So even if we go on to the clinical test, we're going to utilize this partnership and also for the initial purchase as well. I think it's the best if the OBGYN recommends our product. So we're going to go this way. And lastly, we're going to go into the B2C market.
Question, and thank you for the answer. Hyunju.
So as you said in the beginning, you said that women and men contribute to the infertility by 40 and 40%, but still there are only infertility treatments for women right now. And why do you think that was the case? And how can you overcome that problem? Yes, we did a lot of market study, and from the doctor's perspective, they say that in the past, we tend to think of infertility as the problem of women, and that's why we conducted tests on women. And also, the infertility treatments for women, it required women to go to the hospital and get ultrasonic wave treatments, and they had to get a lot of needles, interventions, and from the healthcare institutions perspective, they could earn a lot of money if they targeted women. And that's why the focus has been on women. However, with the scientific discovery, we realized that more of the infertility comes from men. That's in the case of sperms, they have become more inactive, and that's why I believe that our approach is more timely compared to the past.
Answer. Do we have a last question, Sangjun?
동물
Yes, so you did animal tests, and have they proven to be safe? Sperms, well, maybe if we hold back the sperms, this could lead to maybe other problems. Were there any safety concerns? I think I can answer this in two different ways. First, as for the stability or safety. Well, as for sperms, well, we look at whether the sperm's head or tails are stable. And as for toxicity, we looked at whether the vagina were not affected. Uh, in toxicity terms. As for genetic disease, well, I think we can explain in three different cases. First of all, it could be the case where the nucleus of the sperm is okay, but the tail is a problem. In this case, even if we apply the lubricant, there could be a problem. They cannot go forward and it cannot lead to conceiving. And in other case, it could be the case where the nucleus has a problem. And in this case, even if conceiving is successful, this cannot lead to babies. And thirdly, even when the tails and the nucleus are normals, there could be some problems. But in this case, this is because of the wrong biological productions, and this is a natural phenomenon, not because of our treatments. But thankfully, with the scientific advancements, we are able to test in advance. So I think we can separate this problem right away.
Then all jurors are briefed, and a warm applause to Fatima. And next, we have, I might have the order wrong here. Purimedi, warm applause.
Okay, we pretty are always thinking about how to reduce the mortality from the cancer. And I believe an AI solution named Cancer View has an answer. Hi, I'm Dongil Lee, co-founder and CEO of Pre-Medi. Okay, 70% deaths due to cancer is without recommended screening test. But we have faced the challenges. There's no way to check all 50 types of cancer in the imaging tool or the biopsy or any other golden standard. More critical issues here. The test have to show a high performance in the early stage cancer patients. Okay, then we can imagine that how regular blood tests can detect 50 types of cancer at early stage. 2018 to 2020, 3 major startup companies in US were established. These companies shows rapid growth like this chart, and this indicator just means MCD, multi-cancer early detection solution, can dominate the entire cancer diagnostics market within 10 years. Like this, huge kind of the market. So in this company, Grail, Exact Science, and Garden Health, in this company, clinical performance was excellent. Over 90% sensitivity and about 90% specificity for multi-cancer detection. However, first generation MCD players that I mentioned before has the significant issues. There's two. So one is the gray shows just 70% sensitivity in stage 1. It means early stage. And the service price is 1,000 US dollars, too expensive. So this is the fundamental and common limitation of DNA detection approaches called first generation MCD platform. So Pre-Medi developed the second generation MCD based on the chemicals circulating the bloodstream. Our platform is working under the chemical reagent to quantify our target biomarker and diagnostic tools, this software. When we tried in 2018, this is the first clinical trials, was frustrated. It was a 75% accuracy. In stage 1, stage 2, 3, and 4, all the same. Yeah, a bit frustrated, but however, we catch the opportunities. The 70%, 75% sensitivity in stage 1. As I mentioned before, Grail shows only 70% sensitivity in stage 1. We are highlighting on this early detection, the point. So now Pre-Medi can reach it to 97% sensitivity over stage in 2023. So how? We developed algorithm for correcting error and secured 12K clinical samples in Korea and worldwide. Our own 12K samples, that is world's largest MCD learning data set. Based on this performance, we secured 12 intellectual properties and Korea GMP, GMP facilities. And the Cancer View, our product, is pending on the Korea FDA, supported by Sincheonhyang hospitals. So now we can proudly say our product, Cancer View, is a cost-competitive and accurate solution. The gross profit margin is over 90%, and operating profit margin is expected to over 50% after turnover in 2025. So we have raised around the $2 million for 3 years, and in this year we have contracted with two tertiary hospitals. One is the Medical City, TMC in Philippines, and Suncheonhyang hospitals in Korea. So next year we are going to launch our product firstly in Korea and ASEAN region. The pre-Medi will reach it over 100 million revenue, US dollars revenue in 5 years. Before establishing pre-Medi, back in 2018, we set up the goal that is we will develop highly affordable MCD platform for all humanity in the world. It seems to be impossible, but our members make it possible. I'm proud. So we want to invite you in our journey. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mehdi. Thank you. Do we have any questions from the judges? And I want to ask you first if you prefer the questions in Korean or in English to you.
Depending on the questions, but basically English is okay.
Okay. Hyunju?
Yeah, it's a very impressive outcome. Thank you very much for your presentation. A very basic question. What is the innovative secret of your technology enabling such a superior performance?
Actually, I just mentioned before our MCD platform is the second generation. The many other companies are focusing on the DNA particles to detect the cancer. Yeah, DNA particle is a good measure to detect the cancer because cancer is a DNA mutations of cell, but there is some troubles because we use a blood sample, but DNA particles from the cancer cell is hard to detect. But how about the stage one? The stage one cancer tumor cell is too small, so it's really hard to detect in stage one. So that is the first problem. And second problem is the genetic processes. Almost all hospitals and clinics and medical centers have no ability to do the genetic analysis in their hospitals. The genetic analysis is just for laboratory or institutions, not a medical center. So we have to think about the legacy tumor blood test systems. So I think that the proteins and the metabolite, I mentioned the chemical, is the best way to um, best way to penetrate in the legacy the tumor blood test market. So that's why I highlighting on the metabolite is the affordability and the high accuracy in early stage.
Thank you. Did we have a question here?
한국말로
I will ask a question in Korean. It was a very specialized area, so it was difficult to capture all of the idea, but I still have a question. So one of the interesting thing in the access, it is multi-cancer diagnosis using blood. And using blood test, we can literally detect multiple cancers. And you also said your tests have very high sensitivity, but some cancers are easier to diagnose, whereas others are less so. And biopsy is also a very difficult part. And of course, multi-cancer detection is good, but there could be a field of expertise. And if detecting multiple number of cancers is typically a good thing as opposed to being accurate. That is one question. And the second thing is, so it seems to be a pretty different approach to to have diagnosis as you are using metabolite. So this question is about scalability. The previous way is scale up through diagnosis and new drug, but rather your approach, in your approach, I'm not sure how you are planning to scale up. 네, 제가 그러면 한국어로 대답을 So I will answer in Korean. I'll answer the second question first. Sorry, I'm. Okay, if you're using a protein, it is usually linked to new drug development, but our target way, that is impossible. There's one advantage. Drugs are consist of various chemicals. So when we do chemo, we use chemicals as well. And when the chemical meets cancer cells, there are certain cells that are fragmented out of it, but because we use metabolite, and if you grow immune to the cancer, the fragmentized cells that come off out of it are different types of materials. And in particular, when it comes to breast cancer, we have developed developed ways to measure chemo resistance. And about your first question, can you please reiterate? So you said you do multi-cancer detection is why do you think multiple is important? The reason we should do multi-cancer detection is clear in the domestic market. So Korea has a very strong system for health check, but there are also minor cancers that comes under less interest by the government or the medical system. So there are like 6 major cancers, but there are also other cancers that are less diagnosed accurately and but in the case of lung cancer, it takes only about 4 months for it to develop from stage 1 to stage 4, but it is often overlooked. So some companies develop biopsy systems where they can detect multiple cancers. But anyways, what MCED is aiming for is to be able to detect all the overlooked kind of various cancers as well, and what we call cancer. And we have this cancer moonshot initiative, and the R&D scale is over 100 trillion. And companies like Lunis or other companies are also paying higher attention into multi-cancer early detection as a recent trend.
The warm applause to Pyramidi.
Thank you so much.
And the next company, we have Code of Nature.
Okay. Hi, we are Code of Nature, a company that developed Mossby. And I'm Jeong Park, the CEO. Pleasure to meet you all. Soil restoration, it was a big issue in last year. According to data released by the UN, 40% of the Earth's soil is already degraded, and 50% of the remaining soil will be degraded within 30 years. Soil degradation occurs in a variety of places and for a variety of reasons, including wildfires, exploitation, and farmland, and is closely linked to human activity. Until now, restoration of degraded soil has been done either with heavy machinery or by letting nature take its course. However, both approaches had drawbacks for various reasons. A new, more environmentally friendly and sustainable approach was needed. So, we developed Mossby. Mossby consists of both pores cultured with our technology and along with nutrient solutions, hormone solutions, and microorganisms. Mossby is applied by diluting it in water and spraying it from the air via drones, helicopters, and airplanes. The differences between soil that has been treated with Mossby and soil that hasn't can be seen after just 8 weeks. The soil didn't just turn green. We found that organic matter and organic carbon, which are the keys of the soil, has more than double compared to other soils, and phosphorus increased by as much as 112 times. As a result, Mossby made a number of improvements over traditional method. Our current business model is B2B. We sell mostly hardware and outcome data and consulting to company and organization, especially real estate company or the construction company. So far, we have worked with Hyundai and Amory Pacific and many other large companies, and we have succeeded in restoring about 400,000 square meters. The data from this research had led to patents and new cultivar. This year alone, we have completed 4 patents and 1 new cultivar registration for protect our technology. We will allow to shift our future business model to supplying software in the form of a technology setup. If other companies want to use a method similar to Mosby's, they will need to source the most cultivars, nutrients, and hormone that we have developed it. To that end, we are working with a variety of companies, organizations, and governments, and we are currently closing a pre-Series A round of funding and preparing for Series A funding in the next year. We are a team of professionals with 5 of 6 holding master's and PhD degrees in ecology and plant bioscience. So we have some of the best minds in the field. Until that day when nature falls from the sky, we will continue to do our best as we have been doing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the judges?
Oh, and I prefer more Korean.
Korean.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Korean.
네, 대표님.
Thank you for your presentation. I believe that you already have done the on-site test, so that's very impressive. So you talked about technology and accessibility, but could you please talk about business model in a more concrete manner? Could you give us more specific case? It will let us know more about the business model of your company. Yes, our business model solidified recently. When you create a golf course or when you create a certain buildings, you would have to damage the soil. And in that case, the companies would have to restore or create restored soil in other areas. And in that case, we can be a partner. And secondly, we worked with Hyundai, and there has been a lot of cases where they try to construct buildings on reclaimed lands, but in the past this was not possible because the soil was degraded. So we also intervene in this area as well. And the poor grade soil were able to improve into quite okay grade soil, and that's why after our intervention, these areas were able to see soil improve to enable building construction. And based on that, we were able to get a lot of funding. And going forward, we could possibly develop BM. We could provide technological setups. So, for example, we can provide consultations about what kind of solutions they can use to improve certain percentage of their soils.
A question from Celia.
I'm sorry, I'll take this in English if that's okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So when a company, and I think we would see a lot of synergies both on our infrastructure side and the real estate construction side of EQT's business here. But when you're reforesting in areas, you're taking up land use and you have to plant forest in a new area. You have to plant the same type of species that you take out. So this must be, it will actually increase the chances of new trees to survive in the new soil, if I understand it correctly.
정확한 소통을 위해서 혹시 통역 가능하실까요, 질의응답?
Can you please provide the interpretation device?
EQT가 인프라스트럭처
So EQT has a lot of infrastructure fund, and for us as well, we would have to restore soil. And in that case, if we use Mosby, we might be able to purify the soil. And we could possibly plant the trees that we want without having to, say, go for other types of trees. Yes, that's right. We focus on moss because, well, moss enables a positive relationship to all kinds of ecosystem. It restores a lot of the microorganisms within the soil, and after doing its job, the moss disappears and the nutrients remain on the soil, and it accelerates the tree growth. And all of our hormones that we use again is decomposed, and it becomes a part of the nature as well.
And Celia got the translation in her ear. Johnny Choi.
네, 그
I think on the page 8, you said that you talked about the cost, and I think it will be about 100 million. And it would be about the size of Yeouido. So we'll be providing service for about Yeouido size, but then if you just get about 100 million won, it would be too not profitable, right? Well, that's just an average. We could go beyond 110 million if we go to the maximum. So it depends on how fast you have to restore the soil, and how dense you have to focus on, and what kind of further activities you need. So the costs and the profits can differ dramatically. And for this slide, I just used average for the sake of clarity. But if you go for Yeouido, and if you are to introduce, say, agricultural activities in Yeouido, you would maybe see a 1.5 times or 2 times more than the figures on the slide. So Mosby Solutions, how wide can it be applied? So you are using this to restore soil in the already degraded land. So in order to regenerate soil, well, I believe that there are already startups that have this kind of solutions. And in many of the agricultural markets, they already use this solution, and they're already used in alignment with carbon credits. So, do you think that this technological solution can be used to improve the productivity of agricultural industry as a whole, or do you have such plan in mind? Thank you for your question. Yes, I wanted to point that out. Recently, in terms of agricultural sector, we are actually focusing primarily on agricultural industry. And we also target this association called 4-H. And so we have been increasing productivity for the Korean agricultural plants, such as toraji and todok, because for these kind of particular plants, once you plant it, the soil cannot be regenerated for about 5 years. But because of our intervention, we were able to improve a lot of organic materials within the soil. So that's how we are taking this agricultural approach these days. And a lot of the farmers have a high understanding of fertilizers, and these days they are spraying fertilizers using drones already. So if we use the kits, it will be useful for farmers, and I will be expanding into the area as soon as possible.
We have a final question.
대표 하나만 더 여쭤.
Just one more question. So how many spores, or how many plants are you specializing in? Because it's all about different environments, and you would have to test things out every time. So how special are you in many different areas? So as for the crops, well, we don't do research and development. We focus on how soil is recovered on an average manner. And as for the moss spore, we focus on various types of moss spores. So basically, we focus on 4 to 5 types of moss spores. And we are the only company that has the spores and developing on them. And in overseas, there's no other companies that focuses on those moss. So I can say that we are the best company in this area.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Code of Nature. Okay, now all the 5 startups have pitched. And the jury that sits here, all the 6 juries, will go away and decide on who the winner of the impact quest will be. But I told you in the beginning that you in the audience will also guess who the winner is. Because there are prizes. So make sure that here on the QR code that you guess who the winner is. So you have listened to all the pitches. So into your phone and guess. Who do you think? Who is the winner of the Impact Quest who will win 100,000 euro? 100,000 euro investment from EQT Foundation. Make your guess on your phone. And at the same time, we're actually, now before we're moving to the impact panel, we will also play a game. So let's play a game. Okay, if we move to the next slide on the screen. Okay, it's game time. Because we're giving out some prizes for you in the audience. We want you to, let me try if this works on its technical devices, and sometimes they don't collaborate. So try to scan this and see if you can get a page up. Can you get a page up? Okay, scan this code on the screen to be participating in the game. There is prizes for the ones who answer the right questions, or the questions right. So scan this code to participate in the game. All right, let me see if you have followed the instructions. Yes, we have a lot of players now. Great. Okay. The players are increasing. I will wait a little bit more. They're continuing increasing. Super, super. Okay. I'm so happy that you all are part of this. Okay. Let's start. So this is a quiz. And try to answer as fast as possible. The 10 people who guessed the right and the fastest will get some prizes. Okay, I will start this. All right, let's start with the question number 1. What are EQT Foundation's investment themes? Is it humanity and nature and planet? Is it the climate and cryptocurrency? Is it climate and nature and health and equity? Or is it climate and nature and cryptocurrency? What do you think? What are EQT Foundation's investment themes? I see that you are voting and voting. Continue, continue. The fastest person. Okay. All right. Quite many guessed right. So the right answer is climate and nature and health and equity. That's EQT Foundation's investment themes. All right. Let's move to the next question. The next question is, what type of funding does EQT Foundation provide? And you're answering? Now you can answer. Okay. Is it catalytic capital and research grants? Is it catalytic capital and research grants? Or is it small businesses grants and working capital? Or is it debt capital and philanthropic equity? So what type of funding do we provide to the market? Okay, okay. The majority guessed right. The right answer is that we provide catalytic capital and research grants. All right. Let me brief you who's on the leaderboard. The person with the highest score is Brian, Adam, Hoyun, Helena, David, Rosa, Jay, Min, Ashley, Pingu. Okay, next question. Question number 3. Answer as fast as possible. When was EQT Foundation founded? Was it 1994? Was it 2019? Was it 2020? Or was it 2021? When was EQT Foundation founded? What do you think? Okay, you all have answered. All right. I'm very surprised and happy that the majority gets the answers right. The right answer is 2019. Some of you might think, isn't it 1994? And the reason why you might think that is because EQT was founded in 94, but EQT Foundation was founded in 2019, alongside with EQT's IPO. All right, next question. All right. I see here that Adam has moved up to be the fastest voter. Okay, next question is question number 4. Why was EQT Foundation founded? Is it to safeguard the values of EQT Group? Is it to house all philanthropic activities in one place? Or was it to give back to society? Or is it all of these? What do you think? Everyone has voted. You're very quick. Okay. The majority voted right. The right answer is all of these. That's why EQT Foundation was founded. Okay, I see that Adam is leading the board. Oh, now Brian is leading the board. Brian, Adam, Rosa, Hoyun, Helena, Igi-Young, Farah, Lee, Ashley, Min, David. All right. Now we have the final question. Try to be as quick as possible. All right. The final question. The final question is, what is EQT Foundation's overall purpose? Is it to push the frontiers of impact? Is it forwarding the future of the world? Is it providing capital to all? Or is it creating a sustainable life for the planet? What is EQT Foundation's purpose? What do you think? Oh! Okay, the majority guessed right alongside with another. So, the right answer is pushing the frontiers of impact. That is EQT Foundation. Okay, let's see on the leading board who will get to pick up their prize. Okay, I'm waiting for the results. Waiting and waiting. Let's see. Okay, I see here that there is a clear winner with, I don't know how they counted, but someone got 4,370 points. And that person is someone here in the audience. The person is Adam. An applause to Adam. Okay, so the rest of the people, Adam, Brian, Helena, Rosa, Hoyun Jung, Min, Pingu, I can't see because Igi-Young, Farah Lee, and Ashley, you all can pick up your gift. There is waving here. You can all pick up your gift after the impact quest. Okay, that was a little fun. Okay, so to brief you, EQT Foundation is the foundation arm of the global investment firm EQT. And we are utilizing EQT's knowledge, expertise, and network to support founders. And for the founders who win tonight, we tap in with our type of investment. So we come in with a strategic ticket size, and we tap into the founders' fundraising round and the chosen valuation that they have decided with their lead investors. And then, to support the founders even further, we have chosen to partner up with Ernst & Young, who are generously offering 300 consulting hours to our winners to support them in their journey with their initiative EY Ripples. So can we have In Sang-yu up on the stage? Yes, we can start. Thank you. Nice to meet you. So in front of me, we have In Sang-yu alongside with Dong Bom-byun. And Insang, you're the EY Korea Ripple's sponsoring partner. Can you please explain EY and EY Ripples?
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. My name is In Sang-yu, and I'm getting older, and then I have a short memory, so I brought some memory for my communication. EY is a global accounting and consulting firm. We have four main sub-lines. So we have assurance, consulting, and strategy and transaction, and tax services over 150 countries. So EY is under the EY, the strategy and transaction service. We have EY Paroteno. It's kind of the strategy consulting body, and so Dongbo is the EY Paroteno leader. So can you greet to people? Give it. So the many companies have a kind of like a purpose is like so we will achieve 100 billion US dollar, but EY has a different purpose. So our purpose is building a better working world. So very different concepts. So under this purpose, we have EY Ripples. So EY Ripples is EY's corporate responsibility program. So under EY Ripples, we have we use our people's, our professionals' skills and experience to give back and contribute to society. And we have also under Ripples, we have three focus areas. So it is aimed to benefit youth and underserved groups, and the environment, and impact entrepreneurs. So that's why I am excited to be here and know these five fantastic the impact entrepreneur that has a pitched today.
Yeah, and we're super happy and honored to be partnering with EY with such manpower and knowledge and expertise that could be provided to our impact startups. And why did EY choose to collaborate with us, EQT Foundation?
As I said, under EY Ripples, we have the working with the impact entrepreneur under EY's corporate responsibility campaign, EY Ripples. So we are supporting to scale up the small and growing businesses that are driving progress toward the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So it's a very powerful combination between EY Ripples and Equity Foundation, since we have a very same focus of helping impact entrepreneurs and bring complementary skill sets to the beneficiary. And also we have a we know that we have a very proven success in a similar collaboration in Sweden. So we are very excited to work with equity and help the winner of this event.
Yes, and on our side as well at EQT Foundation, we decided to partner with EY Ripples here in Korea for the Impact Quest because we had such a great experience in Sweden with the example project that we did. So our startups were very happy, and I would like this support to be provided to the winner here tonight. Can you tell us a little bit more about the prize for the winner? What that entails?
EY has a professionals, so we provide the professionals valuable time to the winners. So we will discuss. I mean, we will sit down and have a time to know the winner and discuss their current situation to understand how we might help them in the best way possible. So Equity Foundation and we will together discuss how we should use our professional time to help accelerating their impact.
Super. Thank you so much, In Sang-yu and Tong Bong-byun. I hope I pronounce it correctly, but thank you so much. We are very honored to be partnering with EY. And for the winner here tonight, you will get to talk more with EY. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you.
Yes. And now I find it so interesting to talk about the direction of impact investing in different countries. So what direction is impact investing going in Korea? And how can we compare it with the West? So therefore, we're hosting a panel with CEO of EQT Foundation, who will moderate and talk to our panelists. Please up on the stage. Oh, and an applause would be good.
Okay. I feel very honored, and I must say, meeting the three of you today, which has been I would say the three pioneers in getting the impact investing community in Korea going. So with me we have, and your names are in Korean, but I practiced, Sang Byuk. Yes, from Sopong, which is kind of the premier accelerator for impact investing in Korea. Started all the way back in 2008. And we have Seong-jo.
Yes, Hyunju.
Yeah, founder and managing partner of Envisioning Partners, which was started in 2017, going strong for 7 years. And no other than Dok Chung, also, yes, 3 of 3 Korean names down, who started D3 Jubilee back in 2011. And it's also a part of a G Market who went public in an IPO. So you actually, I want to start with you because you spent 5 years in Silicon Valley, kind of getting into the field of impact investing.
Right.
And then taking it with you back into Korea. What was it that you saw there that you wanted to bring back to Korea?
Gmarket CFO로, sorry, I'm speaking English. So
we can do it in Korean. Where's my translator?
We mixed the languages before, so I was confused. Anyway, okay, thank you for your question. I worked for the Gmarket as a CFO and has experience going public on Nasdaq and also the M&A with the eBay. After that, I moved to Silicon Valley and because I sought some way to work with entrepreneurs because I felt the dynamics, experience the dynamics of fast-growing ventures there. So, and that's why I moved to Silicon Valley. And then I got connected a group of impact investors there in the Bay Area. So Silicon Valley is quite wide and deep. And there are a group of investors, particularly converted from former successful entrepreneurs. So they wanted to use the entrepreneurship to solve a bigger problem, a real problem in our world. And so that, I mean, actually, I have built my career in finance all the time. So some people moving from the finance also trying to reflect what's the real role of the finance. And the entrepreneur side that also what they are coming on same place. So while I was working for the finance for many years, that I always had some mental gap between the power of the finance, but always think about are we really trying to contributing our society? So the traditional the finance always sort of they built their own complete system, but I think so every day, every week we have new technology innovations, but on the other side we have we are mounting up. I mean the problems that I thought that there was some missing part. I mean, I think what if we connect together? Then I think so. When I met the impact investing, there might be effective tool to align all the values and I think to put together all the projects.
Yes, so our activity is connected to the problems that are created, but at the same time, and I think that touches right over to the next panelist, Chong Jo. And you said earlier today that you realized that finance didn't have an intent. It's kind of passive in the way it was moving money around for money itself. And you had your realization during the financial crisis, giving you the opportunity to step back and look at the bigger picture. So what was it that you realized?
I mean, taking a step back and starting to ask a question itself was actually a kind of attitude you need to have to realize what responsibility you have as a professional working in a this gigantic capital market. And that was critical moment for me personally for me. And then after that experience, I kind of had a time for really the soul searching and also intellectually understanding the rules and the mechanism of this machine of a capital market, and that really led me into the impact investing uh, uh, ecosystem. And I joined the impact investing ecosystem back in 2017. And that, I mean, at the time, the market was really nascent in Korea, but actually, but I didn't have, I didn't intend, but that was really the kind of the period right before the booming of impact investing and sustainability as a critical keyword in the financial world. So I think looking back, I now think I'm quite lucky to get into the market at a very, very exact timing.
I think it's interesting because you're experiencing this moment of having been ahead of the curve, like we like to say in EQT, that you're before the hype of a trend, because you can say that Korea is a first mover in this region. So the global impact investing market reached above 1 trillion USD in asset under management in 2022. And between 2 and 3% of that is from organizations that are headquartered in Asia. So it's a very small amount of the capital allocated for impact globally. With that said, this is a region that I feel has a lot of interest in the topic and that moves very quickly when you decide on something and have conviction. And what is interesting here is also Korea was very early on establishing, and that was the same year that you started Envisioning Partner, starting a national advisory board in 2007, giving advice to the government on how to put in place policy that would encourage capital to move to the better for society. So that moment in time that you were realizing of booming, that was really happening. But before that, I think if we move to Supong on the end, you were started, and that was also government kind of initiated in some sort, the accelerator for impact investing.
Thanks for the question. And before I started, I would like to, my appreciation to make this kind of great event, and uh, let me have this kind of amazing opportunity with this distinguished guest as well. So in terms of impact accelerator, as I feel, about 10 years ago, our government has some kind of will to support the NGO and impact-related ecosystem, but at the time, government didn't have any kind of experience and knowledge how to do that, but they tried. So they made some kind of promoting act for social enterprise. So from that time, as I fear, several investment agencies, some having accelerating rules, but some didn't. But about 10 years ago was the kind of starting point with strong government support. But for next 5 to 7 years, as I fear, government hesitate to give direct support for the investment agencies like us, or to give the strong support except the direct financial support for hiring. But as I fear, for from the previous government, the government changed their position, and they started to pour the huge number of capital compared to previous over decade. So I think as you explained, the impact investing ecosystem in Korea is quite strong compared to any other Asian country. But as I feel, it's still in initial stage in terms of the number of investment agencies and the total amount of impact investing. But for more related to the accelerating, as I feel, District Jubilee and the envisioning partners, they focusing on Series A round in general. That round don't focus on accelerating, but they are doing, as I feel, because as you mentioned, they are pioneer. So to make one great success story and to persuade the general market with the numbers, we do everything as I feel. So as an impact accelerator and capital, we do several accelerating program for social impact business and climate related the startups too. But as I feel, that is not enough. Even the government should do more. Yeah, that is what I feel these days.
Thank you for that sentiment. I think it's often those kind of changing environments, and it's easy to think that somebody has started to grow and now it's happening. But I think what we've learned so far is that these type of transitions take time. And I think Jo, you mentioned that like in the beginning 7 years ago when you were talking to investors of putting money into your fund, it was a lot more advocacy. So how was your conversations with investors back then until like compared to how it's now? Both of you can answer.
I mean, in conclusion, in one sentence, it just got much better. Obviously, it became so much easier than before. 7 years back, I mean, at the beginning, I studied impact investing. I mean, we had to start our conversation by explaining the basic definition of impact investing. And the very first question I got after that was, can you really make money out of that? I do not receive that question anymore. And people now naturally believe there is a really the uh, necessity of understanding long-term sustainability and the impact creation in every kind of business. And with that, I mean, openness to the concept of impact investing and the strengths and the possibility of impact investing as a very smart and better informed investment strategies, I think, is much more accepted. So we now we have luxury of getting into the higher resolution discussion for impact investing. So what specific investment strategy, investment themes we are pursuing, not just as an impact investor, but as just an investor. And what are the important problems we need to tackle, and what are the great markets we can expect by solving these important problems. So I think we are now at a much more advanced stage in terms of discussion and the conversations around the impact investing.
And if you sum up kind of your core sentence around your strategy to begin with, what would you say on the themes for impact? I think you said it very well when you said like a big problem is a big market.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we had a side chat before coming into this session, and the basic kind of fundamental thesis we have at Envisioning Partners is a big problem becomes a big market.
And what are the biggest problems and the biggest markets for entrepreneurs to get into?
I mean, the utmost focus at Envisioning Partners at this point is climate solutions. I mean, this is just really the greatest problem of our time for the next generation. And that will, I mean, we will, in next 10 to 20 years, we will see the enormous transition in every aspect of our life and industry because of climate change. And that will open up the huge market opportunities at the same time. So that's really the most important area we are focusing at Envisioning Partners.
Dr. How has your conversations with investors changed from when you started in 2011 up until now?
Sure. Well, I echo to what Hyunju said. I mean, over last a dozen of a year, sort of the impact investing history in Korea. I think the size of the impact capital has grown, and the number of players also we have more now. But and also the understanding of impact investing is improved. I agree, but still I think it's not enough. Well, impact investing globally, the concept is evolving. It's still, I think, in finance or the impact investing essence of impact investing is actually to balance between financial return and the social impact, just beyond, I mean, the dichotomy of the finance. Either you pursue financial interest or just philanthropy. But there is in impact investing saying that there is a spectrum. You could build your goal of financial return, social impact, and risk level, right? So I think that's then, I mean, I believe that I think, of course, the climate is the biggest the problem. I agree, and that there will be the bigger opportunities there. But actually, there are also other social problems which may not be visible. Well, it looks like sometimes more difficult. It's not actually the came into the domain of the investing area yet, but very important problems there. So there are actually the spectrum there. So we need to have developed more our cognition or understanding of impact investing.
That's a very good, or several good points. I think on the one side, you're saying actually the level of financial return you have together with impact is a design choice. As an investor, you can choose to be impact first to look at a high impact opportunity, and then you can look at, am I getting the desired financial returns for taking this opportunity? And you can design that into your portfolio strategy. Whilst many people think that if you invest for impact, you have to lower your financial returns, and that is actually a choice. And I think we're getting to the place of more maturity in the market to understand that this is a strategy thing that you decide or decide not to do, depending if you're a foundation or if you're a fund that is fundraising from other LPs and investors.
Exactly. I mean, I think in some area, for example, I mean, some a certain area of, for example, climate solution, climate tech, is already came into the commercial domain. Then without talking about the impact, actually the climate tech, some of the climate tech can be explained in the traditional framework of finance, risk and return already.
That's super interesting because as of today, climate startups are the only ones that are paid by the market for the impact they're creating. So for every carbon offset or CO2 emission that they capture, we have voluntary carbon prices that says that that has a price. So they can easily showcase they have an additional revenue stream into their business model. I think we will see similar developments in other thematics as well. So if you're taking the extra cost in your structure to deliver healthcare to a rural area, you might actually get more paid for delivering to those patients than to somebody who's easy to reach. And that's actually coming back to another point you made, that there are some things that the financial market hasn't priced in yet, which is why the long-term vision for these companies is that they will deliver more value to society and be better investments. So with that said, I want to do a quick round for each of you. We can start at the end on the favorite impact companies you've come across in Korea. Not allowed to pick any of the 5 that was on the stage.
Thanks for your good question. Actually, I just reminded one of my portfolio companies named Donggubat. It's basically a soft company. They are producing soft over 100,000 pieces per month, and they have one of the biggest, several biggest big cosmetic related conglomerates in Korea as their OEM customer. But they do that business to educate and hire development disorder in Korea. They were started in 2015. The founder was in the universities and still he's very young. When he started that business, there weren't many decent jobs for development disorder. Even there were several education programs for development disorder, but not for grown-ups. So he started his business as an education company. But as we easily can imagine, that must be struggling to generate enough revenue to run his business as sustainable. So yeah, we suggested to add another business model to hire them. So it was soft, but at the time, it was the timing to raise the need of high quality soft in Korea for zero waste and for their skin health. So he catch that opportunity, and now he still keep the corporate rule as hiring at least 50% of total the staffs as development disorder while creating around 15 million GMB in Korea, and they started to export their product to the overseas, over 15 countries from several years ago. So they are doing great, and I love them in terms of impact business. Thank you.
I guess it's a kind of time to choose one among the portfolio companies and then
Everybody has a favorite,
advertise.
right?
Yeah, I mean, we have about 43 portfolio companies in total, and I like them, every one of them. But if I have to choose just one for today's discussion, I want to introduce the company of which name is H2, which is not a hydrogen company actually. It's a long duration energy storage developer with a vanadium redox flow battery. And the unique, I mean, the kind of amazing thing I found when I met with the founder, Dr. Han, at the beginning was, I mean, he started this business 13 years ago. And he had this vision that because of this climate change and the carbon problem, we will have a larger mix of renewable energy in our power system. And then because of this intermittency issue, you will need long duration energy storage system in our power mix. I mean, now it's a kind of the common sense for everybody, but having that concept 13 years ago and starting to develop the tailored technology for the long duration energy storage. I mean, you really have to be visionary and brave enough to believe in that direction. I mean, obviously, developing this new next generation battery technology for the long duration energy storage is not an easy task. So he had to go through really the hard time to come up with the technology and become really the market ready. And now the H2 is really in a very strong position to become close to the only available technology supplier for Korea, and not only for Korea but also for the global market. So I'm very proud to be an investor in that company.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the H2 and the Donggobak, I mean, those companies I highly respect.
It's like competition.
But
It's
also,
not a competition.
but I have also I have over 70 portfolio companies I love as well. If I choose one, it is TestWorks. It's not because of the product or service they produce, but because what kind of companies they would like to build. The company is developing and providing the high quality data set for AI business there. So what makes a difference is that they hire all diverse employees there, including the people with autism. A certain type of autism has a particularly specialized some area like Asperger's syndrome spectrums. So they hire them quite significant number of the total employees and train them and give R&D to enhance their capabilities there. The mission of the company is actually to enhance all the possibilities of everyone. So that's their mission, and I think the company actually really seriously investing it and to implement the mission there. So I think that in my opinion, the impact, the reason why I choose the company is that I think that the company is translate something apparent drawbacks, weakness into a strength of the company.
So I think we can sum up this panel by saying that what inspires us are a little bit of crazy people who are just ahead of the curve, being able to see battery storage 10 to 13 years ahead. It's about companies who have a mission that's much bigger than themselves, of really saying we're going to be radically inclusive. in the people and the resources we bring into our company, and we're going to aim for a big magnitude and an impact that really changes society. It has been a pleasure having you as part of today, both the jury and this panel. And who's ready to hear who won the pitch competition?
I'm ready.
Woo! Thank you so much to the panelists.
Thank you, Celia. Thank you, Takchun. Thank you, Hyunjo. And thank you, Sangyo. Okay. Yes. Very interesting and inspiring discussion. I can't wait to continue supporting the impact scene here in Korea and together link impact with long-term financial return. Performance. But this is the moment we have all been waiting for. And I need some energy because I'm nervous. And in order to get this energy, let's everyone stand up. And we need to cheer when we announce the winners. So everyone, please stand up. Please stand up. Okay. So we're going to announce the winners. And remember, for the people both here in the audience and online, you voted who you thought the winner would be. So I hope you voted. And we're going to start with the third winner of the Impact Quest tonight. Who will be the third winner of the Impact Quest? First, I will just brief you. So the first winner will receive a direct investment from EQT Foundation of 100,000 euro. The second and third winner will get to meet with our investment team and further discuss, and the investment team will evaluate their solutions. So there is a first, second, and third winner. So who is the third winner? Who is it? Can we start with doing some applauses? Okay, who is the third winner? The motivation of the third winner is...
The third place goes to, but before I say it, they are trying to solve a 40 gigaton problem. And it's very relevant for Korea because we are such an industrial powerhouse. Just changing to renewable energy doesn't solve our carbon problem. We have to remove them from the atmosphere. So I'm personally very attached to carbon capture myself, and use of microalgae. It is a very inspiring, and it is also in trend with the global trend, global what's happening across the globe. So having said that, the third place goes to CNSINT. Congratulations.
CNSINT! The third place. Do you have anything to say?
First of all, I'm so honored to be here, and actually, a top five was enough, but wow, yeah, it's so sweet. Can I speak in Korean? 일단
First of all, I am very delighted. I'm not really sure what I can say. As we have been talking about what we are doing, a lot of the public officials have been quite negative about these projects conducted by the Ministry of Industry and Technology because they have failed in mass producing it. So they didn't thought that we, a small scale company, can do this. But I was able to be recognized in this very important occasion, and I would like to thank my twins who are going to be watching this from home. I won the third prize.
And you made a really good point that these top 5 startups were selected out of a whole application period. So really great startups pitching here tonight. And now we're going to go to the second place. Who is the second winner of the Impact Quest? The motivation for the second winner is, what is the motivation, Johnny? We need to switch a microphone. I will take that. Oh.
Today, we all of us know there is more than 100 million people who are suffering from the infertility. So yeah, I think their noble attempt to solve this problem would be worth enough for this award. Yeah, greenish.
Thank you so much, Greenish. The second place of tonight is Greenish. Congratulations. Do you have any comments?
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure what to say. Thank you so much. I will work harder, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations for the second winner. Okay. Now, we're going to announce who the winner of the Impact Quest is, who will receive €100,000 direct investment from EQT Foundation, alongside with 300 consulting hours with our partner EY. Who is this going to be? I am very, very nervous and excited because we at EQT Foundation get to work with this company. So what is the motivation, Celia?
So this is something we haven't seen before, and we've been looking into this theme for a long time, trying to source really great impact companies. But when we saw this today in the jury and it got top scores across all the jury members, I got really excited. I was like, these guys are on to something special. So I'm going to ask for some help of all of you to like stomp your feet so we get an applause with our feet. The winner of the Impact Quest 2023 is Code of Nature.
Julia? Wow! Wow! Congratulations! Do you have any comments? And of course, the 300 consulting hours from EY. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
First of all, well, I didn't expect this. Well, this is an area that was underutilized, and we are just beginning. And I believe that we are given this opportunity because you want us to explore this area further, and you'll work harder. As I said, we will continue to work until the nature falls from the sky. This was Code of Nature. Thank you.
Big congratulations. All right. Thank you, the audience, for the hype. Thank you for the claps. Let's first take a group picture, everyone together. Yeah, come on. Come on. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, judges. Thank you, jury. And thank you, Stardust, for pitching. You did a great job. Now, okay, let's wrap this up and have a seat, everyone. So we are very excited. Please have a seat, everyone. We're very excited to follow these startups' journeys. And at the same time, we're excited to continue supporting the Korean impact space. And here is a QR code. Now, if you want to follow us on LinkedIn to follow EQT Foundation's journey, there is a way to follow us. And for everyone who voted who the winner would be, we will contact the 50 people who won the lucky draw lottery. So thank you everyone for joining us today. And congratulations to the winners. And let's wrap this up. Last applause.